Hello, everybody, and welcome to Season 5, Episode 17 of History's Greatest Idiots, the show where we take you back through all of human history and give you examples of absolute incredible stupidity so you can learn lessons from other people's mistakes and never repeat those mistakes again. But who are we kidding? We're humans, we like to make mistakes, and unfortunately sometimes they have real-world impact on those around us. But, you know, take your pick from any one of a million news stories I could be hinting at there. So we've got a little bit of a change this week. Unfortunately, Derek is under the weather. It's nothing serious. It's just like a little physical thing that he's dealing with, and I didn't really want to put him through the stress of having to sit up at a desk and listen to me talk for 2 hours while he struggles through pain. Nobody wants that. Very few people actually want to even listen to me most of the time. So what we've decided to do in its place, we will be back with a full original episode next episode. But what I thought I'd do is a kind of a supercut episode featuring as many possible people from the same kind of genre of stupidity and idiocy as possible. And I thought for this specific episode we would go with music and musicians and people in the world of music creation, given that we've had quite a few of them recently. And I thought we'd do kind of a mega mix of previous musicians and the people in the industry for you to digest. Now this, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. If you are the type of person that likes to listen to a lot of podcasts or very long form podcasts, this is probably going to be the one for you, because looking at a 5-hour runtime with this one, so hopefully I can actually get that out, because exporting the video files might take almost as many hours as that to get out. But yeah, so this will be a special episode, kind of a best of for this, and then we'll be back in a couple of weeks with our regular episode. And I can give you a little bit of a teaser now. This one involves the kind of a person who grew up around about the area that Derek grew up, so somewhat local to where Derek was when he was younger, kind of contemporaries of us in terms of age, and also the impact of them is one of the most colossally stupid independent decisions that one person has ever made in their entire life, and it impacted everyone around them. So stay tuned for that episode. Also, while we're at it, if you would like to support us financially by slinging us a couple of dollars every month just to keep us afloat and help us create these episodes in an easy way, and if you want to be part of the episodes, please go to patreon.com/history's greatest idiots, where you can get access to behind the scenes footage from our lives and scripts from the actual episodes themselves. You'll get stuff that nobody else gets to see. Pardon me. And also special gifts when you join us, and if you stay with us for a full year. And like the people who've stayed with us now for a very long time, including Jesse Christ, Kimberly, Andrew Zavara, Dilly Bob, Silent Crisis, Carrion, Suzanne, and Toasterzoid. Thank you all so very much for sticking with us through everything, our wonderful patrons. We are also available on Instagram. If you go to @History's Greatest Idiots, you can see short form clips from the episodes itself, and also memes that I spend a lot of time creating and do surprisingly well. I'm always impressed by how well our quite stupid memes do. And also, if you go to YouTube, you can find all of our episodes in video format. So if you go to YouTube and @History's Greatest Idiots, you'll find all of our stuff there. Also over on Spotify, you can see all of our videos there. And actually, I just found out that our Spotify videos get a much higher revenue share. So if you do want to support us, please go to Spotify, go to History's Greatest Idiots there, and watch our episodes, or just like leave them going in the background. I'm not judging, but that really helps us out, because we actually don't make any money from YouTube, but we make a little bit of money from Spotify. So if you want to help us out, please go over to Spotify. For now, please enjoy our mega mix of various musicians and people connected to the music industry that we've recorded over the last 5 seasons. It's almost 5 hours long. In fact, it's probably over 5 hours long. So if you need something to help you sleep through the night, this is the podcast episode for you. And until next time, we will see you all very soon. And we'll be back with some fresh, new, original content. And Derek will be fine. And I won't have the lingering effects of a cold. So thank you all very much. Now enjoy this super mix episode, a greatest hits of almost every musician we've ever covered. Thank you. Now it's time for my idiots.
I'm excited, man. I rushed through it so I could hear you.
I may have hyped this possibly a little bit too much, but I'm glad I got everything sorted and lined up for this, because my idiot this week is a quintessential. He's a phenom in the world of music. He has an incredible legacy, but it's not all good. In fact, a lot of it is very bad. Let me introduce you to the life and times of James Ambrose Johnson Jr., better known as Rick James, bitch.
All right.
Couldn't wait for this one. Holy shit. James Ambrose Johnson Jr., which is the last time you'll ever hear me refer to him as that, was born on February the 1st, 1948 in Buffalo, New York, to Mabel, niece Sims, and James Ambrose Johnson Sr. He was one of 8 children. Holy shit. Yeah, that's a big fucking family. James's father, an auto worker, left the family when James was 10. His mother was a dancer for Catherine Dunham and later worked as a numbers runner to earn a living. You're going to have to tell me what a numbers runner is. I'm not entirely sure what that is.
It's like a bookie.
Oh, she's a bookie.
Yeah. Ooh, it's like the numbers game's like a lottery thing.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So this is not a good start for him. His dad's left at 10. He's one of 8 kids, and his mum is now essentially involved in organized crime. This is not a good start. James's mother would take him on her collecting route, and it was in bars where she worked that James saw performers such as John Coltrane, Miles Davis, and Etta James perform.
Nice.
That is an eye-opening experience for someone who is young, and they're like, oh my God, I am surrounded by people who are musical gods, or super talented. That is kind of amazing. James claimed later, and this is where it all starts to go wrong, in the biography Glow, which is awesome, this is really sad, that he lost his virginity at age 9 or 10 to a 14-year-old local girl, claiming his kinky nature came in early. Now, he was basically abused at that age. So what you've now got is a kid who is 9 or 10, who has lost his dad, who is working with his mother in an organized crime underworld setting where he's surrounded by brilliant musicians, but is exposed to sexualization at an incredibly young age. This ain't a recipe.
I'm kind of jealous, though, a little bit, though.
I mean, it's kind of wild, but still, it's like...
Yeah, it's rough. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hell of a story.
It's a hell of a story, and it only gets more insane from there. James eventually attended Orchard Park High School and Bennett High School prior to dropping out. No surprise there. James was introduced to drugs at an early age and was busted for burglary as a young teen. So again, we can see the rails coming off here. Due to his stints in jail for theft, James entered the United States Navy Reserve at 14 or 15, lying about his age to avoid the draft.
Whoa, okay.
Yeah. Dude, just fucking can't stop. During that time, he also became a drummer for local jazz groups in the New York City area. Due to him missing his twice monthly reserve sessions aboard the USS Enterprise.
No kidding.
Yeah, he beat Kirk to it. He was there before Kirk. He found himself ordered to Vietnam. Oof, 1964, this is. That is not a good time to be in Vietnam. You want to do it when George Bush did it in 1981, when there's fuck all happening.
Yeah.
And so, obviously, because it's Rick James, bitch, in 1964, he fled to Toronto. Sooner after...
That's right outside of Buffalo.
I know, yeah. He was just like, I'm just going to jump across the bay, bitch. Soon after his arrival, 3 drunk men tried to attack him outside a club. A trio of men came to his aid. One of those men was Levon Helm, who at the time was an undiscovered member of Ronnie Hawkins' backing band. Here's the first time that fate has intervened on Rick James's part, because it sure as fuck won't be the last time, and it certainly isn't the most shocking time either.
Okay.
Levon Helm, invited James to their show later that night, and he ended up performing on stage with them. In Toronto, James made friends with local musicians Neil Young and Joni Mitchell.
Well, how about that?
So again,
everybody.
I know he's like 16 and he's already met like Etta James, Miles Davis, John Coltrane, Neil Young, Joni Mitchell. It's kind of amazing. He's surrounded by tragedy and amazing musicians his entire life.
Yeah,
it just doesn't happen to anyone else except Rick James.
See, it was Neil Young that got him onto drugs, I bet.
Yeah, well, we'll get to that. Holy shit! Well, no, he was already doing weed at this point, but like the harder shit came much later on. Cocaine is a hell of a drug. To avoid being caught by military authorities, James went under the assumed name Ricky James Matthews. That same year, James formed the Minor Birds, a band that produced a fusion of soul, folk, and rock music. So kind of similar to what he ended up doing when he became really famous, right? In 1965, the band briefly recorded for the Canadian division of Columbia Records, releasing the single Minor Bird Hop and Minor Bird Song. At one point, Nick St. Nicholas of later Steppenwolf fame was a member.
Holy crap!
Steppenwolf, yeah, Steppenwolf. Eventually, bassist Bruce Palmer replaced him by the time the Minor Bird Hop was recorded. James and Palmer recruited guitarist Tom Morgan and Xavier Taylor and drummer Rick Mason to form a new Minor Birds lineup, and soon traveled to Detroit to record with Motown. Hooray!
Dude, he's just rocking and rolling.
He is the embodiment of rock and roll, I think, at this point, pretty much. Before the group began recording their first songs for the label, Morgan left unhappy about the label's attitude towards the musicians. Neil Young eventually took his place, and it was while in Detroit that James met his musical heroes, Marvin Gaye and Stevie Wonder. Fucking hell, this guy.
Whoa.
I know. He is surrounded by some of the greatest names of all time. It's kind of amazing. After meeting Stevie Wonder and telling him his name, Wonder felt the name Ricky James Matthews was too long and instead told James to shorten it to Ricky James, although he left out the bitch part. So there's that. In 1966, a financial dispute in Toronto between James and the Minor Birds handler Morley Shellman led to Motown learning of James's fugitive status with the Navy. So Shellman basically sold him out. What a piece of shit. Hoping to prevent any scrutiny, Motown executives told James they would not be releasing any more of his materials and convinced him to come back and work with them after straightening out his legal issues. James surrendered himself to the FBI and in May 1966 was sentenced by the Navy to 5 months hard labor for unauthorized absence. That's kind of a light sentence. Yeah, goddamn. But then again, you know, who wants to go to fucking Vietnam?
Right. Well, I'll take hard labor over Vietnam. I'll tell you what, especially in 64.
I will take that shit. He was not yet 19 years old, and he'd already been through all of this, which, fucking hell. James escaped from the Brooklyn Naval Brig after only 6 weeks confinement, but following another 6 months as a fugitive, surrendered himself for a second time, 19, and he's already a fucking lunatic. With help from his mother, James found legal assistance from his cousin, future Congressman Louis Stokes. This guy is connected to everyone in history. His bacon number must be the smallest there is possible. I can't believe it. Another attorney, former Marine Captain John Brackman, who pled James's second court martial down from a potential 5 years hard labor to 5 months. So he just ended up with the 5 months again, basically. After his release from Portsmouth Naval Prison in August 1967, James returned to Toronto and endured another detention, initially derailing resumption of his career with the Minor Bird Band. Neil Merriweather, with whom he would later collaborate first at Motown and then later in Los Angeles. In 1968, again working under the pseudonym Ricky Matthews, James produced and wrote songs at Motown for acts such as The Miracles, Bobby Taylor and the Vancouvers, and The Spinners. Those are kind of lesser known names, but still, the guy's working. I'm really happy that he's working at this point, and if he could have stayed as a kind of a songwriter to the stars, he'd have probably been fine, but that wasn't the road that he went down. No. It's not the road at all. According to James, he briefly got in... Oh, God, here we go. According to James, he briefly got involved in pimp activity during this time, but stopped because he felt he was not qualified for it due to the harsh activity and the abuse of women there. I repeat, Rick James felt unqualified to be a pimp. That is the weirdest fucking statement I've ever had to read.
Yeah, well,
I can't get over how insane this man's life is.
No kidding.
Yeah. It was during this third stint at Motown that James met musician Greg Reeves. Reeves, hoping to find a better situation than the $38 a week, which is actually $650 in 2021 dollars, so he wasn't doing too badly.
Damn.
He was earning as a session bassist. That's not bad, dude. What's wrong with you? He was working as a session bassist for Berry Gordy. He joined James looking to hitch a lift from Neil Young's Rising Star and relocated to Los Angeles along with James. On one of the first nights in Los Angeles, James was crashing on musician Stephen Stills' couch. So,
okay, well, that makes sense.
Yeah, of course. When he woke, he saw a stoned young man sitting on the floor in the lotus position. The man's wrists were bleeding, so a scared James sought help. James was later formally introduced to the man, who was in fact Jim Morrison, lead singer of The Doors.
Holy crap.
You wake up and Jim Morrison's sitting in the lotus position, fucking blood dripping from his wrists.
What the hell?
I know. Fucking insane. After the doors opened for Buffalo Springfield at Whiskey A Go-Go, Morrison tricked James into taking acid. Fuck you, Jim Morrison.
Here, eat this stamp. I don't know why.
I promise it'll be helpful. Rick James didn't need any help being crazy in his life.
No.
So Jim Morrison could get fucked for that. That was a terrible thing to do. In California, James initially worked as a duo with Greg Reeves, but soon after, James introduced Reeves to Neil Young. It was Reeves, not James, who was hired as bassist for the newly formed rock supergroup Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young. So, yeah, kind of got fucked a little bit there as well, which wouldn't have helped his kind of personality one bit. Around this time, James formed several versions of the rock and roll band Salt and Pepper, not the rap group from the 80s, and got involved with hairstylist Jay Seberg, who agreed to invest in his music. James claimed that in 1969, Seberg invited him to attend a party at actress Sharon Tate's house.
Get out of here.
I'm not fucking kidding. But he was too hungover to get out of bed. The next morning, he discovered that Seberg had been murdered, and he saw the Los Angeles headline, Sharon Tate, 4 others murdered. First of all, that's the second time that fate has intervened in Rick James's behalf, and boy, did it do him a favor there. Although I do feel that if the Manson family had showed up to Sharon Tate's house and they'd met Rick James, they'd have fucking run for the hills.
Probably.
Because he is probably more insane than Charles Manson, even at this point in his life. So,
did you see that Once Upon a Time in Hollywood?
I still haven't seen that yet. I haven't had the time to watch it, and I really want to.
I think it might have gone a little bit more like that. If he'd have been
gone, I'm Rick James, you crazy fuckers. So, yeah, they'd have been, get the fuck away from this guy. He is crazy. Let's get back home where things are somewhat normal. In 1973, James signed with A&M Records, where his first single under the name Rick James, My Mama, was released in 1974, becoming a club hit in Europe. In 1976, James returned to Buffalo and formed the Stone City Band. Shortly thereafter, he recorded Get Up and Dance, his second single to be released. In 1977, James and the Stone City Band signed a contract with Motown's Gordy Records imprint, where they began recording their first album in New York City. In 1978, of April that year, James released his debut solo album, Come Get It, which included the Stone City Band. The album launched the top 20 hit You and I, which became his first #1 R&B hit. The album also included the hit single Mary Jane, which eventually sold 2 million copies, launching James's musical career to stardom and helping out Motown at the time, they were fucking fading fast by this point. Holy
Give
shit.
him a little booster shot.
Yeah, like we will take it. Rick, keep on pumping out the hits. In early 1979, James's second album, Busting Out of L7, followed the previous album's success, eventually selling 1 million copies. A third album, Fire It Up, was released in 1979, going gold. Around that same period, James launched his first headlining tour, the Fire It Up tour, and agreed to invite then upcoming artist Prince, as well as singer Tina Marie, as his opening act.
Good grief.
I know. He knows everybody.
Crushing life at this point.
He totally is. James had produced Marie's successful Motown debut, Wild and Peaceful, and was featured on the hit debut, I'm a Sucker for Your Love. James was credited with naming Marie Lady T on the song, a nickname that stuck with Marie for the rest of her career. The Fire It Up tour led to James developing a bitter rivalry with Prince after he accused the musician of ripping off his act, which you kind of look at the two and you're like, there's something there. Similarities for sure. But then again, it's like, it's Prince. I don't know. It better. Yeah, he did. Let's be honest. Let's be honest. Prince is one of a kind. Rick James was very, very good, but I think Prince was Prince as much as I can see. Yeah. Following the end of the tour in 1980, James released the ballads-heavy Garden of Love, which featured his fourth gold record. In 1981, James recorded his best-selling album to date, Street Songs, which, like his previous 4 albums, was a concept album. Street Songs featured a fusion mix of different genres, including rock and new wave, as well as James's brand of crossover funk, enabling James's own style of punk funk. The album featured hit singles such as Ghetto Life, the Tina Marie duet Fire and Desire, Give It To Me, Baby, and his biggest crossover hit to date, Super Freak, which peaked at number 16. Holy shit, that song. Number 16 on the Billboard Hot 100 and sold over 1 million copies. God damn. Street Songs peaked at number 1 on R&B and top 3 on pop, which is amazing. Sold over 3 million copies in the US alone. Following up the success, James released 2 more gold albums, 1972's Throwing Down and 1982's Throwing Down and 1983's Cold Blooded. During this period,
everything he touches turns to gold. Or
at
platinum.
This point, yeah, and cocaine. During this period, when Prince became a success as a producer and other acts, including The Time and Vanity 6, James launched the acts Process and the Do-Rags and the Mary Jane Girls, featuring his former backing singer, Joanne McDuffie, as the lead vocalist, and she helped him out with hits like All Night Long, Candyman, and In My House. I'm just going to gloss a lot of this. It like goes on about his thing, but I think we can all agree at this point, it's kind of an amazing career, right?
Oh yeah.
Up until 1986, he was massive across the world, which is kind of incredible given all he's been through in his life at this point, all the challenges. He has turned himself into one of the biggest musicians on the planet at this point. And
what do you have,
he
like
has
5 gold albums?
5 gold albums. And like he sold over 20 million records at this point worldwide, which is a great number for that time and that era.
Oh, yeah.
And now we get to the difficult part. And this is the usual Rick James bullshit. James's controversial and provocative image became troublesome sometimes. Famous for promoting the use of marijuana live in concerts during a time when simple marijuana possession could lead to long-term prison sentences. He'd smoke that shit on stage and basically challenged the police to arrest him. James was often threatened by cops in various cities that he would be arrested if he smoked marijuana on stage during performances of songs such as Fire It Up and Mary Jane. I wonder why they were called those names.
It couldn't have anything to do with marijuana use.
No, exactly.
Smoking joints on stage.
Not like he was super into that shit or anything. According to Kerry Gordy, who sounds like Terry Gordy, but the wrestling brain in mind, that's me. Most Motown executives erroneously thought the latter song. So this is most Motown executives are so out of touch at this point. They thought that the song Mary Jane was simply just a cute love song to a girl, not knowing that the song was about marijuana. I don't buy that for a fucking second. I guarantee at least one of them was still like, no, that's weed, right? He's talking about smoking weed. Maybe we should think about this more carefully. James's overtly sexual bravado made it tough for him to become a bigger mainstream act after the debut of the fledgling music video network MTV in August 1981. God, MTV used to be so cool. Holy shit. That MTV back in the day was so amazing.
I wish they would bring it back. I'm sick of reality television.
Just for just for nostalgia's sake, I would love original MTV around, or like up until the early 90s. Oh my god, it was so fucking good. Yeah. James tried to present the music videos Super Freak to the label, only for the channel to turn the video down. James accused the network of racism. MTV denied this, stating the real reason Super Freak was turned down by MTV was because they felt James' video was far too vulgar for the channel, which, like, it's fucking MTV. Like, get off.
Well, I mean, early on, I guess maybe, but
maybe in the early days, yeah, but that did not last.
They had like 2 Live Crew and shit on there.
I know. Fucking hell. When younger artists such as Michael Jackson and Prince found fame on the channel, James accused the two singers of being tokens in a 1983 interview. I know, fucking hell. And demanding that any black artist that has a video aired on MTV take their video off the channel in protest. James's rant was co-signed, and this is interesting, by David Bowie, who argued with MTV VJ Mark Goodman about the lack of black artists being featured on the channel, despite the successes of Jackson and Prince. Now, when you got Bowie on your side, you kind of might be right at that point. Yeah, it's like there is definitely something there, because early MTV was American music at that time. To have separate charts, we never had that over here. We just had one chart. Yeah, we only ever had the top 30. It was it was entirely integrated from the moment like Top of the Pops came around in the 1960s. Before that, even when there were other shows, it was so the idea of like an R&B chart or like an urban chart or whatever it might have been, it's kind of a bit weird to me.
We like to take things and put them into little boxes here so that we can stay good and separate.
Yes, separate but equal, of course. When MTV and BET both avoided playing the video for Lucy's Rap because of its graphic sexual content, James considered the networks hypocritical in the light of them still playing provocative videos by artists such as Madonna, which is a fair point. Madonna was pretty, I mean, even back in the 80s, she was super provocative. She hadn't quite done Like a Prayer yet, but man, they were pretty out there, some of those videos for the time.
Yeah.
In 1989, James's 11th album, Kickin', was released only in the UK. By 1990, he'd lost his deal with Warner Brothers, and James began struggling with personal and legal troubles. However, to the rescue comes MC Hammer, releasing his signature song, You Can't Touch This, which sampled the prominent opening riff from Super Freak. James and his co-writer on Super Freak, Alonzo Miller, successfully sued Hammer for a shared songwriting credit, and all three consecutively received Grammy Awards for Best R&B Song in 1991, and also got him a shitload of money because that song was everywhere. Right. Oh my god! I think I was 10 years old. I was 10 years old when that song came out. It was on every channel. I mean, we're not just talking about MTV. Like, fucking news stories about it. Every video package would feature it. There were people doing the dance, people buying parachute pants.
They started moving it into movies. He started Hammer
was everywhere, and I guarantee that like 50% of the money he made off that record went to Rick James. So
and
good
the rest
for
of
Rick
it just
James.
ran off.
Yeah, exactly. Rick James needed nose candy money, and boy, did he get it in spades in 1991. In 1997, James released Urban Rhapsody, his first album since his release from prison on assault charges. And he toured to promote the album. The same year, he discussed his life and career in interviews with MTV musical documentary series Behind the Music, which aired in early 1998. That was kind of notorious. I mean, a lot of Behind the Music stuff was quite intense at the time, but yeah, the Rick James stuff, it's like they haven't seen anything until they see Rick James.
It's another show I missed from MTV.
Oh god, that was so cool. I mean, there's an obsession at the moment with documentaries. Until you've seen Behind the Music, VH1, you just like, it's kind of a lot of the stuff that went on. Oh my god, it's shocking, the stuff that they reveal in those shows. James's musical career slowed down again after he suffered a minor stroke during a concert in 1998. He was featured on the song Gravy Love with Ike Turner, just an FYI, fuck you, Ike Turner, you scumbag, for the 1998 soundtrack album Chef Aid, the South Park album.
Yeah, buddy.
James was on South Park. It's fucking made that we can retire happy now that those two things have collided. James accepted an offer by Eddie Murphy to appear in the comedy drama Life. So I kind of didn't include it. I don't know why I didn't include it. I must have just, when I was copying and pasting and writing and stuff, I mustn't have included it. We can't talk about Rick James without talking about the amazing appearances on the Chappelle Show.
Oh, yeah.
Where Charlie Murphy talks about his life. And he talks hilarious stories about his encounter with Prince, when Prince absolutely demolished him while playing basketball. But the two funniest ones are the Rick James moments where he talks about Rick James punching him in his face with a ring that had Unity written on it, and then beating the crap out of Rick James. And they actually have Rick James there to record, to kind of talk about some of this stuff. And he was like, Charlie Murphy thinks he's Bruce Lee or some shit. But then there's another one where they talk about Rick James going to Eddie Murphy and Charlie Murphy's house at the time. And Eddie Murphy had brand new suede couches. Yeah. And Rick James walked in with boots on that were covered in mud and just like deliberately smeared mud and crap all over these sofas. And while he was doing it, apparently he was staring both Murphy brothers in the face. So they beat the shit out of him, apparently, to the point where he had to drag himself off the sofas. And they cut back to Rick James, and he's like, I wouldn't just go in somebody's house and just smear stuff. I didn't do stuff just for doing it. No, I wouldn't do that. What kind of a person do you think I am? He pauses for 2 seconds and he goes, yeah, I remember smearing shit all over Eddie Murphy's couch. It's like, what the fuck? So Rick James was high during that interview, and boy, can you tell, because he slurs his speech, even though he's like funny and coherent and stuff. He gave us the famous quote, "Cocaine is a hell of a drug," from that interview, which is just amazing. If you've never seen the Chappelle Show sketches about, featuring Charlie Murphy, who, bless his heart, he passed away last year, I think. An amazing talent, Charlie Murphy, such a good writer as well. Go back and watch them, but be warned, Comedy Central does not pay Dave Chappelle royalties for those fucking appearances. So,
which is nuts.
Yeah, that is bullshit. So if you want to stick it to Comedy Central, I feel completely fine in telling you to torrent those, because if you're not going to pay talent residuals for the work they put in decades ago, then you deserve to have your shit pirated, to be quite frank. Now we get to the really messed up stuff. Friendships. James's friendship with Eddie Murphy and Murphy's older brother Charlie were recounted as they were close friends. He met Eddie Murphy in 1981. He was also close to Charlie Murphy, who worked as a security guard for his brother. And we've just talked about the skits. James was good friends with actress Debbie Allen. Allen once invited James to a Broadway show and sent a car to pick him up. During the show, James fell asleep due to exhaustion from prior sexual activities.
Yeah, so he was up for 4 days on cocaine and sex.
Yep. Rick James was awake for basically 72 hours doing drugs, having sex with as many prostitutes as he could get his hands on. And then his friend is like, "Oh, Debbie, yeah, I'll come to your show." And then he's fucking snoring. Probably still got powder all over his face. Afterwards, Alan confronted him in the dressing room. She pinned him down and pleaded that he was throwing his life away. "All you do is get high and have sex," she said. He promised to change his ways, but he broke his promise the same night.
Yeah, sounds about
because
right.
he's Rick James. The same fucking night. Oh my god. James
I'm still
was
playing those clips in my head where he's kicking that couch.
Fuck your couch. So, James was also a friend of fellow Motown act performers Smokey Robinson and Marvin Gaye. That's really cool that he could have been like friends with someone he idolized. That's really cool. And like, I know Marvin Gaye was no saint, but I kind of feel like if Rick James had maybe spent a bit more time with him, maybe he'd have been a bit calmer, a bit more level-headed, because Marvin did not do coke. Marvin was not a coke guy. He probably would have smoked weed and that would have been it, just chilled and drunk and stuff, but that's it.
Well, if it would have been Crosby, Stills,
he'd have been dead.
Nash and James.
Yeah, can you imagine? They'd have all been dead in a year. It would have been terrible. So let's see what else we got. Idolized as a teenager. Additionally, he befriended Gay's second wife, Janice, and he was godfather of Gay's daughter, Nona. James's relationship with Robinson began shortly after James signed with Motown, and in 1983, the duo recorded the hit Ebony Eyes, which is a fucking amazing song, gotta be honest. James also idolized former Temptations lead singer David Ruffin and Ruffin's self-proclaimed cousin, bass vocalist Melvin Franklin, and grabbed at the chance to produce the hit "Standing on the Top" for them back in 1982. Before that, the then current lineup of the group recorded backing vocals on two James-associated projects, James Street songs, including Ghetto Life and Super Freak, and Tina Maria's It Must Be Magic. So, yeah, he's famously shouted out, "Temptation, sing!" like that. So that's the Temptation singing in the background. Now we move on to the drugs.
Here we go.
Here we go. James's drug problems began in his teens, first with marijuana and then heroin. So that was a very quick
hell of a jump.
Escalation. Jesus. He began using cocaine in the late 60s. How the fuck did he live as long as he did? His cocaine addiction increased by the 1980s. So he'd been doing it for 20 years at this point. So his threshold must have been fucking through the ceiling. And he began freebasing by the end of the decade. When he smoked crack cocaine in his Beverly Hills mansion, he often put up aluminium foil on the windows to block out onlookers because they're like, "Oh my God, it's Rick James. Wait, what's all that rock doing around his living room?" Although James claims he quit cocaine when he entered prison, his autopsy found that there was a small amount of the drug in his bloodstream at the time. To be honest, knowing Rick James, that could have been residual.
Well, I think by that, doing it for 20 years, his blood might have just been powder.
Yeah, his blood was essentially white at that point. It was like Aerosmith's fucking dressing room in the 1980s. His drug use led to major health problems. In April 1984, he was hospitalized after being found unconscious in the middle of his house by a friend. In 1998, he suffered a stroke after a blocked blood vessel ruptured in his neck during a concert at Mile High Stadium in Denver. And imagine the altitude would have probably played a part in that aspect as well.
Clumped up that powdery blood he has.
Yeah, exactly. He kind of thinned it out even more. Earlier that year, he had a hip replacement surgery to repair bone damage from jumping around on stage and substance abuse. I love that, like, "Oh, Rick, you've got to stop jumping around on stage." Wait, why are you doing cocaine right now, Rick? We're trying to talk to you about a medical diagnosis. Now we get to the even more messed up shit. By the 1990s, Rick James's drug use was public knowledge. He was heavily addicted to cocaine and later admitted to spending $7,000 a week on drugs for 5 years straight. This man.
Holy shit.
I think that's so much money. Oh, this is the 90s. £7,000 in today's money from the 90s. You're looking at like 30 grand a week. That's so much money.
Nuts.
That is crazy. James, on August 2nd, 1991, James and his girlfriend Tanya Hijazi were arrested on charges of holding 24-year-old Frances Alley hostage for up to 6 days, tying her up, forcing her to perform sex acts and burning her legs and abdomen with the hot end of crack cocaine pipes during
Jesus.
a week-long cocaine binge. He must have been completely delirious or just a bastard, to be honest.
Nutty. That's bad.
It's not good, is it?
So much
James,
for not being able to be qualified to be a pimp because he didn't
yeah,
believe in abuse of women.
that's pretty
Out the
fucking
window.
out there. Yeah, you were definitely qualified to be a pimp, buddy. James faced a maximum life sentence in prison if convicted on all charges, which included assault with a deadly weapon. I'm assuming the crack pipe must have been big, aggravated mayhem, which sounds like an album he could have released,
I'm using that one.
torture. Oh, and this is the worst part: forcible oral copulation, false imprisonment, and kidnapping. On November the 3rd, 1992, while out on bail for the incident, James, under the influence of cocaine, assaulted music executive Mary Sager at the St. James Club and Hotel in West Hollywood. Sager claims she met James and Hijazi for a business meeting, but said the two then kidnapped and beat her for a 20-hour period. He's out on bail for the same fucking thing at this point. James was found guilty of both offences, but was cleared of a torture charge that could have put him in prison for the rest of his life. While serving his 5-year prison sentence...
What?
I know. Fucking kidnaps two people, basically rapes one of them, and tortures them for days on end. He got 5 years in Folsom. James lost a civil suit to Seeger, good for her, and was awarded nearly $2 million in damages in 1994. He would have been wiped out by the time he came out of prison with all this. James was ordered to pay her about $1 million. The hotel and a private security firm were found liable for nearly $750,000 damages, good, due to negligence. James was released from prison on August 21st, 1996, after serving 2 years in prison for that shit. Not even half the sentence was spent in prison. On the morning of August the 6th, 2004, James's caretaker found him dead in his Los Angeles home at the Oakwood Toluca Hills apartment complex just outside Burbank. His longtime publicist, Sajita Murthy, released a statement to the media stating he died of natural causes. Fuck off.
Well, I mean, if you're that addicted to cocaine, I suppose an overdose would be a natural cause.
Yeah, kind of at that point, you are 50% cocaine, I guess. So James died from pulmonary failure and cardiac failure associated with his various health conditions of diabetes, stroke. He had a pacemaker and a heart attack. His autopsy found alprazolam, diazepam, bupropion, citalopram, hydrocodone,
well,
digoxin.
Two of those are depression meds.
It keeps going. Chlorofenarine, and meth, and cocaine,
and meth,
and meth, and cocaine in his blood. So his blood was essentially pills and coke at that point, and crystal. Fuck. However, the coroner stated that none of the drugs or drug combinations were found to be at levels that were life-threatening in and of themselves. Just fucking... How many drugs does someone need in their system before it becomes a problem for a coroner? Really? It's like, and when your blood stops moving, that's when it's a problem. But it could still move around the pills and the coke and the rock and stuff.
It's just jellied pills.
If it become a non-Newtonian fluid at that point, it's like you could have stepped on his blood and made a bridge out of it. However, the coronary... we've read that part. Following a public viewing by fans, a private memorial was held at Forest Lawn Memorial Park, Hollywood Hills. James was buried at the Forest Lawn Cemetery in Buffalo, New York in 2004. Thus ends the insane tale of Rick fucking James. And oh my God, it's kind of insane the life that man had.
Dude, not even kind of. It's just straight up batshit crazy.
It is completely insane. And I mean, you know, we've talked about this before about people who become serial killers or people who become problems or people who become dangerous. Early trauma is almost always a significant indicator that they are going to become problems themselves in later life. However, Rick James had so much trauma that by the time he was even 19, he was just fucked. There was no chance for him to have a normal life at that point. So what do you make of the in-depth life of Rick James?
Well, I mean, I think maybe life got too boring for him too. I mean, Jesus, he's like knocking it out of the park early on. He's friends with everybody, all these talented people.
Yeah.
What else are you gonna do? You just gotta start snorting cocaine and heroin and everything else you can get.
Literally every single drug known to humankind was in his system at the end, apparently. So fuck.
Right. God, just because the story was so good and his life is so insane, I want to give him like a high score. But I mean,
yeah, he didn't. I mean, okay, yeah, he did some pretty horrible shit. Like,
he get extra points with the burning people with crack pipe and the torture, rape, kidnapping thing. Yeah,
but he didn't murder anyone. And like, in terms of, I guess you look at it in terms of the positives he gave the world. I mean, obviously, he was a terrible human being, from what we can tell, but he gave the world some amazing stuff, some amazing art, and you add points for that. But he contributed to society. Some of the people we've covered did not contribute to society. Some people have actually destroyed society for some parts. Some people have ended the world, more or less.
Straight up.
Yeah, straight up. So for that, that goes in his favor, but just the most insane life. And really, when I was thinking about it, because I did have somebody else in mind, and I may cover them in a later opportunity, but I was just randomly, I was like, what about Rick James? Oh my God, Rick James. And then I remembered all of the shit he got up to, and I read more, and I was like, I can't even fucking believe half of this stuff. I didn't even know a lot of the good stuff about him, but yeah, just the most incredible life.
Absolutely.
Why isn't there a Rick James biopic?
There has to be. There should be. That's another one. Damn it, Netflix, get on it.
God damn it, Netflix, give us the money. Like, who do you get to play Rick James, though? I mean, really, who's gonna take that's
Dave Chappelle.
Dave Chappelle. Fuck, that's perfect. That's perfect. I'm sure he'd do that as long as he got paid enough money. Yeah. So what's your score?
Royalties too. I'm gonna say,
Rick James.
I'm gonna say 78.
I like that. Yeah. That's ironic because that was probably his peak year as well. So yeah,
symbolism.
Before it all went horribly wrong. So there we have it. Robespierre, the father of the guillotine in France, gets an 87. And then inversely, Rick James, possibly the father of cocaine, gets a 78. Obviously, with this podcast, there's certain types of people that we cover in each series. I kind of allow myself to have a wrestler per season because, believe me, you could do an entire podcast on stupid wrestlers. I mean, there's an entire show out there about it called The Dark Side of the Ring. And I allow myself a professional athlete generally every season, maybe a footballer, sometimes a baseball guy, sometimes an American football guy. Maybe we'll get to that one particularly notorious golfer soon, eventually as well. That I guess there's a couple of those anyway. But yeah, and I also occasionally allow myself a musician, as we've covered Rick James.
Mm-hmm.
Past, which was one really big one. We haven't covered a musician in a while, so I was like, well, maybe I can dip my toe back into the insanity that is the world of rock and roll. So I've decided to cover one of the most intensely notorious musicians of all. I know that people are probably thinking of the timing of this. It's Jared Leto. It's not Jared Leto. It's let's talk to you today about probably, I don't know about the greatest, but one of the most famous drummers of all time. Let's talk about the embodiment of rock and roll. Let's talk about Keith Moon.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there you go. A bit of a surprise there. So Keith John Moon, awesome name. Like, born to be a rock star with that name.
That's his real name.
His real name is Keith John Moon.
Okay.
If you say it fast enough, he sounds like a North Korean dictator. But Keith John Moon was born to motor mechanic Alfred Charles Moon and Kathleen Winifred Kitty Moon, which is also a great name.
Yeah, it is.
Kitty Moon. That's
Coolest
a
name in the
superhero name.
family.
Yeah, I mean, come on, he's bound to be something interesting with names like that. On the 23rd of August, 1946, at Central Middlesex Hospital in northwest London, shout out to Middlesex for the word sex. Fittingly, for a rock and roll legend, he grew up in the London area of Wembley, less than a mile from the enormous stadium, which would host numerous legendary concerts and events, including Queen's famous Live Aid performance, which was seen by 1 billion people and is considered one of the greatest live performances of all time because of Freddie Mercury's incredible command of the audience, despite basically having a fever and not really being at his best. Moon was, as you can probably imagine if anybody knows anything about Keith Moon, he was a hyperactive child. With a restless imagination and a particular fondness for music and the Goon Show. So, a bit of history for you for Americans listening and anyone outside of the UK. The Goon Show is one of the most famous radio shows of all time. It started in the 50s, I want to say, maybe the 50s, late 50s. It's a British radio comedy show, series of weird sketches. It predates Monty Python by a good 10 years, but it's very Monty Python in its strangeness and weird voices and characters and stuff. Avant-garde, weird comedy on the BBC radio. It was created by Spike Milligan, who is such a genius. He spent several years in mental institutions for being completely insane. Harry Seacombe, who was also an operatic singer, and a little person called Peter Sellers, who people may have heard of. Yeah,
I've heard that name before.
Pink Panther and Dr. Strangelove, where he played multiple different roles, including the guy in the wheelchair who has to stop himself from Zeke Heiling every 3 minutes or so. It's so he grew up idolizing the Goon Show, and that show is complete anarchy, and it was one of the very early BBC comedy shows that kind of had very little structure at all. And there's one of my, it's not something that's particularly well remembered. The Goon Show hasn't aged well, particularly because some of the sketches are a little bit racist, but it's the 1950s, so things were racist. But one of the sketches that really struck me was this guy who is talking to his friend, and he says, "Oh, what time is it?" And you just hear this paper unfolding. He's like, 7:43, and he's like, "Why do you have the time written on a piece of paper?" And it's like, "It's always accurate." And it's like, "Well, how did you get the time written on a piece of paper?" And he's like, "Oh, I got it from a friend of mine." It's like, "Where did he get it from?" "Well, he had his written on a piece of paper as well." It was just this really weird little sketch about how time didn't really exist and everyone had a piece of paper written on with a different time on, and it didn't matter. It was just strange. Anyway, Moon also attended Alperton Secondary Modern School after failing his 11+ exam, which precluded him attending a grammar school. Grammar schools, like the system back then, it was like you wanted to get into a grammar school because they had the better teachers, better facilities and stuff like that. But if you didn't do so well, you went to a modern school instead. So basically, the UK is obsessed with the class system, and it extends into the education system. So if you were dumb, you went to a shit school. Make that make sense. His art teacher said in a report, he was surrounded by horrible teachers, basically. His art teacher said in a report, "Our word artistically," that word, idiotic in other respects. So not very kind to a young Keith right there. His music teacher wrote that Moon has great ability, but must guard against the tendency to show off. That is never going to change. And here is a picture of young Keith Moon, and he just looks like a normal kid in the 50s. You know, like shirt, weird little 50s haircut. It's strange that a child already, because it's the 1950s and teenagers aren't really a thing yet, that he's basically, it looks like an adult straight away. Everyone in the 40s and 50s looked 47 years old.
Yeah. I mean, maybe that's what they meant about he's not creative.
Yeah, it's like his shirts are very plain and dull. That would change. So Moon joined his local Sea Cadets Corps, I don't know. Do you guys have anything like the Sea Cadets? And I can explain it to you in a second. But
I don't know.
so
Like,
Sea
is it like
Cadets is
ROTC?
it's like, so it's a national youth charity. The cadets follow an ethos, training plan, and rank structure similar to that of the Royal Navy, and are recognized by the UK Ministry of Defence. And they do like, you train them up on how to use weapons and how to go
Okay.
out in the ocean and use planes and stuff. And it's basically like a gateway for people that maybe want a career in the military to kind of see if they're going to be cut out for a career in the military. And the Sea Cadets is one of the easiest ways to do that.
Gotcha. Okay.
Um,
So that's kind of like the ROTC or junior ROTC type of thing.
Sure, yeah, it's
with
like
water.
yeah, exactly. It's a really interesting thing, and it provides a lot of structure for people that don't necessarily have a huge amount of structure in their lives. So if it works out, they go into the army, and it's a good thing for them. So let's see. He joined the Sea Cadet Corps band at the age of 12 on the bugle, of all things, but found the instrument too difficult to learn and took up drums instead, which fits his hyperactive, show-off nature perfectly, to be honest with you. And yeah, there's a picture of the Sea Cadets and their band. So yeah, bunch of drummers there. That's a bunch of opportunity there for you to express yourself musically while also doing a thing to knacker yourself out so you're not running around your house like a lunatic all day. So great for kids. He was interested in practical jokes and home science kits,
Okay.
with a particular fondness for explosives.
Oh.
So hyperactive, big personality, lover of music, fondness for explosions. He was either going to become a rock star or Charles Manson, basically. So,
Well, I mean, he could have stayed, in the Navy.
he could, in the Navy, he could have done really well, especially if he's fond of explosions. But the explosions thing, that becomes a big part of his life, and unfortunately a big part of one of his band members' lives as well afterwards. Oh yeah, very famous moment. On his way home from school, Moon would often go to Macari's musical studio on Ealing Road to practice on the drums there, learning his basic skills on the instrument. He left school at around Easter 1961 at the age of just 14, so he dropped out basically.
okay.
Yeah. Moon then enrolled at Harrow Technical College. This led to a job as a radio repairman, enabling him to buy his first drum kit. So got a proper job.
Nice.
Love to see that. Yeah, we do. And I think we got a very early picture of Keith Moon before any of the problems there. If you can't see this, you can view all of our videos on YouTube, by the way, and Spotify. But yeah, there's a very young Keith Moon, and this is just after he's joined The Who, and we'll explain why he looks so young in a second. It's because he was so young.
So it's not the first drum kit then?
No, it's about the 50th.
Okay.
He does have a tendency to destroy them.
Liars.
Yeah. That's not his first drum kit. That is definitely not his first drum kit. We'll talk
Okay.
about why in a second. Moon took lessons from one of the loudest contemporary drummers, Screaming Lord Sutch. Had a band. Now, Screaming Lord Sutch, musician, artist, and politician, regularly ran for the prime ministerial position in the UK, and he had his own political party called the Monster Raving Loony Party. One of his policies was that he was going to fill the Thames with alligators. That was one of his.
Why?
Just why not? Just we've got the means to do it. Why not just chuck a bunch of wild animals in the Thames? So Screaming Lord Sutch had a band. They were very avant-garde, very weird, because it was incredibly early punk, because none of them could play any instruments.
Okay.
And he had a drummer called Carlo Little, who charged Keith Moon 10 shillings per lesson. So which wasn't a lot even back then, but I can give you a conversion. A shilling, as it is or was, is worth 5 cents today. So he was paying 50 cents per drum lesson.
Oh, okay. So that's a pretty good deal.
Value. Yeah, that's a great deal, especially from like a named musician. So good. That's good influence. His early style was influenced, however, by jazz American surf music, and rhythm and blues, exemplified by noted Los Angeles studio drummer Hal Blaine, who was like a session guy for a bunch of those like surf groups and rhythm and blues artists. His favorite musicians were jazz artists, particularly Gene Krupa, whose flamboyant style he subsequently copied. Gene Krupa, very famous jazz drummer, I think. He also admired Elvis Presley's original drummer DJ Fontana, The Shadows' original drummer Tony Meehan, and Pretty Things Viv Prince. Don't know too many of those, to be honest. I'm not.
Don't know any of them.
No, but we're talking 50s, so probably a lot of influence. But it's interesting that he's choosing like jazz, rock and roll, rhythm and blues. He's picking up all of these different drum styles, like really young, which is probably a good thing because you don't get stuck into a specific path. You pick
Gives
up
you that
everything.
versatility,
Yeah, exactly. So he's getting a really good kind of early education. Moon also enjoyed singing with a particular interest in Motown. He loved like original Motown and stuff like that. And also there's a movement that comes along just as kind of the Who are starting out. So Motown had this thing where they wouldn't always release all of the records that they had into the singles charts because they were just making music constantly. It was like a factory line of music. And a lot of the records that they didn't release in the US charts because they didn't think they would chart, they would send over to the UK and they would be released in the UK. And it started this movement called Northern Soul in the northern parts of the UK, which would be a lot of like white kids going to these Motown record sessions and concerts and stuff and DJs, and they would dance along to it. And it was a very specific style of dance that was born from these kids listening to Motown unreleased records. So yeah, Northern Soul has got a specific like dance style and it's got a specific musical style, and it gave birth to like elements of the punk scene and stuff. So yeah, there's a bunch of influence in that as well. So Northern Soul, give it a look. It's really interesting. And a bunch of music like Tainted Love that came from a Northern Soul release that was really popular in the UK. So
I got you. Okay, I'm getting some Northern Soul dancing pictures.
Yeah,
here.
yeah. And you got to remember this is like the 60s. So this is pre-punk. And yeah, they look pretty distinctive, pretty fucking punk. And it's still a big movement today. There are still people that go to Northern Soul nights and do this specific dance. And yeah, it's like, it's a cool thing. It's like punk music only with dancing, like a B-52s concert, basically.
Interesting.
So,
that's
it's
cool.
A really original form. It's an American culture that kind of rejected its own product, sent it over to the UK, and gave birth to this fusion of American soul, Motown music, and British kind of underground flamboyant dancing. It's a really cool thing, Northern Soul. Anyway, Moon also enjoyed singing, as I said, with a particular interest in Motown. Moon idolized the Beach Boys. So Roger Daltrey later said that given the opportunity, Moon would have left The Who to play for the California band, even at the peak of The Who's fame. That's how much he loved the Beach Boys.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. And I can't think of a greater disconnect between the Beach Boys' sort of laid back, fun-loving, good time vibes and the whirlwind of activity and chaos that is Keith Moon and the Who's rebellious music. It's just such a difference in styles, but he loved it. And I think probably he loved it because it was so different from the life he was living, really.
Okay.
During this time, Moon joined his first serious band called the Escorts, replacing his best friend, Jerry Evans. I hope he wasn't an actual escort. That's not a good thing. In December 1962, he joined the Beachcombers, a semi-professional London cover band playing hits by groups such as The Shadows. During his time in the group, Moon incorporated theatrical tricks into his act, including shooting the group's lead singer with a starting pistol. So, at the start of the race, you got those fucking things. Yeah, they're just on stage. They just have a shooting incident. Can you imagine if that happened in this day and age?
Oh, my goodness.
That's the end of your tour.
Yeah.
You probably get actually shot. Although I wonder if... No, I'm not going to make that joke. I was going to go dark. No, I'm not going to do that. The Beachcombers all had day jobs. Moon, who worked in the sales department at British Gypsum, which no one will know what that is. I had to look it up. British Gypsum is a building supply company, so like
that makes sense.
timber and stuff like that. So yeah, he went to a technical college. He's in the sales department, and also this is post-war Britain still. So we've just come out of rationing. Major cities are being rebuilt because the Nazis bombed the shit out of us. So there's a huge demand for building supply stuff. So he's doing really, really well. But at the same time, his heart's not in it because he just wants to play music. And he's 17 at the time. So doing okay for himself. In April 1964, age 17, he auditioned for The Who as a replacement for Doug Sandham. The Beachcombers continued as a local cover band after his departure. In fact, I've heard the name a bunch of times. I think the members have only recently passed away. But anyway, a commonly cited story of how Moon joined The Who is that he appeared at a show shortly after Sandham's departure where a session drummer was used. Dressed in ginger clothes, as in the colour of my hair, with his hair dyed ginger, future bandmate Peter Townsend later described him as a ginger vision. He claimed to his would-be bandmates that he could play better. He played in the drums. He played in the set's second half and nearly demolished the drum kit in the process.
Okay.
Moon later recounted, they said, go ahead. And I got behind the other guy's drums and did one song, Roadrunner, which interestingly, and as soon as I heard that, I was like, that's the exact same song that Johnny Rotten would use in his audition for the Sex Pistols.
Really?
Yeah. Roadrunner, goes 1,000 miles an hour. It's a really weird, like, I think it's a Pogue song.
Okay.
Not a Pogue song. Iggy Pop's band. What were they called? Anyway, Iggy Pop's band. I don't remember what they were called. This is before he set himself on fire. But yeah, Roadrunner, that was their song. It was really cool. And Keith Moon used it. The Stooges, thank you, Iggy and the Stooges. Yeah. So he went on stage and I did one song, Roadrunner. I'd several drinks to get me courage up. And when I got on stage, I went on the drums and broke the bass drum pedal and 2 skins and got off.
Oops. On purpose?
No, he's just like, he's so fucking wild. And he's so hyperactive and so out of control that's just how he played. I figured that was it. I was scared to death. Afterwards, I was sitting at the bar and Pete came over and he said, you, come here. I said, mild as you please. Yes, yes. And Roger, who was the spokesman then, said, what are you doing next Monday? I said, nothing. I was working during the day selling plaster. He said, you'll have to give it up. There's a gig on Monday. If you want to come, we'll pick you up in the van. And I said, right. And that was it.
Okay.
So he destroyed the drums and got the gig anyway.
You think this isn't him destroying them right now, there isn't?
Oh, that's him going as crazy as possible. And also, like, the theatrical faces, that's just who he was. That's not him doing a gimmick.
He's got his headphones duct taped on.
Yeah. It's because he played so wildly, they wouldn't stay on his head.
Ha-ha.
So... and he would just fucking rip the duct tape off as well. That's a common Keith Moon-ism. Now you can pay like probably $107 for like a studio designed plastic thing that will sit them around your head, I'd imagine. Moon later claimed that he was never formally invited to join The Who permanently. When Ringo Starr asked how he had joined the band, he said he'd just been filling in for the last 15 years.
Okay.
So, yeah. And you got a really cool picture of Keith there, actually.
Yeah.
Really candid picture of him looking, yeah, that's kind of standard Keith Moon. He's got a bit of an Oasis look about him. Looks like one of the Gallagher brothers.
A little bit,
A
yeah.
little bit. There's never a normal picture of Keith Moon. He always looks like he's being silly or he's ready to kill someone. Let's see. Moon's arrival in The Who completely changed the dynamics of the group. Sandham had generally been the peacemaker as Daltrey and Townsend feuded between themselves. But because of Moon's temperament, the group now had 4 members frequently in conflict. We used to fight regularly, remembered Moon in later years. John Entwistle and I used to have fights. It wasn't very serious. It was more of an emotional spur of the moment thing. I mean, yeah, Keith, that's basically every fight ever. You know, if you
They
put
did say they work.
yeah, that's kind of how fights start. I mean, if you put planning into them beforehand, that's generally assault or attempted murder. So yeah, it was just an emotional thing. Yeah, that's how fights start. It's emotions. Moon also clashed with Daltrey and Townsend. We really have absolutely nothing in common apart from music, he said in a later interview. I can understand that. Keith Moon is one of a kind. Roger Daltrey is kind of a visionary type person, and Pete Townsend's kind of a prick. So yeah, there's combustible elements in that whole scenario. Although Pete Townsend described himself as a completely different person to anyone I've ever met, the pair actually had a rapport in the early years and enjoyed practical jokes and improvised comedy. Moon's drumming style affected the band's musical structure, although Entwistle initially found Moon's lack of conventional timekeeping problematic. It created a completely original sound, and that's true because this is a time when, oh man, he looks terrifying. The Beatles have hit it big. The Rolling Stones have hit it big in America. The Who are kind of like the third band in that line of just kind of constant successful British bands that come along, and then soon afterwards you have Led Zeppelin, you have Pink Floyd, you have fucking Dire Straits, Genesis, and Black Sabbath, and Iron Maiden, and it's just a constant like carousel of bands. But while the Beatles they did that transition from like boy band to musical geniuses, and the Rolling Stones were kind of like sexy, rebellious young boys, the Who were just pure chaos and manic energy and rebellion, and that was the whole theme behind their music and their live stage performances. And a lot of that comes down to Keith Moon and his inability to keep a regular, like, straightforward beat, because a lot of rock musicians weren't that well trained, but he's trained in basically every drum discipline there is. And he's gonna like, oh, I'm going into 5/5 timing now. Why? We were doing a 4/4. What the fuck's wrong with you? So Moon's drumming basically completely changed the band's musical structure. Moon was particularly fond of touring since it was his only chance of regular socializing with his bandmates, and he was generally restless and bored when not playing live. That's a problem. This guy has to be on the road constantly, otherwise he becomes destructive.
It's a wandering soul.
He's a wandering soul with manic energy and a lust for destruction.
Like this?
So, like, okay, the picture is Keith Moon seemingly kicking his drum kit to pieces. It looks like there's a lot of flames or dust flying around. God knows what they're doing, but yeah, he did that every fucking night.
Man, that had to get expensive.
It did, and I'll go through that in a second. Holy shit! You got to remember, the Who are getting, and this is back in the 60s now. They're getting $15,000 per night to perform. Back in the 60s,
Okay.
and they are the wildest band until, like, because you hear about like rock and roll excess, they kind of originated a lot of that. I mean, obviously in the 50s you had people doing pills and stuff, but it was never like part of the act. With the Who, it was like a central core component of their show, really.
Okay.
So this later carried on over into other aspects of his life as he acted them out. According to journalist and Who biographer Dave Marsh, as if his life were one long tour, basically, these antics earned him the nickname Moon the Loon. He couldn't switch off. He was always on tour, basically. Moon's style of drumming was considered unique by his bandmates and contemporaries, although they sometimes found his unconventional playing frustrating. Entwistle noted that he tended to play faster or slower according to his mood. So
that would have to be frustrating as hell.
yeah, and his mood is wild because he has ADHD, so it changes, it flips on a dime like that. So you got jazz, booze, ADHD, and a propensity to punch people all mixing in together. It's not a combination for a stable beat or timekeeping right there. He wouldn't play across his kit. Entwistle added, he played zigzag. That's why he had two sets of tom-toms. He'd move his arms forward like a skier, so he's just like doing this the whole time.
Oh,
which is
geez.
terrifying. Daltrey said that Moon just instinctively put drum fills in places that other people would never have thought of putting them. Who biographer John Atkins wrote the group's early test sessions for Pi Records in 1964, in the 1964 show, that they seem to have understood just how important Moon's contribution was, because they went from like, there's this cool new band and they're doing okay, to like international megastars who sell millions of records, largely thanks to really interesting musical choices, but a drummer who is completely insane and does things that change the music entirely. Contemporary critics questioned his ability to actually keep time, with biographer Tony Fletcher suggesting that timing on Tommy was all over the place. Who producer John Astley said, "You didn't think he was keeping time, but he definitely was." In the opinion of Atkins, early recordings of Moon's drumming sound tinny and disorganized. It was not until the recording of Who's Next album, that's what it's called, Who's Next, with Glyn Johns, no-nonsense production techniques, and they needed to keep time to a synthesizer track, that Moon began developing more discipline in the studio. So he was like, oh, thank God, structure. You know, he's like a puppy that's drunk, and it's like, he needs structure to actually get productive and stuff. And that's effectively what this guy showed him the way. He was like, this is how you keep time in a regular record, but also we're going to try some random things, so you can still do the jazz shit and you can still do the Motown stuff. That's fine, you know. Fletcher considers the drumming on this album to be the best of Moon's career. Unlike contemporary rock drummers such as Ginger Baker and John Bonham, Moon hated drum solos and refused to play them in concert. At Madison Square Garden during the Who's 1974 tour, Townsend and Entwistle decided to spontaneously stop playing during Wasp Man to listen to Moon's drum solo. Moon continued briefly and then stopped, shouting, "Drum solos are fucking boring."
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, stop in the middle of the song and just say that. But I think that depends on like how long they go on for. But yeah, like drum solos can be boring because
They're extra boring when you stop in the middle of them to say that.
It's no longer a drum solo. It becomes like a soapbox moment at that point, which is kind of cool as well. Moon's constant need to make his bandmates laugh around the microphone led to him being banished from the studio when vocals were being recorded on records. This led to a game in which Moon would sneak in to the studio and join in the singing without being noticed or anything like that. Just like fucking army crawl into the studio and grab a microphone. At the end of Happy Jack, Townsend can be heard saying, "I saw you," to Moon as he tries to sneak into the studio. Just left that in the record. No need for another take on that one.
There you go.
Yeah. I think you got a cool picture of him there as well. Like, there's a lot of, because you got the Who cross eras. So you got a lot of black and white pictures, but you've also got like color pictures. So this is from Tommy, where he's like playing a character, and man, he looks fucking insane.
Uncle Ernie, right?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, such a really cool character and a really cool performance as well, man. I don't know anyone else other than maybe Dudley Moore that had that haircut, but for some reason it works for Keith Moon, where he's got like a little wisp of hair at the front and then just like a bit of a mullet at the back. But man, it looks good on him, maybe because he's always sweating.
See, I remember Monica on Friends had that haircut for a little while.
That's right. Keith Moon. Oh god. The drummer's interest in surf music and his desire to sing led to his performing lead vocals on several early tracks, including Bucket T and Barbara Ann, Ready Steady Who episode EP, in 1966, and high backing vocals on other songs such as Pictures of Lily. So he was a decent singer, which is surprising for a lot of drummers. I mean, there's not a huge amount of drummers you can look back on in history. Obviously, people will point to Dave Grohl. They'll look at what's his name from Genesis, Phil Collins.
He's a drummer?
He was a drummer, yeah. He started out as a drummer in Genesis and then left the group to do solo shit. He's an amazing drummer, Phil Collins, genuinely.
I genuinely don't know anything.
Yeah. It's one of those things that you like. It's one of those useless facts that I've kind of kept over the years. Like the original lead singer of Genesis was Sledgehammer singer. What's his name? I wanna be Sledgehammer. Oh, that's gonna drive me mad now.
You're gonna kill me.
I want to say Pete, but that's wrong as well.
Peter Gabriel.
Peter Gabriel, yeah, there you go. So Peter Gabriel was the original singer of Genesis, but they sacked him because he used to come on stage dressed in weird shit. And one stage, one night he came on stage with like a giant papier-mâché bacteria thing on his head, and there was nowhere for his microphone to go because there were just a few like tentacles coming off it, and they said, we realized at this point we didn't have a singer because he's just a guy with a bacteria thing on his head, so we had to get rid of him. Peter Gabriel did okay for himself after that. His performance, back to Keith Moon now, his performance on Bellboy on Quadrophenia in 1973 saw him abandon serious vocal performances to sing in character, which gave him, in Fletcher's words, full license to live up to his reputation as a lecherous drunk. It was exactly the kind of performance the Who needed for him to bring from him to bring them back down to earth. At an early show at the Railway Tavern in Harrow, Townsend smashed his guitar, accidentally breaking it. When the audience demanded he do it again, Moon kicked over his drum set. Subsequently, live sets usually culminated in what the band later described as auto-destructive art, in which band members, particularly Moon and Townsend, would elaborately destroy their equipment. They definitely regret this later on for a number of fucking reasons. Moon developed a habit of kicking over his drums, claiming that he did so in an exasperation at an audience's indifference. Townsend later said, a set of skins is about $300, and after every show he'd just go bang, 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 and then kick the whole thing over. Destroy $300 worth of drums every night.
That can't possibly just get really, really expensive.
No, that's not going to come back to bite you in the arse at all. In May 1966, Moon discovered that the Beach Boys' Bruce Johnston was visiting London. After the pair had socialized for a few days, Moon and Entwistle brought Johnson to the set of Ready, Steady, Go, which was a TV show at the time, which unfortunately made them late for a show with The Who that evening. During the finale of My Generation, an altercation broke out on stage between Moon and Townsend, which was reported on the front page of the New Musical Express, or NME, the following week. Moon and Entwistle left The Who for a week, with Moon hoping to join the Animals or the Nashville Teens. He changed his mind. He was like, no, I have to be back on tour now. So he returned. He just wanted to spend time with his hero. I don't know why Pete Townsend had to be a bit of a dick about that, but he was a little bit late for a gig. You know, it's The Who. You're supposed to be a bit late.
He was worried that he was going to get swooped up and go play that hot surf music.
Yeah. You can't have our drummer. He needs to be crazy over here. Could you imagine? And I think he might still be alive if he were doing the relaxed fucking beach music.
That beach music would have got a lot more intense.
Yeah. Oh my God. Could you imagine? It would have basically become the B-52s. It would have become that. It's kind of the craziness involved in that. If there's a single moment that sums up the chaos of Keith Moon and the combustibility of The Who at their best, it's the band's infamous performance on the Smothers Brothers Comedy Hour on September the 17th, 1967 at CBS's Television City in Los Angeles. It's quite the evening for controversial television appearances and for the beleaguered broadcaster CBS. A few hours earlier, across the country at CBS TV Studio 50 in New York City, The Doors appear on The Ed Sullivan Show and perform Light My Fire. Jim Morrison has agreed beforehand with censors and people from the TV network to change the line, "Girl, we couldn't get much higher," for the live broadcast, but instead of censoring it, he sings it anyway and actually accentuates it, and the Doors are banned from the show. So to be honest with you, Light My Fire could have gone far worse for them, because I genuinely feel like they could have lit something on fire in that moment.
It could happen. Yeah,
it could have happened, and CBS should really be thanking their lucky stars, because what happened over in California was way worse. Back in Hollywood, musicians turned comedians turned political lampoonists, the Smothers Brothers, are gearing up for the second show of the second season. Guests lined up for the show are Betty Davis, Mickey Rooney, and The Who. So 2 silver screen icons and the young upstarts who have a habit of destroying everything around them. So the band have a reputation for destructive live shows, but that doesn't faze the producers because they want this hot new thing, and they want to get that teenage audience. They want to get that like 18 to 25 demographic, and they need that ad revenue, but that's not going to be a great idea. Tommy Smothers, who had been a compere at the Monterey Festival earlier this summer, where he'd witnessed the Who's equipment smashing at close quarters while in what he later called an altered state of consciousness, and now gives the band free rein to treat their instruments as they see fit on live television on CBS at prime time.
No.
Not a good idea. Keith Moon, being Keith Moon, takes this as a personal challenge. And you've already got the picture. You've already got the exact picture of the moment I'm going to talk about. So Keith Moon has a small cannon filled with theatrical flash powder next to his kit. And under local union rules, he's not allowed to fill it himself. But he loads the cannon with an extra charge anyway, while the technicians aren't looking. Film director Jeff Steen, who uses the set's climax as the opening for The Who's much-loved documentary The Kids Are All Right, tells a slightly different story. It was 10 times the legal amount of gunpowder you're allowed to use on a soundstage.
Oh, my goodness.
Says Steen, Keith bribed a stagehand, and I think he got him loaded on some booze as well.
Oh, boy.
Cameras rolling. Betty Davis is playing Queen Elizabeth I of England in a sketch, and Mickey Rooney duets with Tommy and Dick Smothers, great name, and comedian Pat Paulson delivers a meandering political talk, and then it's time for The Who. After miming new single I Can See for Miles, which is a great song, they play My Generation. As the song climaxes, Moon kicks his drum kits off the riser, so it's kind of, instead of facing like that, it's like up a little bit, which is... That's kind of not what you want to point a cannon. Yeah, just like don't put it at a 45-degree angle, massive blast radius. And Townsend attempts to atomize his guitar, thrusting the headstock into this amp before tossing it into the air. And then there's an explosion, a huge flash, and the fucking studio shakes.
Yeah,
you can see it here. There's a massive fucking fireball in the background. The camera wobbles, the set fills with smoke, and through it, honestly, I remember watching footage when I was a child of the siege of the Iranian embassy in London, and the SAS just wandering onto the balcony, throwing a flashbang grenade into one of the windows, and just the whole building exploding. It sounds exactly the same as that. That's how fucking intense this thing is. There is video footage of it still on the internet, but it gets weirder amazingly after that. So there's the explosion, the huge flash, the studio shakes, the camera wobbles, the set fills with smoke, and through billowing clouds, Pete Townsend stumbles into shot with a finger jammed in his ear and his hair standing on end. Like Wile E. Coyote.
Oh, my.
It detonated right next to him. And he's closest to the blast and pays the ultimate price. My hair caught fire, Townsend said after the show. And he said years later that his hearing was never the same. He's now deaf in one ear because of this one fucking explosion. The lead guitarist, not years on the road, not massive Marshall amp stacks, just one fucking explosion because the drummer bribed a stagehand to shove a load of gunpowder in the fucking drum kit.
Goodness.
It's not just Pete Townsend, though. Keith Moon is also injured, and you can actually see him because he keeps looking at his arm during the video footage. The blast sends metal shrapnel from the cymbal slicing through his arm. So his blood is now pissing. His arm is now pissing blood.
Oh, no.
Roger Daltrey, who saw like the planning beforehand, and who's quite smart, knew what was going to come, so he retreated off stage and hid behind like a lead-lined barrier, basically. Really, really smart. John Entwistle, meanwhile, just seems completely unbothered by what's going on. It's like, yeah, this is a Tuesday for me, mate. This is totally normal. Tommy Smothers, obviously terrified that they've basically, there might be reports of a terrorist incident or something like that, walks on set with his acoustic guitar, ostensibly to restore some order. Unfortunately, Pete Townshend's got other ideas, and he grabs the guitar off him and smashes it to fucking pieces on the floor. So it's like, nope, we're done. Let's destroy more equipment. Everyone was so shocked. Remember Tommy Smothers years later, when Townsend came over and grabbed my guitar, I was busy just seeing where the bodies were, seeing if anyone was injured. That's how big the fucking explosion was. He picked the guitar up and people kept saying, did he really ruin your guitar? It looks so real. And I'd say, well, it was real. I was confused as hell.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Confused, disoriented.
Yep. Probably a little bit shell-shocked. You've probably got tinnitus now for the rest of your life. Just walking around going, mol, mol, mol. TV used to be fun. People blowing shit up, smashing instruments, sending silver screen icons, fleeing for their fucking lives. Apparently backstage, Betty Davis fainted into Mickey Rooney's arms, and he just got her the fuck out of there because he was like, right, I'm not staying near these children anymore. This is too dangerous. They've got explosives now. So while Moon, he was okay, no stitches required. He just fucking pulled the bits of metal out of his arm. Unfortunately, he had a white shirt on at the time, so he had to pull out fabric as well. Otherwise, that could have gone septic real fast.
Okay.
If, his skin and blood had been contaminated by unclean fabric, that would have been really bad. But yeah, that's one of the most famous live performances ever. You can watch the video on YouTube. Don't do it with headphones on because the explosion is not lowered by the microphones. It is a full fucking blast. It sounds like someone's let off a gun right next to your ears. That's how big it is.
Okay.
But that's the Who's introduction to American television. Basically just destroying everything, destroying a studio. While Keith Moon generally said he was only interested in working with The Who, he did participate in other musical projects. In 1966, he worked with the Yardbirds guitarist Jeff Beck. He also worked with pianist Nicky Hopkins and some guys called Jimmy Page and John Paul Jones, who would go on to form Led Zeppelin.
Well, that sounds familiar.
Yeah, I heard of those.
Some sort of band.
They might have sold 100 million records. And he worked with them on the instrumental of Beck's Bolero, which was a Jeff Beck project. It was a B-side on Hi-Ho Silver Lining and appeared on the album Truth. Moon, who played timpani on another track, a cover of Jerome Kern's Old Man River, was credited on the album not as Keith Moon, but as someone called You Know Who, which is
brilliant. I like that.
Yeah, I like that too. That's quite clever. Here's a really interesting thing about him hanging out with Jimmy Page and John Paul Jones. Keith Moon came up with the name for Led Zeppelin.
Did he?
Yes. It's such a random thing. When he supposedly briefly considered leaving The Who in 1966 and spoke with Entwistle and Page about forming a supergroup, Moon or Entwistle remarked that a particular suggestion, Keith Moon suggested that particular suggestion had gone down like a Led Zeppelin, a play on the term lead balloon. Although the supergroup was never formed, Page remembered the phrase and later adapted it to use as the name of his new band. So Keith Moon invented Led Zeppelin.
That's cool.
That's so fucking random. Also, just when we covered Rick James, bitch, we found that he had a bunch of random connections to fucking
Neil
Young, Jim Morrison, fucking all of these musicians, and also somehow managed to dodge being murdered by the Manson family and all of that shit. Right. The same thing is the case with Keith Moon. These bands all follow in together. He is best friends with the Beatles. He's hanging out with Led Zeppelin, with Jeff Beck, with all of these musicians, but also one of his closest friends towards in the last few years of his life was Steve Martin, of all people. Yeah.
Comedian?
The comedian Steve Martin. He appeared on a sketch, I want to say on Saturday Night Live, where like Steve Martin's doing a fake advert for a hotel, and the hotel has a musician called Keith staying in it, and he's destroying the fucking hotel room. And they're like, if you're a musician, you could stay in a hotel, and we don't mind that you destroy it. Anyway, Keith Moon just jumps all over him, fucking tackles into the ground and stuff. But also, like, Steve Martin's an accomplished banjo player. Like, he's an actual musician himself. And he's also quite a calming influence on the people around him who really like him. So him and Keith Moon actually became really close friends. Another random thing that we'll get to later, Keith Moon was best friends with a bunch of like actors and stuff, and one of them tried to check him into rehab. So we'll get to that in a minute as well. The Beatles became friends with Moon, as I mentioned earlier, and this led to occasional collaborations. In 1967, Keith Moon contributed backing vocals to All You Need Is Love, which is it's one of the most successful records of all time that was broadcast to, I think, 800 million people on live satellite television. On the 15th of December 1969, Moon joined John Lennon's Plastic Ono Band for a live performance at the Lyceum Theatre in London for a UNICEF charity concert. That's a cool, even though Yoko Ono's there, I would have loved to have seen that. In 1972, the performance was released as a companion disc to Lennon and Ono's album Sometime in New York City, which is the absolute drizzling shits. I've heard that album. It's terrible. Yeah.
Okay.
Really, really bad. Now, let's get to the thing that Keith Moon is also really famous for, which is his incredibly destructive behavior, which we've already sort of covered, but we're not even beginning to skim the surface of the insanity that is Keith Moon's lifestyle. Moon led a destructive lifestyle. During the Who's early days, he began taking amphetamines.
That's just for his ADD.
Sure. They're prescribed by a doctor who has a degree in medicine. Good. Yes. And in an Enemy interview, they asked him what his favorite food was. One of those like puff pieces, like, oh, what's your idea of a wonderful Sunday? Like, oh, fucking hell. They asked him what his favorite food was, and he said French blues. Yeah, and that's not the stinky cheeses there, folks. That's the pills. He spent his share of the band's income quickly and was a regular at London clubs such as the Speakeasy, where manager Roy Flynn recalls having to throw him out on 3 occasions, and the Bag O' Nails. The combination of pills and alcohol escalated into alcoholism and full-on drug addiction. We went through the same stages everybody goes through, the bloody drug corridor, he later reflected. Drinking suited the group a lot better, but we didn't stick to booze. So, yeah, should have stuck to the brown bag instead of the black bag. According to Townsend, Moon began destroying hotel rooms when the Who stayed at the Berlin Hilton on tour in late 1966. In addition to hotel rooms, Moon destroyed friends' homes and even his own, including, throwing furniture from upper-story windows. And these are like, okay, his friends are wealthy. All of their pieces are like antique furniture, and he's throwing them out of windows.
Oh, man.
This isn't like cheap hotel furniture. This is like collector's items and stuff like that he's destroying. In addition to hotel rooms, we've covered that. Andrew Neil, who is a journalist in the UK who's still working, and Matthew Kent estimated that Keith Moon's destruction of hotels and hotel toilets and plumbing in general cost as much as £300,000, so about $500,000 in his lifestyle. And you have a picture of said toilets there, I believe.
Here's a picture of a Keith Moon crapper.
Oh, there's barely anything left. It's like a pub toilet. Jesus. There's like a rim left, and that's about it. There's no plumbing left. These acts often... Oh, my God. We've just seen a picture of the hotel room he's staying in. Why, though? The sofa's fine. Like, you can sleep on that.
Can't get to that yet.
He's
invited Rick James over for taking care of that bit later.
Oh, you wait until you see the one person he hangs out with that he really should not be hanging out with. My God. These acts, often fueled by drugs and alcohol, were Moon's way of demonstrating his eccentricity. He enjoyed showing the public that he was kind of wild and crazy. Longtime friend and personal assistant Doug Butler observed he was trying to make people laugh and be Mr. Funny. He wanted people to love him and enjoy him, but he would go so far, like a train ride, you couldn't stop. He's got ADHD. He's wild and crazy. He's filled with all sorts of chemicals. He's going to take things too far because he just wants to get attention. Jesus Christ, jumping off a drum kit. Although I do like the outfit. I like the astronauts fucking thing in the shoes.
Yeah.
God, he looks a mess.
Some good air.
Yeah, it's good. It's like the image of rock and roll. So in a limousine on the way to the airport, Moon insisted they had to return to the hotel, saying, I forgot something. At the hotel, he ran back to his room, grabbed the television, and threw it out the window into the swimming pool below.
Oh.
He then jumped back into the limo, saying, I nearly forgot it. What the fuck is wrong with you, dude? Oh, my God. Fletcher argues, this is one of the biographers, that The Who's lengthy break between the 15th of December 1971 to the 11th of August 1972, is that a long break? That's just like, that's like 8 months off. That's not bad. Like, you've just been touring. Holy shit. Take some time off.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's normal. Anyway, that wasn't good, apparently. Between the end of their 1971 Who's Next tour and the beginning of the Quadrophenia sessions devastated Moon's health, as without the rigors of lengthy shows and regular touring that he'd previously kept him in shape, his hard partying lifestyle took a toll on his body. So he needs to be kept active. Otherwise, he finds activities that are not good for him, basically.
Gotcha.
So I understand that people who have hyperactive conditions, it's good to channel that into different things, but it's also the same for people who have addictions, to find avenues that you can take that addictive element of your personality or your behavior and channel it down a different route that's much healthier. Unfortunately, Keith didn't have that. He didn't really have any hobbies other than playing the drums. So, and you got another terrifying picture of him there.
It's later days.
Oof. Yeah, that's oh my God, the people in the background look scared for him as well. Like, he does not look well at all. Unfortunately, he did not keep a drum kit at home or practice at any local events or anything, and began to deteriorate physically as a result of his lifestyle. Around the same time, he became a severe alcoholic, starting the day with drinks. He changed from the lovable boozer he presented himself as to a boorish drunk. Here's some more insanity for you. Moon's favorite stunt was to flush powerful explosive down toilets. Keep that picture, by the way. We'll get into that in a little bit. According to Fletcher, Moon's toilet pyrotechnics, that's a great name for an album if you're ever thinking about it, began in 1965 when he purchased a case of 500 cherry bombs. Why is anyone selling a case containing 500 cherry bombs?
Terrorism?
I was going to say, like, that's Waco level gun running right there, right? That feels like you're a cover for something.
Well, they say cherry bombs, or is it M80s that are a quarter stick of dynamite?
Oh, it's no, the M80s are the real dynamite ones. The cherry bombs are small, but they're still fucking dangerous. They still do damage. Townsend remembers walking into the bathroom of Moon's hotel and noticing the toilet had disappeared, with only the S-bend remaining. The drummer explained that since the cherry bomb was about to explode, he'd thrown it down the toilet and showed Townsend the case of cherry bombs. And of course, from that moment on, the guitarist remembered, we got thrown out of every hotel we stayed in. Yeah. I'm just gonna go back to, I've mentioned this before, because a lot of musicians destroy hotel rooms, and it actually starts before the Who, but they made it like part of their persona. But my favorite one was the Faith No More one, where they would like leave the bed, the hotel room immaculate, like fold the sheets and stuff, and leave like all of the towels in the bathroom, the bathtub, like you're supposed to do whenever, because that's where the cleaners throw their stuff when they're cleaning stuff out. And they left everywhere immaculate, so the cleaners were never suspicious, but they'd always like take the hairdryer, take the top off it, and just have shit in the hairdryer, and then just leave it, put it back in the drawer, might be a couple of months later, someone actually tries to use that, and they get a hair full of shit. So
that's so terrible.
That's so righteous, man. That's about as that's subtle rock and roll behavior there. Anyway, so you remember you were asking me the difference between cherry bombs and M80 fireworks.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's about to step up. He upgrades from cherry bombs to M80 fireworks, and then that's not enough because he's an addict. So he goes on to full on sticks of dynamite.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it became his explosive of choice. Like you have your go-to drink, or you go to like restaurant or whatever. Keith Moon has a selection of explosives, but he's got a particular fondness for sticks of dynamite.
So he's a prospector from the 49s.
Yeah, if only he could be put to work on the railroads. Like America would have the most efficient railroad system in the world right now if Keith Moon had been given an alternate level of employment, really. All the this is a quote, all that porcelain flying through the air was quite unforgettable, Moon remembered. I never realized dynamite was so powerful.
Okay.
I never realized dynamite was so powerful. I'd been used to penny bangers before that. I wonder how deadly the stick of plutonium is if I put it in my mouth. He quickly developed a reputation for destroying bathrooms and blowing up toilets. The destruction actually mesmerized him and enhanced his public image as rock and roll's premier hellraiser. I kind of feel like, and I might be getting this completely wrong, anyone out there who has ADHD, please feel free to correct me. I feel like he's doing it because he's trying to feel something, or like he needs to, like, it gives him a specific feeling or a rush or something. So he blows up the toilets and it releases a specific sensation in him. And maybe that's why he did it. And it wasn't all about the, showing up for public and listen, this is me, I'm wild. But maybe it's just a sensation he enjoys. So I don't know. It could be. Tony Fletcher wrote that no toilet in a hotel changing room was safe until Moon had exhausted his supply of explosives. Same with me and Crohn's disease, dude. Yep, same thing. Entwistle recalled being close to Moon on tour, and both were often involved in blowing up toilets. In a 1981 Los Angeles Times interview, he admitted, a lot of times when Keith was blowing up the toilets, I was standing behind him with the matches. That's this fucking band, man.
Man.
We're so bored. Let's go and blow up the toilet. One time, a hotel manager called Moon in his room and asked him to lower the volume on his cassette recorder because it made too much noise. He'd go everywhere with a cassette recorder and play music. He's drowning out the boredom, basically. In response, the drummer asked him to come up to his room so that they could discuss the noise and he could lower the level to a specific pitch. He then excused himself to go to the bathroom, lit a stick of dynamite, put it in the toilet, and shut the bathroom door. Upon returning, he asked the manager to stay for a moment as he wanted to explain something. Immediately after that happened, there was a massive explosion, destroying the toilet. Moon turned the recorder back on and said, "That, dear boy, was noise." He's a fucking lunatic. He really is.
Yeah.
I know people use that word a lot, but this is someone who does not care. And yeah, it's about to get worse. This is the worst thing this is the worst story I've ever heard.
Well, I was going to say, to be fair, though, like he is stating a fact that was much noisier, I bet.
Yeah, that's noise. This is just slightly annoying.
Yeah.
And also, this is the Who. They've bought out the top floor of the hotel. Just back the fuck off. Otherwise, he's going to blow up more toilets. On the 23rd of... I can't believe I just said that. On the 23rd of August, 1967, on tour opening for Herman's Hermits, the Who, Keith Moon celebrated his 21st birthday. He's been doing all of this shit in the 60s before he turned 21. They celebrated it at a Holiday Inn in Flint, Michigan. Jesus Christ. Although it was initially believed that he was actually turning 20, Entwistle later said he decided that it was a publicized fact that it was his 21st birthday so that he could go out and start drinking on camera and entertain people. The drummer immediately began drinking upon his arrival in Flint. The Who spent the afternoon visiting local radio stations with Nancy Lewis, then the band's publicist, and Moon posed for a photo outside the hotel in front of the Happy Birthday Keith sign put up by hotel management. They really wanted him to stay there and enjoy himself, and boy, did he. According to Lewis, Moon was drunk by the time the band took to the stage at Atwood Stadium that night. Returning to the hotel, Moon started a food fight, and soon cake began flying through the air. The drummer knocked out part of his front tooth as a result of the food fight. That's some pretty hard cake.
Yeah.
At the hospital, doctors could not give him any anesthetic due to the level of alcohol in his system because it might kill him. So they had to pull out the remainder of his teeth without anesthesia.
Yeah, he didn't feel it anyway.
He really fucking didn't. Like, he couldn't feel his face by that point, let's be honest. Anyway, they've left the hotel against doctor's orders, they've left the hospital, gone back to the hotel against doctor's orders, and a melee erupts. 5 fire extinguishers were set off, guests and objects thrown into the swimming pool, and a piano reportedly destroyed. And then, may or may not have happened, a car, specifically a Rolls Royce, may have been driven into a swimming pool. We have a picture. It looks... See, I don't know if this is from the actual hotel or not, because, I mean, if so, I'm going to Flint, Michigan. That's a nice pool. But yeah, this is a picture of a Rolls Royce in a fucking swimming pool. The chaos ended only when police arrived with guns drawn. That'll fucking do it.
Yeah.
I mean, when you've driven a car into a pool at that point, it's like, right, okay, we need this to end now. A furious Hotel Inn management presented the group with a bill for $24,000, the equivalent to $300,000 in 2025 money. But that's like 2 days worth of performing for them. So
We're
it's
like,
a big fucking bill.
How many drum skins?
Like 1,000 drum skins at this point. Yeah, basically 1,000 drum skins, which was reportedly settled by Hermit's tour manager, Ed McCann. Townsend claimed that the Who were banned from life from all of the hotel's properties, but Fletcher wrote that they stayed at a Holiday Inn in Rochester, New York a week later, so it might have just been that, like, Michigan that they were banned from, possibly.
That guy's hotel. Whoever owns
Yeah, and they are not welcome inside Denny's ever again. No endless basket for them. Townsend claimed that the Who... Oh, no, I've already covered that. He also disputed a widely held belief that Moon drove a Lincoln Continental into the hotel swimming pool, as claimed by the drummer in 1972 Rolling Stone interview. However, Roger Daltrey, in an interview on BBC's Top Gear, stated that the group was banned from an entire state's worth of Holiday Inns, presumably because of the Lincoln Continental being driven into the pool. He also claimed that while he had not personally seen a car in the swimming pool, he'd seen a bill for damages and removal. I kind of... The fact that the bill was $24,000, I kind of feel that's accurate, because a $300,000 bill, I mean, yeah, you're getting a car out of a swimming pool for that kind of money, aren't you? Really?
Yeah.
He's kind of gone off the rails a little bit, and he's only 21. So, but it's about to get... Unfortunately, the drinking is about to finally have a really negative effect. On the 4th of January 1970, Moon accidentally killed his friend, driver, and bodyguard, Neil Boland, outside of the Red Lion pub in Hatfield, Hertfordshire. Pub patrons had begun to attack his Bentley. Moon, drunk, began driving to escape them and ran over Boland. Holy shit. After an investigation, the coroner ruled Boland's death an accident. Moon, having been charged with a number of offenses, received an absolute discharge. Nothing.
Oh.
Not even drink driving, which I guess back then would have been like a slap on the wrist anyway, but nothing. Not even like accidental, like dangerous driving, none of that. So
no negligent homicide or
nothing.
careless.
Not even. Yep. I want to say it's a different time, but it really wasn't. He killed someone. He probably should have done years in prison. I feel like this is a mistake, because without suffering any consequences or getting any form of punishment for that, and maybe getting help, because he saw his best friend He saw himself run his best friend over. There's no psychological intervention during that at all for him. Those close to Moon said that he was haunted by Boland's death for the rest of his life. According to Pamela de Barras, who was Moon's girlfriend for a time, Moon had nightmares which woke them both up after the incident, and he would wake up in a cold sweat. So that guy has PTSD.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's a traumatic event to go through.
It really is, and anyone who has any form of trauma like that, I mean, I know it's 1970 and there wasn't really any psychological counseling, but there was rehab. He could have gone to rehab at this point.
But then also no consequences or having to deal with it or fully realize it and stuff too. I think it's like an added element of survivor guilt thing too on top of it. Yeah.
Oh yeah, 100%. And this isn't the only time. There was another time when Keith Moon got in a car and drove so fast around a bend that the car skidded off the road and ended up in the field full of like poppies and stuff. Somehow nobody was injured in that crash either, but there are warning signs all over the place that this guy is completely out of control, and he's getting away with it because he's famous and rich. So
well, and that's his persona is out of control.
Exactly. And it's not helping him. He needs intervention at this point. Moon's lifestyle began to undermine his health and reliability. During the 1973 Quadrophenia tour at The Who's debut US date at the Cow Palace in Daly City, California, Moon ingested a mixture of sedatives and brandy. Not a good combination at all. During the concert, Moon passed out on his drum kit during Won't Get Fooled Again. The band stopped playing, and a group of roadies carried Moon off stage. They gave him a cold shower and injected him with cortisone, sending him back on stage after a 30-minute delay.
Okay.
That's not super responsible, really.
No, that's kind of like, you just shoot the running back with the tore up knee back up and get back out on the field, man.
Just give me the painkillers, doc. Well, just like that thing in Rocky where he's like, he can't see out of his eyes, so they have to cut his fucking eyes.
Yeah.
It's that thing. No, just stop at that point. But it didn't help because Moon passed out again during Magic Bus and was again removed from the stage. The band continued without him for several songs before Townsend asked, "Can anyone play the drums? I mean, somebody good." They're asking the audience in the Cow Palace if anyone can play a drum set. A drummer in the audience, Scott Halpin, came up and played the rest of the show. Again, I can't stress how irresponsible it is. Get him off stage, take him to hospital, cancel the tour, and get him into rehab. Don't shoot him up like he's fucking Uma Thurman in Pulp Fiction and throw him back out on stage. It's really dangerous. Just at that point, you have to have a full-on intervention. Everyone has to go home. Everyone needs to rest. You cancel that and you refund tickets and you come back a year later when he's clean or something.
What could possibly happen if you don't do that?
I wonder if he lives a long and successful life. So the drummer who filled in for him, who came up through the crowd, Scott Halpin, said in an interview that the rest of the band were really proud of his performance and they really liked him. And Roger Daltrey said that he'd get paid $1,000 for the gig, but he never got that check. They kind of fucked him on that one. But he did, however, get a lovely thank you note from Townsend years later. Thanks for that, Pete. Could you not have spared a few dollars? You fucking millionaire. Pete Townsend has done all right for himself. He could have sent this guy $1,000. In 1975, Moon began a relationship with Swedish model, because of course he did. He's a rock star. It's got to be a model there somewhere. Annette Walter Lax, who later said that Moon was so sweet when he was sober that I was just living with him in the hope that he would kick all of the craziness. Ladies, men aren't going to change. You're never going to change them. They're only going to change if they want to change themselves. You're not going to change a man. You can be there to support them and help them, but it's going to have to take their own desire to change for that to happen. And unfortunately, someone like Keith Moon, unlikely to change. I think you got a picture of him there with her, and that's definitely her as well. It's such a weird Beauty and the Beast moment, because look at him. And look at her. She looks like a proper model, and he looks like a fucking lunatic. So, yeah.
Yeah, he was on the heavier and more out of control drug side there. Drunk drive side.
He's really getting into the heavy stuff now. So this girlfriend, she also begged her Malibu neighbor, who also happens to be a friend of Keith's, Larry Hagman, to Larry Hagman, that guy, to check Keith Moon into a clinic to dry out, as Larry Hagman himself had attempted to do before. So Larry Hagman and sorry, I've forgotten her name, Annette Walter Lax, took him to this clinic, and doctors asked Keith, "Can you tell us about your breakfast and when you start taking chemicals?" And Keith said, "Well, I have a bottle of champagne for breakfast, I have a bottle of Courvoisier for breakfast, and some amphetamines." That's his breakfast. They concluded that there was no hope for rehabilitation at that point. So this is in LA. When doctors in LA tell you that you're too pilled up to be saved, that's not a good sign. So
no.
You got another picture of Keith here. Oh, God, he looks rough.
It's I guess one of his last TV interviews.
Oh yeah, God, yeah, he is. Why does he look like a potato version of Scarface?
Yeah, I can see it.
Yeah, it's so close to being Al Pacino in Scarface. Holy shit, that picture. And yeah, he looks rough there, and that's just in a TV interview. This is after they've put makeup on him and styled his hair. So during the opening date of the band's March 1976 US tour at the Boston Garden, Moon passed out over his drum kit again after 2 numbers, and the show was rescheduled. Cancel the fucking tour. The next evening, Moon systematically destroyed everything in his hotel room, cutting himself doing so and passing out again. He was discovered by manager Bill Kerbishley, who took him to the hospital, telling him, "I'm going to get a doctor to get you nice and fit so you're back within 2 days, because I want to break your fucking jaw. You fucked this band around so many times and I'm not having it anymore." There's encouraging words for your addict friend there. That'll help.
It's tough love.
Tough love. You know what happens when people feel bad and they're addicted to something? You know what they do to make themselves feel better?
Get better, and they do all of the things you ask them to do, and everything is peach keen.
Yeah, that's how it goes in Hollywood films. That's not what happens. The addicts make themselves feel better by doing the thing that makes them feel bad in the first place. Doctors told Kerbishley that if he hadn't intervened, Keith Moon would have bled to death in that hotel room. Marsh suggested that at this point, Daltrey and Entwistle seriously considered firing Moon, but actually decided doing so would actually make things worse for him. And they're probably right, actually, because he needs to be on tour. But you need to put something in place. You can't just keep on ignoring it. Entwistle has said that Moon and The Who reached their live peak in 1975 to 76. And at the end of the 1976 US tour in Miami that August, Moon became so delirious that he was treated in Hollywood Memorial Hospital for 8 days.
Oh.
Yeah. He was terrified about stopping touring. And that's never a good sign. The group was concerned that he would be unable to complete the last leg of the tour, which ended at Maple Leaf Gardens in Toronto on the 21st of October, which would be Moon's last public show. During the band's recording sabbatical between 76 and 78, Moon gained a considerable amount of weight, mostly because he's doing booze and pills constantly. By the time the Who's invitation-only show at the Gaumont State Cinema on the 15th of December 1977 for The Kids Are All Right, Moon was visibly overweight and had difficulty sustaining a performance. After recording Who Are You?, Townsend refused to follow the album with a tour unless Moon stopped drinking, and said that if Moon's playing did not improve, he would be fired. They finally laid the law down. It's probably 3 years too late at this point, but, if he'd had an intervention after his friend died, I feel like he might still be alive now, because
that's a possibility.
Yeah. You look at all of these insane addicts. Like, how is Keith Richards still a fucking alive? He did injectable drugs for 30 fucking years. Aerosmith, I mean, their entire dressing room looked like a talcum powder factory for 25 years, and they're still alive.
You're saying moderation?
Yeah. I'm saying just do some injectable drugs. No, just don't. Listen, these people got help, and they got LA clean. Let's be clear about that. They got LA clean. None of these people are dry, but they're still alive. You know, Keith Richards is in his 70s. He's fine-ish, and you know, Steven Tyler looks terrible, but he's alive and he's doing fine. Whereas Keith Moon, who was also quite small, he's like 5'8" or something. He was quite a short dude. He was just 100 million miles an hour all the time, instead of for like 10 years, take a break, go to rehab, get yourself clean, sort of
Right.
thing. You know. Anyway, because the Who's early stage act relied on smashing instruments and owing to Moon's enthusiasm for damaging hotels, the group were in debt for much of the 1960s. Here's a shocker. Entwistle estimated that during the 1960s, they lost about £150,000, which in today's money, you're talking several million pounds.
Oh, my.
So, not good. Even when the group became relatively financially stable after Tommy, Moon continued racking up debts. He bought a number of cars and gadgets and flitted away a bunch of savings and ended up basically on the border of bankruptcy. He just, again, he's, you know, kind of hyperactive. He just has to buy. And in one way, it's good because it's distracting him from drinking, but at the same time, those cars are going to end up in someone's swimming pool, so that's money down the drain. Moon's recklessness with money reduced his profit from the group's 1975 UK tour, just the UK leg. His profits from that tour were £47.35, the equivalent to $750 in 2025 money.
Boy.
Yeah.
That's it's not a lot of money.
Yeah, all this despite The Who being one of the most successful and influential bands of all time. By this point, in 1975, they'd sold 43 million albums worldwide. Holy shit.
How much was his bills?
Constant, and he's blowing it on amphets, he's blowing it on booze, he's frittering it away on cars and gadgets, and he's also buying houses, and yeah, he's buying all this stuff, but he's not got anything to pay for it. Just buy one house, just get a couple of cars, and live off the interest. Maybe if you're gonna go for booze, go for special brew. Don't go for Courvoisier. For the love of God, Pabst Blue Ribbon is there for a reason. As if things couldn't get any worse for Keith Moon, in 1974, he strikes up a friendship with actor Oliver Reed.
Oh, Ollie.
Ollie Reed. Oh, this is not going to end well. This is while working on the film version of Tommy. And Reed and Moon had a drinking contest. Of course they did. They matched drink for drink throughout the night. And although they matched each other drink for drink, Oliver Reed showed up bright and breezy for the set the next morning, ready to perform. Moon, on the other hand, was completely fucked and cost them several hours of filming. They had to film around him and have a stand-in and stuff because Oliver Reed was like, you fucking amateur. Reed later said that Moon had showed him the way to insanity. I feel like we need a drink-off competition between Oliver Reed, Keith Moon, and Andre the Giant.
Oh.
I know who's winning that one. Fucking giant French dude who's twice the size of everyone.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the other two literally drank themselves to death, whereas Andre Agromegalia got him in the end, basically. So, yeah. In mid 1978, Keith Moon moved into flat 12, 9 Curzon Place, later Curzon Square, Shepherd Market, Mayfair in London. Mayfair is like one of the really expensive parts of London. It's like the last square when you play Monopoly. That's how expensive it is. It's like the really high rent stuff. And he rented this flat from Harry Nilsson, of all people, as in, everybody's talking at me. I hear a word they're saying. Or, Midnight Cowboy. Oh,
Okay.
Nilsson. He did other songs as well. A couple of years earlier, Harry Nilsson had rented the flat to Cass Elliot from the Mamas and Papas. And she died there. It was actually 4 years earlier at the age of 32. She'd passed out and choked on her own vomit at night in this exact fucking flat in London. Nilsson was concerned about letting the flat to Moon, believing that it was actually cursed. And Townsend, Pete Townsend being the helpful gentleman he is, disagreed, assuring Nilsson that lightning couldn't strike twice in the same place. It's not how lightning works, I'm afraid. If it's tall and metallic, then it's going to strike it a bunch of times. But also, if you've got a bunch of drug addicts in the same place, then yeah.
Yeah. Good
looking...
chance that it could happen twice.
Yeah, it really did. And also, Keith Moon is actually trying to do something different at this time. But unfortunately, when you're dealing with addicts who have been substance abusing for years, when they try and do a complete chemical shift, sometimes their body doesn't react very well. So after moving in, Moon began a prescribed course of meminevrin. So it has another name. It's clomethazole. Clomethazole. Yeah, it's a sedative. So it's also helps to alleviate the effects of alcohol withdrawal. So basically, you take this. If you're trying to get clean, and he's trying to go cold turkey, which is probably a bad idea, you take this and you sleep off the worst of the effects. You're not like kept constantly awake by sweating and all the pain and stuff. He wanted to get sober, but because of his fear of psychiatric hospitals, he wanted to do it at home. Clomethazole is discouraged for unsupervised detoxification because of its addictive properties. Its tendency to induce tolerance and its risk of death when mixed with alcohol. The doctor who prescribed this was not told who Keith Moon was. He was given a different name, and he wasn't told how much of an alcoholic and drug addict he was. He was just told he's been drinking quite a little bit more recently. He needs to get clean. That was all he was told. He wasn't told this is the famous musician who blows shit up and is known for being wild. So, yeah, unfortunately, the doctor didn't know and gave him a bottle of 100 pills of the stuff. So it's not good.
Suppose that didn't go well.
Unfortunately not. On the 6th of September, Moon and Walter Lax, his girlfriend, were guests at Paul and Linda McCartney's place. They went to a preview of a film, The Buddy Holly Story. After dining with the McCartneys at Peppermint Park in Covent Garden, Moon and Walter Lax returned to their flat. Keith Moon puts on the film The Abominable Dr. Phoebes. Yeah. And asked Walter Lax to cook him lamb cutlets. Walter Lax has stated that that was his favorite meal. When she objected, because, you know, it's Keith Moon, he's drunk, he can't just have a kebab. Keith Moon's response was, if you don't like it, you can fuck off. These were his last words, unfortunately. Moon then took some of the sedative tablets that he'd been given. When Walter Lax checked on him the following afternoon, she discovered that he died during the night because of the sedation in poor old Nilsson's apartment. Kirbishley told Townsend, who informed the rest of the band, Entwistle was giving an actual television interview to two journalists when he was interrupted by a phone call with the news of Moon's death. When asked about the band's future plans, Entwistle burst into tears and quickly ended the interview. That is not a good time to try and power through an interview.
No, probably not. No, when your friend and bandmate.
Yeah. They've been friends since they were kids as well.
Yeah.
Like, that's a tight bond. I think you've got a picture from a news headline there.
Oh, yeah. That's from his funeral.
From his funeral, yeah. Man, you can see Roger Daltrey on the left. I can already tell from the hairstyle. Yeah, man. That is... It was never going to be an easy funeral because of the nature of his death, but also because of just how iconic he is. I feel like when iconic people die, it leaves like a big hole in people's lives for a long, long time. So let's move on to his legacy now. Moon's drumming has been praised by critics. Author Nick Telavesky described him as the greatest drummer in rock, adding that he was to the drums what Jimi Hendrix was to the guitar. I feel like that's fair because he has a number of different styles. So I'm totally on board with that quote.
He's wild, yeah.
He is wild. He's inventive. He popularized a very specific style. So I think that's a fair comparison. Holly George Warren, editor and author of the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, the first 25 years, said, with the death of Keith Moon in 1978, rock arguably lost the single greatest drummer it ever had. And there's a great picture of him as well, looking completely insane. According to AllMusic critic Bruce Eder, maybe, Moon, with his manic lunatic side and his life of excessive drinking, partying, and other indulgences, probably represented the youthful, zany side of rock and roll, as well as its self-destructive side, better than anyone else on the planet. The new book of rock lists Moon as the #1 in its list of 50 greatest rock and roll drummers, and he was ranked #2 in the 2011 Rolling Stone Best Drummers of All Time Readers poll. Random bit of influence on pop culture now. Obviously, Keith Moon's large in the world of rock and roll, but his fame and excessive lifestyle, it kind of expanded beyond that and actually entered the world of children's entertainment. Animal, one of Jim Henson's Muppet characters, was based on Keith Moon. You can even spot it, due to the similar hair, the massive eyebrows, the personality, the random drumming style, the kind of the mood switches. All of it is just Keith Moon. There's also a rumor going around, it's been going around for decades, that the Tasmanian Devil character from the Looney Tunes is also based on Keith Moon. So yeah, you can. I mean, it's like, it's not even a debate at this point. Animal is Keith Moon. It's really up there. And how can you not love Animal? It's a one joke. It's a one note joke that's been going for 50 years, and it's fucking still funny. You know, I love it. So that's Keith Moon. Someone who, by the way, he was 32 when he died, which is insanely young. And yeah, it's a very difficult thing because obviously all of this is iconic. The music the Who produced in that period of time, what a time to be alive with all of those bands knocking around. But the personalities were all huge. It's so sad that he couldn't get clean. And it's another, a bit like Rick James and all of the other addicts that we cover, that if they just had that one successful intervention, they would have been probably still with us to this day. So thoughts on Keith Moon?
I learned so much for being a fan of the music. I don't know a ton of the band or about their story or their history. I never really looked into it that much. I had no idea he ran over his friend.
Yeah, I didn't really either.
I knew that they destroyed rooms, but I didn't realize that he loved dynamite so much.
Almost as much as the booze, man, apparently. So
it's
Jesus.
That's wild. What an interesting, sad story. And he half a decade past the 27 Club.
Yeah, that's right. He was pretty damn close. To be honest, I'm amazed he made it past 27. Given the fact that he started drinking and boozing and doing drugs at 17. So
it's gotta be because he stayed on tour.
Yeah, I genuinely believe that he, and also, you know, there's something to be said, and obviously it doesn't work for the 27 Club, but there's something to be said for people building up a tolerance. If he's waking up every morning drinking a bottle of champagne, a bottle of Courvoisier, and a bunch of fucking Amphets, then yeah, like, he's going to have the tolerance of a fucking rhino no matter what, really. So
yeah, I suppose there's that.
Yeah. So Keith Moon, you know, we normally start these, and this is morbidly sad and in a humorous way. We always start these by saying, well, at least they didn't kill anyone, but unfortunately Keith Moon did. Yeah. And if you could even class himself in there as well, because if he had been more controlled, he'd probably still be alive now, as Roger Daltrey and Pete Townsend are. So yeah, if you have to give a score to Keith Moon, obviously consider the greatness as well, but yeah, what would you give Keith Moon?
Well, I mean, I love the Who and their music.
Oh, yeah.
I love the rock star persona of destroying hotel rooms. And I've always been a fan of Dynamite.
Yeah.
Gosh, I don't even know how to score this one. It's so sad that he blew up the Smothers Brothers stage.
Yeah. Also, you remember the Who's lyric? I hope I die before I get old.
Hey, he won.
He did. Although he looked fucking old at the end. Jesus Christ.
It
He
didn't
looked
say.
52.
It didn't say. I hope I die before I look old.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, the saying should be live fast, look old, not live fast, die young, because man,
Accurate.
he looked old. Yeah, he did not look 32. So yeah, it's difficult to score this one, I know, but if you have to give Keith Moon a score,
You know what? I think I'm going to give him. Well, let's see. I'll double check this here to make sure I got my math right. Right. I'm going to give him a 78 for the year he died.
that's cool. I like that. Yeah. That's and actually that's a pretty fair score because obviously there's death involved and complete irresponsibility and damage and craziness and such a tragic end to what could have been an amazing career. Because also there's something we didn't cover. He wasn't just a drummer. He was actually a genuinely talented musician away from the drums. This guy played multiple instruments. He was a solid singer. And he could have had a really interesting musical career if he'd just sort of gotten himself clean, gotten away from the Who, maybe done some of his own stuff, maybe done some experimental stuff, maybe gone and formed a different band, supergroup, whatever it needed. But I think we could have seen a lot more from Keith Moon. It's a little bit, it reminds me an awful lot, and I'm sure they ran in the same circles as John Belushi.
Yes. Yeah.
Jim Belushi? John Belushi? No,
John's the
one which one's still alive?
Oh no, now I feel dumb.
Yeah, I feel sad. Which is the one that, like, the constant reminder of what could have been? John
yeah. is the passed away one, the dead one. Jim is the one with not such great shows.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah. So Belushi and Keith Moon, kind of two sides of the same coin, really. Crazy, wild, incredible ability to take in substances. And again, I feel like these people who are wild and crazy and insane, if they'd lived and survived, just imagine the kind of introspective art we could have had out of them. I genuinely think we could have had something out of Keith Moon that would have been really interesting. And I think the Who would have gone in a really interesting direction because they could have tried different beats, different time signatures. They could have tried, like someone years ago made me sit down and listen to Everything in Its Right Place by Radiohead. And they were like, what time signature is this? And I was listening to it and I was like, I don't know. What is it? And they were like, it's 10. So what the fuck do you mean 10? I'm like, yeah, it's 10 beats. It's 8 major, 2 like minor, and then back to the beginning. I was like, fucking hell, that is crazy. And then there's Pyramid Song, which is the beats form the numerical number you need to make a pyramid. So it's 4 and then 4 threes. So it becomes an actual pyramid. But like, I feel like they could have done interesting stuff like that had Keith Moon gotten clean and they didn't just become like a greatest hits band.
Now,
sort of thing.
You mentioned like ADHD or things like that may have played a role. Probably not a diagnosed thing back then. Yeah.
No. They described him as a hyperactive child.
Okay.
But it's pretty obvious that he has like some sort of ADHD type disorder.
So he almost got close with the amphetamines there. Like if he had gotten Adderall,
yes,
and some counseling, he might have been all right.
If they could have found him the right pharmaceuticals to get on instead of like just shoveling horse pills in his fucking mouth constantly, like I think he would have been a really interesting character. But 78 is a fair score because the legacy he leaves behind is amazing for someone who was only really in the public eye for like 15 years, really. That level of musical talent and ability he leaves behind, one of the greatest drummers of all time, possibly the greatest drummer of all time, and he was dead at 32. So that's crazy to think all these people that he outlived that outlived him don't have the influence and ability that he did. So that's Keith Moon. Let me tell you the story of Malcolm McLaren, the man who is either a pioneer or a villain, depending on who you talk to. So, Malcolm Robert Andrew McLaren was born on the 22nd of January 1946 in a flat at 47 Carrisford Road, Stoke Newington, northeast London, to Peter McLaren, a Londoner of Scottish extraction, who was at the time serving with the Royal Engineers, and Emily Isaacs, the daughter of Taylor Mick Isaacs, an independently wealthy Rose Corey Isaacs, whose father had been a Portuguese Sephardic Jewish diamond dealer. So really mixed background here.
Okay.
Start with. Yeah. Malcolm McLaren's parents divorced when he was 18 months old.
Well, that's early.
So, yeah. Really early, after Peter McLaren left the family home due to his wife's serial infidelity. McLaren later alleged that her lovers included the owner of the enormous high-end London department store Selfridges, Sir Charles Claw, and Sir Isaac Wolfson, owner of Universal Stores. So
his mom's just banging everybody with a title?
according to Malcolm, but don't...
Oh, okay.
In the same way that Corey Feldman shouldn't exactly trust everything that comes out of his mouth, Malcolm McLaren is a notorious liar. So be very careful with this. But an early divorce like that, infidelity, arguments when, you know, the child Malcolm has just learned to walk and talk, and like that's damaging, right?
Yeah,
there.
it is. Yeah, you remember some stuff you don't remember there.
Exactly. And it influences the way you behave. Subsequently, Malcolm was raised by his grandmother, Rose, a kind of an early window into potential future mindset of not trusting people and not being able to form meaningful bonds with people. I feel like that's going to be the early lesson here.
Okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah. At age 16, McLaren left Orange Hill School with just 3 O-levels, which is... it's not a lot. Like, that's the bare minimum you can get. O-levels now are GCSEs. You have 9 to 10 of them each level. So you between 15 and 16, you do your GCSEs. If you get 10, great. If you get 8, great. You have to get at least 5 to kind of move to the next level of education. If you don't, you have to retake them. He got 3, which back in the day was enough to get you to the next level of education, but he chose not to go to the next level of education. He left school at 16 and was briefly employed in a handful of jobs before attending classes at the influential and really notorious St. Martin's School of Art, then undertaking a foundation course at Harrow School of Art. So I need to talk about St. Martin's College here. It's a breeding ground for some of the most creative and influential British musicians, designers, artists of like the last 70 years. So the alumni includes designers Giles Deacon, Stella McCartney, as in Paul McCartney's designer daughter, Alexander McQueen, who is a fashion designer who died a few years ago, Lee McQueen, just a brilliant genius, John Galliano, also another famous designer. Artist and sculptor Anthony Gormley went to St. Martin's College. Musicians Mia, Maya, yeah, and yeah, Paper Planes, amazing song, and an amazing artist as well. Also, Jarvis Cocker, the lead singer of Pulp, went to St. Martin's College. Their most famous song, Common People, is about a stuck-up posh girl from St. Martin's College, and it's one of the most like it's one of the best songs of the 90s. If you get a chance to listen to Pulp, I'm going to talk about music a lot in this one. Pulp's song Common People, it's about a super rich person who like, oh my god, poor people are so cool, I want to be just like them. And Jarvis Cocker's like, oh, you do you fucking tourist. And like the whole song's really interesting the way he poses it. He talks about like get a job and live in a flat above a shop, cut your hair and get a job, and what was it, when you're in bed at night watching roaches climb the wall, it won't be real because your dad could end it all with a phone call.
I wonder how much of this snippets we could sneak in here before they strike us.
Well, we're going to get a lot more because we're going to talk about music hacks in a minute, and I'm pretty certain they'd strike that. But no, we definitely couldn't play Pulp. But I would recommend, there's a bunch of cool Pulp songs, but go and listen to Common People. Really interesting lyrics in that song. And also, so Jarvis Cocker, lead singer of Pulp, and a legendary actress and model Anita Pallenberg also went to St. Martin's
That
College.
sounds really familiar, and I don't know
Yeah.
why.
Bunch of these names will sound familiar. You won't necessarily be able to instantly recognize them, but if you Google like John Galliano, Alexander McQueen, Anita Pallenberg, I think she was linked to the Rolling Stones as well. So go ahead and Google these people. Really interesting. And St. Martin's is just churning these people out every year. Amazing place to be. Other art institutions attended by McLaren over the next 7 years included the Southeast Essex School of Art in Walthamstow and Goldsmiths, another very famous high-end art school. In October 1971, McLaren took over the back part of the retail premise at 430 King's Road in Chelsea, West London. Really great place for cheap clothes. To this day, really great place for like individual designer outlets that are trying to found their name and stuff. So get really cool clothes. He sold rock and roll records, refurbished 1950s radiograms, and dead stock clothing under the name In the Back of Paradise Garage. So at the time, at the time, everyone is being sold flares, and like everyone's still wearing like cheesecloth shirts. And Johnny Rotten has this thing where he's like, trash was piling up in the street 10 foot tall because of the strikes, and police were putting down racial riots in Brixton, and people are still wearing flares like nothing's changed for the last 5 years. And he said, you should be wearing the trash bags. That's dealing with the reality you're in. And it's really interesting because that's kind of what happens. With the assistance of art school friend Patrick Casey, McLaren converted the entire ground floor of the store and renamed it Let It Rock, initially selling clothing, dead stock, and military surplus, and objects he'd sourced, stolen. When the shop became a success, he enlisted the help of his then girlfriend and soon-to-be wife and future fashion icon Vivienne Westwood, who... Yeah,
that one sounds real familiar.
She died recently, but Vivienne kind of revolutionized fashion. So Google Vivienne Westwood. Some of the most expensive clothes you will ever see, but wow, really weird stuff. I think Lady Gaga wore a bunch of her stuff. Really chic stuff, but also weird as fuck. And when I talk about where she came from with that, you'll understand why. Westwood would customize and repair original clothing to make facsimiles of the original that had obvious repairs using pins and hooks, and basically like just stitching, like post-apocalyptic almost, stitching the clothing together. These choices and this aesthetic is the birth of punk clothing and fashion.
Aha!
That's where it comes from. Old military stuff stitched together, sewn together, thrown together with donkey jackets and like bits of material and old shirts. And the famous one that Johnny Rotten used to wear, which was a knackered, stinking, ripped up, torn to shreds Pink Floyd t-shirt with the phrase that he's written on himself in red ink, I hate, above the Pink Floyd logo. Really cool aesthetic. McLaren and Westwood were married until 1980, and their son, Joseph Correa, founded the high-end lingerie brand Agent Provocateur, which was another fixture in British fashion. It was the place to get, like, for rich people to get kinky clothes. Let It Rock was patronized by Teddy Boys. For those of you who don't know, Teddy Boys, kind of similar to Greasers, if you think about like that from the 1950s, only this is the early 70s. So they've got the greaser look, they've got the coif and the quiff and all of that and the greased up hair, but they're also like quite high-end fashionable suits at the same time, and a little bit rockabilly look to them as well. It was them and the punk kind of people were slightly behind them, and you also had the mods as well, who were like Quadrophenia, The Who, like that sort of stuff, which like tighter clothing and short fringe haircuts and stuff like that. So there's a bunch
So
of
they were-
weird. Go on.
They were like the mods, but with cooler hair.
But like the mods with cooler hair and like slightly more 50s suits, whereas the mods were like kind of more 60s, I guess you could say, like more utilitarian, whereas the Teddy Boys would have quiffs with like quite flamboyant stuff and neckties and
Okay.
bullhorn neckties and stuff. So McLaren and Westwood designs also started to appear in such theatrical and cinematic productions as the Rocky Horror Picture Show.
Oh,
Shit, yeah. They designed the costumes for the Rocky Horror Picture Show. And That'll Be the Day, which I don't know about that, but Rocky Horror Picture Show.
that's
Shit.
that's good stuff right there. That's
a
weird.
big name.
Yeah.
In the spring of 1973, the store was renamed Too Fast to Live, Too Young to Die, and began selling original 1950s inspired leather clothing. So they're shifting slightly away from the Teddy Boy aesthetic here. Among the commissions were costumes for Ken Russell's film Marla. Ken Russell kind of considered himself the savior of British cinema. He made Women in Love with Oliver Reed.
Okay.
So, yeah. In August 1973, McLaren and Westwood visited New York to participate in the National Boutique Fair, where they began an association with the New York Dolls.
Hey, we were just talking about them.
There we go. We were just talking about them. Really, really influential band. They started supplying them with stage wear and joining the group on tour through the UK and France so that they could kind of make new gear for them and like repair their stuff. In October 1974, he renamed his outlet to just Sex.
Oh,
Big capital letters.
just
Fetish gear in the window. This is central. This is like Chelsea and London, just bondage gear right in the window. So he's done away with the Teddy Boy stuff and he's gone with like leather and kink inspired stuff.
okay. Well,
Yeah.
I mean, just you got to do your thing, you know.
He
Why not?
wanted to shock people, but also draw in the crowd of people that were happy to shock people by what they wore. Yeah, very clever. In January 1975, McLaren and Westwood designed red patent leather costumes for the New York Dolls and used the Soviet-style hammer and sickle motif for their stage show in the US as an attempt to attract attention through provocation. Yeah. Those are kind of perfect things for them. The ploy was not successful, and the Dolls soon broke up, with guitarist Johnny Thunders specifically naming McLaren as the reason why we broke up. That's not good.
Oh, yeah. It's your fault, dick.
It's you. You arrived and everything went to shit. McLaren instead blamed Thunders and drummer Jerry Nolan's drug addictions for the split. He'd do that a lot. In the future. McLaren returned to Britain, where his newest project would change the course of music history forever. From 1974, McLaren had advised Sex customers Paul Cook, 18 years old, and Steve Jones, 19 years old, on their musical aspirations, having proposed that one of his shop's assistants, Glenn Matlock, 18 years old, joined them as the bass player in a group McLaren named Cutie Jones and his Sex Pistols.
Huh.
Yeah.
That sounds familiar but different.
Familiar but different? It's about to get a whole lot more familiar. The band got their first instruments through Steve Jones, who was a kleptomaniac, thanks to the training he'd received through his parents, who were both kleptomaniacs and stole to survive, and expert burglar. This 18-year-old kid was burglarizing massive department stores and he just like picked things up and shove it in his pocket wherever he was. He stole from Sex, the shop, and that's why he was like, do you want to be in a band with me so that you stop stealing my fucking shit?
And then he brought him the guitars. He just stick a guitar down his pants and bring it over for him.
It's even bigger than that. This is a fucking amazing story. Steve Jones managed to break into the Hammersmith Odeon. He dressed as a roadie because at the time, David Bowie was setting up for his Ziggy Stardust farewell tour.
Okay.
So all the roadies, who were quite young and look a bit like Steve Jones. Steve Jones is a weird looking dude. Like he looks like a roadie. They were all bringing the equipment in, and Steve Jones, is just going around stealing it and wheeling it back out again. Stole guitars, mics, huge high-end amps, and even memorabilia that he could resell.
Wow.
He stole something like £20,000 worth of equipment from David Bowie, who had no idea what was going on.
Picturing the roadies bringing it in, and he just bringing it back out.
No, lads, he doesn't want this one. He wants a different one. Nah, I'm just going to take it out and get the other one. He just fucked off with like 5 guitars.
That's awesome. I mean,
Glenn Matlock walked in. He was like, "Oh my god, you've got so much gear." And he was like, "Yeah, I nicked it from Bowie." Oh my god.
Oh man,
it's kind of the perfect start for a punk band, really.
Yeah.
However, the start didn't go so smoothly. In the summer of 1975, if you're going to steal, this is how you do it. Yes, exactly. Like, he was really good with it, quite brazen as well. In the summer of 1975, McLaren ejected frontman Wally Nightingale from the lineup because he did not fit McLaren's vision for the band's image. McLaren successfully turned the other bandmates against Wally, who would basically isolate themselves from him and started slagging him off in the music press and stuff. And Wally commented, McLaren was devious and clever. He'd see things other people didn't see, and I suppose that's what gave him his edge. I mean, that, and the fact he's, you know, a successful businessman in his late 20s and you're all teenagers. So
yeah, so he's manipulating them into kicking a dude out of the band
already, and they've not even fucking launched yet. So yeah. In his one-time associate Bernie Rhodes, who would later become the manager of The Clash, claimed he spotted a new frontman in a different customer at Sex. It was amongst a group of lads that would come in from North London, who were all called John, all of them, like a fucking like Clockwork Orange gang of Johns coming through the door. 17-year-old John Lydon, then sporting green hair and torn clothes with the words "I hate" written on a Pink Floyd t-shirt above the band's name. Lydon's audition was the Alice Cooper song 18, his actual age at the time. Perfect. He performed it using movements resembling the Hunchback of Notre Dame and Richard III, pulling weird faces and like contorting his body and like looking angry and staring like this and stuff, moving in an odd way and generally trying to portray a deformed, wide-eyed weirdo.
Okay.
Johnny Rotten fell into a coma when he was 7 years old, and he was in a coma for a year, and it wiped his memory clean. He doesn't remember anything from his childhood before that. Yeah, kind of an intense guy. When he hit adulthood, when he started to like 18, 19, he hated the world, and he was like, I'm sick of this country, I'm going to rebel. And then he auditioned this song, and while he couldn't really sing, which he admits himself, like he couldn't carry a note in those early days, his performance was enough for Malcolm McLaren to absolutely fall in love with this charismatic, powerful young man.
Yeah, so, well, yeah, it's like they say, you don't even have to know how to sing. All you gotta do is be a punk.
You've just got to have stage presence, and Johnny Rotten had it in spades. He was also able to quote Shakespeare randomly and like throw that into his fucking performances. So
that's fun at parties.
I know. And like, he was an intellectual, but he wasn't like a posh intellectual. He was just like really well read. So after Lydon joined, McLaren dubbed him Johnny Rotten and shortened the band's name to simply Sex Pistols, stating that he wanted, remove the from Facebook and just call it Facebook, stating that he wanted to give the impression of sexy young assassins. That's my Malcolm McLaren impression. He talked a lot like this, and he was very posh, but he also had a weird high voice, and it was quite distracting. So in May 1977, a few months after McLaren replaced Matlock with untalented 20-year-old Sid Vicious, whose name was also John, by the way. They're all fucking John, supposedly because Matlock liked the Beatles. I actually think it's got more to do with the fact that he was starting to decline mentally with really intense OCD. He would wash his hands continuously to the point of them bleeding.
Oh, geez.
Yeah. So
that's a lot.
That's a lot. It was probably good that he left the band. He would later rejoin them many, many years later for reunion shows and stuff like that, which was good because Glenn Matlock was an actual bass player, whereas Sid Vicious could not play a fucking note. And
But he looked cool.
he looked amazing doing it. And they even unplugged him towards
Oh.
the end of his. They were like, he's not even playing bass anymore. We've just like pulled the cord when he wasn't looking, because otherwise it would just ruin everyone else's timings, because they drilled lots and lots and lots and practice. But Sid came in late.
He should have done that when I was playing in a band.
Yeah, and with punks, it's the same. It's the same thing with the Ramones. Like the Ramones drilled their act for days and days, months and months, weeks, at a time to perfect that performance.
No, I meant unplugged me.
I'm sure you were good. Like no one's that. Come on, no,
I wouldn't remember.
no. Okay. Neither would Sid. But in May 1970, I always thought the name was another name for a penis. Learn something new every day. What's that? Is that John or Sid or
Sid
the Sex
Vicious?
Pistols? Sid Vicious.
That's a name for one.
Maybe. I mean, it works. I mean, that's certainly the reason Nancy fell in love with him. In May 1977, a few months after McLaren replaced Matlock with Sid Vicious, the band released the anti-monarchy protest song "God Save the Queen" during the week of the Queen's Silver Jubilee. So 25 years on the throne, and here's this impossible to not listen to. Sex Pistols. Yeah, it absolutely was. Like deliberately a penis thing. Yeah, that's what he was going for. Malcolm McLaren organized a boat trip attended by punk luminaries and Virgin Records boss Richard Branson, who had picked up their contract from EMI, who'd like immediately fired them when they realized that they were quite controversial and naughty boys. Richard Branson. This boat sailed up and down the Thames, loudly performing music the whole time, specifically God Save the Queen multiple times outside the Houses of Parliament on the night of the Queen's Silver Jubilee celebration.
Did they hear?
Oh, yeah, they heard. Let's revisit some of the lyrics to God Save the Queen, shall we? God Save the Queen, the fascist regime. They made you a moron, a potential H-bomb. God save the Queen. She ain't no human being. And there's no future. And England's dreaming. Don't be told what you want. Don't be told what you need. There's no future, no future, no future for you. God save the Queen, because tourists are money, and our figurehead is not what she seems. Oh, when there's no future, how can there be sin? We're the flowers in the dustbin. We're the poison in your human machine. We're the future, your future. And then the song ends with 3 loops of no future, no future, no future for you. Honestly, go and listen to Nevermind the Bollocks. Here's the Sex Pistols. Yeah, I'm sure that went over really well. They're parked outside of the Houses of Parliament, next to the House of Lords, near the Royal, near Westminster. Not far from the Queen, singing this at full blast multiple times from a boat in the middle of the Thames. Go and listen to Nevermind the Bollocks, Here's the Sex Pistols. It's one of the best albums of all time. And it's also a really rare example of a genuinely raw, underground punk album going multi-times platinum. This thing sold fucking millions of copies.
It's fun time, is what it is.
It hits hard. The opening track is really good, Holiday in the Sun, and then it goes into Bodies, which is about abortion. And Metallica played it on like an MTV show, and they had to cut the performance. It's one of the most intense, disturbing songs I've ever heard, and for it to be the second, and the opening riff is amazing. But if you ever get a chance to listen to Nevermind the Bollocks, Here's the Sex Pistols, it is raw, it's powerful, it's protesting, and it's brilliant. It's so, you feel these 18, 19-year-old kids' energy in this, and it's really good. Like, it's not just like, oh, shit music. They can play. Yeah, I'm sure that went over well. I love that. So, the boat was raided by the police. As soon as it came to shore, Richard Branson poked his head out and said to the police, listen, you're going to come on board and arrest these people. I don't want you to attack them. They're my artists. They're precious to me. And there's a documentary called The Filth and the Fury, which you can view for free, by the way, on YouTube if you Google that. One of the best documentaries ever made. They pause it when Richard Branson's talking to the police because the cameras were there filming this raid and attack by the police. And Richard Branson is just a massive ball of hair. And they were like, he looks like Catweasel. It's Johnny Rotten in the background, just taking the piss out of everyone. Anyway, the boat, the police raided the boat, and they just attacked everyone. They beat the shit out of absolutely everyone. There were like 50 police waiting to come on this boat. They beat up everyone. Billy Idol was there, Adam and the Ants, all like Shane McGowan from the Pogues, all of these like early punk icons. I think Debbie Harry might have been there. All of these people are on this boat and they're getting beaten with batons and stuff. And Sid and Nancy just like casually walk off because he's like hugging her and cuddling her, and they just walk off, no problems. Yeah.
Oh wow!
I know he got away. He got away lightly that night. The song "God Save the Queen" went to -- in the singles charts. The first week it was released, it outsold like the other top 10 singles combined. It was also the week of the Queen's Silver Jubilee. It was immediately censored by the entire British music press. And so instead of the name of the song and the artist being at #1 for the first time and only time in history, there was just the #1 followed by a blank space. And that had the opposite effect because people wanted to find out what this song was. They looked into it. They found out it was the Sex Pistols. They wanted to know what the deal was. And they went out and bought the record. And it increased the sales 130% again.
Ha ha.
Brilliant. Honestly, the funniest part of this whole thing as well is that when people saw it in stores, because it has the Union Jack behind it, it's God Save the Queen, Union Jack on it. This was released on the week of the Queen's Silver Jubilee. A bunch of older people didn't realize it was a protest song and just went out and bought it as well.
Oh, I love that.
Amazing. And they were refused refunds when they tried to take it back to the record store. So the record stores who didn't want to name it also wouldn't give refunds. Honestly, it's one of the smartest marketing campaigns in modern history, and they didn't spend a penny advertising the single, and it was #1 for 3 weeks.
Oh,
Millions
that's
sold.
awesome. Now,
Yeah.
I gotta think though that some of that is just because people were like angry at the whole monarchy.
A lot of people were angry at this point. Yeah. And the monarchy is the representation of the institutions and powers of government. So if a protest song does that, people are going to buy it and they are going to, play it wherever you go. And the 1970s in England, no one had a job. Trash was piling up in the street. Power cuts randomly during the day. We had a 4-day working week. It was bad. Industrial action everywhere. Really.
And they were like, what'll fix this? We will censor this song, and that'll fix fucking everything.
Forget all the other stuff. Now watch some adverts. Anyway, the band released their album, Nevermind the Bollocks, Here Comes the Sex Pistols, in October 1977 and played their last UK gig before embarking upon a US tour in January 1978. In the United Kingdom, the album was subject to what one journalist described as blatant acts of censorship exercised by media and retail outlets alike. London police visited the city's Virgin record store branches, because Richard Branson also had record stores at the time, and told them they faced prosecution for indecency as stipulated by the 1899 Indecency in Advertisements Act if they continued to display posters of the album cover in the window. The displays were either toned down or removed. However, on the 9th of November 1977, just 2 days before the album was released in the US, the London Evening Standard announced on its front page headline, "Police move in on punk disc shops," and reported how a Virgin record shop manager in Nottingham was arrested for displaying the record after being warned to cover up the word bollocks.
Oh, that's
the issue. I know.
What?
I know. It's so stupid. And Chris Searle, the shop's manager, it would appear willingly set himself up as a target, possibly at Richard Branson's behest. Branson wanted to sell more records. He wanted to keep the headlines coming in. And according to music journalist Clint Halen, who noted the store in Nottingham had been visited by police on 4 occasions that day. And every time they went away and told him to take it down, he just put it back up again.
Mhm.
Just going away, put it back up, put it back. And then eventually they just arrested him because he's baiting the police at that point. So
Right.
after Searle's arrest, Richard Branson announced that he would cover the manager's legal costs and hired Queen's counsellor John Mortimer as defence. Meanwhile, advertisements for Nevermind the Bollocks appeared in music papers attempting to politicise the issue, showing newspaper headlines about Sex Pistols controversies that were underlined with the message, "The album will last, the sleeve may not." Yeah, so the album is plastered all over the front page of every newspaper in the UK, which at the time, the 70s is the golden age of press circulation. Everyone buys a newspaper in the UK, and it's on the front cover of every paper, no matter what your political leanings, it's there. So the defense in this case stated that a double standard was apparently at play and that Bollocks was considered obscene when it appeared on the cover of a Sex Pistols album. The prosecutor conducted his cross-examination as if the album itself and not its lurid visage was on trial for indecency. So they were trying to get the album banned, not the cover. It was like a secret thing. The defense barrister produced an expert witness, Professor James Kinsley, head of the School of English at the University of Nottingham, who argued that the word bollocks was not obscene and was actually a legitimate Old English term formerly used to refer to a priest, and which in the context of the title meant nonsense. That's kind of interesting argument. So he's like, bollocks doesn't mean what you think it means. It's actually from this term from the 13th century that means priest or nonsense. However, lawyer Geoffrey Robertson, who appeared for the prosecution, recalled the professor saying that early English translations of the Bible used bollocks to refer to testicles, this being replaced by the word stones in the King James version of the Bible. At which point, Johnny Rotten handed his defense counsel, what was his name here, Robertson, a note which said, "Don't worry, if we lose the case, we'll retitle the album Never Mind the Stones, Here's the Sex Pistols."
There you go.
That's fucking brilliant. Super double meaning with that one. The chair of the hearing, the judge, concluded, "Much as my colleagues and I wholeheartedly deplore the vulgar exploitation of the worst instincts of human nature for the purchases of commercial profits by both you and your company, we must reluctantly find you not guilty of each of the 4 charges." So even though we hate you because we're fucking conservative prudes, we can't find anything wrong with what you've done. So off you go.
Well,
yeah.
Now, you know what? I don't know why this just occurred to me. The whole bollocks and the Sex Pistols thing, the balls and the nuts, and I get it now. Never paying
mind
too much
bollocks.
attention to the
Never mind the balls. Here's the penis.
Gotcha.
That's what it's going for, I think.
Yeah, I think so. I did not know that until just right now. And
also,
I
the
have
Sex
that
Pistols.
album.
Yeah. Also, the Sex Pistols were famous before they released their album. They were kind of like the Beastie Boys in a lot of ways, who were like quite big before they launched their album. So the whole Never Mind the Bollocks thing is in reference to the fact that they were stirring controversy from the very start. And that's part of it, but also Never Mind the Bollocks, Here's the Penis. Like that's the implication. It's very
cool. It's they're smart. They're smart, dumb kids.
So smart, these kids, and the album just sold like hotcakes. It's one of the highest selling punk albums of all time worldwide. It's a crazy high number they sold. McLaren was accused by the band, unfortunately, almost immediately, of mismanaging them and refusing to pay them when they asked him for money. So he was like controlling the purse strings. And it's not unheard of musicians, particularly I think of like NSYNC and the issues they had with Ron, whatever his name was, and the Backstreet Boys. They sued their manager. I think he's now serving life in prison for something else. because they were being paid like peanuts. They got like $90,000 a year each or something, and they were earning
Ew.
tens of millions for their record label. So it was even worse for the Stones. Malcolm McLaren would pay them in increments when they were on tour, and he would give them like, here you go, here's £10, go and get yourself some like fish and chips for the next few days. McLaren stated that he had planned out the entire career path of the Sex Pistols, which he illustrated in the film The Great Rock and Roll Swindle. He deliberately set them up to not have a lengthy career. He'd made sure of that, and he kept as much of the money for himself as possible. The Pistols' January 1978 tour was initially scheduled for 9 dates, but due to Sid Vicious's drug use and the breakdown in relationship between John Lydon and Malcolm McLaren, the show was cut short after 5 shows played over 12 days. It was delayed due to American authorities' reluctance to issue a visa to Jones, because once or twice he'd been caught stealing. So
from all over the place,
all the times he'd stolen stuff, leading to the cancellation of several dates in the Northeast. Although the tour had been highly anticipated in the US, it was plagued by infighting and allegedly poor planning and outright sabotage by Malcolm McLaren, who was doing this deliberately to drive a wedge between the rest of the band and Sid and John, leading to frustrated and belligerent audiences who tried to attack the band constantly. Yeah,
that's a punk thing.
That's a punk
thing. Seems like he
for
just
sure.
does this then, huh? He just
he
drives wedges.
Fucks with people, to be honest. Early in the tour, Vicious was arrested while trying to buy heroin in Memphis. That wasn't smart. Buy heroin in Memphis.
That seems like a weird place to buy heroin, but I've never been to Memphis, so
but I don't. I mean, I'm sure there's parts of Memphis that have drugs available, but I don't associate Memphis with heroin.
Yeah, I
really?
guess I guess it's everywhere. I mean, but it just
I'm sure there is.
Memphis is barbecue and stuff.
Yeah, and like Graceland and like Easy Time and stuff, right? Yeah, surely. And also he was beaten up by the security that was hired by Warner Brothers Music because he'd been spitting on them and stuff.
Whoops.
Yeah.
By his own security?
Beaten up by his own security. Sid Vicious was a big, like, lanky dude, but he wasn't a fighter. And also he's strung out on heroin a lot of the time, so he can't really fight back. He subsequently appeared with the words "Gimme a fix" scarred on his chest because he'd broken a bottle and just carved it into his fucking upper body. Horrible.
Whoops.
Just bleeding everywhere. During a concert in San Antonio, Vicious called the crowd, I can't use that word. It's a derogatory term for people from the LGBTQ community.
Okay.
And before hitting an audience member on the head with his bass guitar, just smashed them in the back of the head with his bass. That could kill someone.
Yeah, it can.
Those 70s bass guitars were heavy as fuck, weren't they?
Any of them. That's some damage, man.
Serious. Suffering from heroin withdrawal during a show in Dallas, he spat blood on a woman who immediately climbed on stage and punched him in the face, knocking him unconscious.
That seems like a reasonable reaction.
I would say so. Those Dallas women do not fuck around. He was admitted to hospital later that night to treat various injuries. Offstage, he was said to have kicked a photographer, attacked a security guard, and challenged one of his own bodyguards to a fight. I mean, he's just off the rails at this point.
Yeah.
Sid, just
way off the rails.
Yeah.
Off into a field.
Exactly. Like, he's just fucking roaming free and wild at this point. Johnny Rotten at the same time was suffering from flu and coughing up blood because he wasn't a singer and he didn't really have a warm-up routine. So he just screamed night after night. And he's a kid and he's skinny. So he's going to end up coughing up blood. And also he had meningitis when he was a kid. So that's what put him in a coma. So,
so he's just ripping himself apart.
Basically, yeah. And he was increasingly isolated from Cook and Jones because of Malcolm McLaren's meddling and was like genuinely afraid of Sid Vicious by this point. Jones later said that he and Cook couldn't stand being around Johnny and Sid anymore. You couldn't turn around for a minute without Sid starting a fight. Then on top of that, you had Rotten, who was on his own trip and basically thought he was God by that stage. This isn't good. just a hint, they've only been around for about 18 months at this point. On January the 14th, 1978, during the tour's final date at the Winterland Ballroom in San Francisco, a disillusioned Rotten introduced the band's encore, saying, "You'll get one number and one number only because I'm a lazy bastard."
Well, at least he's honest about it.
Yeah, and it's also very punk. So the one number was a Stooges cover, "No Fun."
Okay.
Really great song. At the end of the song, Rotten kneeling on the stage, chanting unambiguously declarations of, "This is no fun, no fun. This is not fun at all, no fun." As the final cymbal crash died away, Rotten addressed the audience directly and went, "Ha ha, ever get the feeling you've been cheated? Good night." And before throwing his microphone down and walking off stage, he later observed, "I felt cheated. I wasn't going on with it any longer. It was ridiculous at this point. Sid was completely out of his brains, just a waste of space. The whole thing was a joke at that point. Malcolm wouldn't speak to me. He wouldn't discuss anything with me, but then he would turn around and tell Paul and Steve that the tension was all my fault because I wouldn't agree to anything." So, yeah.
He's playing that bullshit.
He's fucking with them for no good reason. You could make so much money off these kids if you just kept them together, and he's just pushing them all off the rails.
Well, he just wants that short-term money, and he doesn't want to screw around with it no more. He doesn't want the actual work of managing them.
He doesn't want the legacy. He wants the fast money. And also, I should point out at this point, I think it's Steve Jones was a sex addict at this point, like a really bad sex addict. He was having sex multiple times a day wherever they went, and that was something that he struggled with for the rest of his life. So thankfully he's getting help, but yeah, they were all out of control at this point. One of them was seriously ill, the other one was addicted to heroin and with Nancy, and the other one was a sex addict, and the other one, I don't know, it's got Malcolm McLaren in his ear. On the 17th of January, the band traveled separately to Los Angeles. Vicious, in increasingly bad shape, was brought by a friend who then took him to New York, where, after taking a mixture of Valium and methadone, later excused as nervous exhaustion, was hospitalized on arrival in the fucking city. They just went straight to the hospital. Rotten flew to New York to visit Vicious and announced the band's breakup on the 18th of January. Virtually broke after McLaren had withheld money from him for months, he telephoned the head of Virgin Records, Richard Branson, who agreed to pay for his flight back to London and pick him up from the airport. So Richard Branson has his faults. He kind of fucked the NHS in a couple of ways, but when it comes time to looking after his talent, he does usually come through. So good for him, because Malcolm McLaren kept all of that money from the tour.
That sucks.
Awful behavior.
Like, I need to come home. I don't have any money because some asshole kept it all, and I can't even get home.
No, so So Richard Branson has got to pay for his flight and his taxi home. I hope he bought him some fucking food as well, because this kid was suffering at this point. Fucking 19, 20 years old, coughing up blood in the middle of nowhere. They didn't really get America. They were touring places in America that they shouldn't have been doing. They should have been doing New York and LA for their first tour, and that's kind of it. You do the two big places for punk and like just stop. Do the other tours in the Midwest and Texas and all of that. Do that 2-3 albums in when you're bigger and you're more seasoned. They're 19, 20-year-old. They can't handle these kind of audiences. They have no cultural connection with these people at all, and it's not going to translate. So anyway, yeah. It's not a good scene. Anyway, the following year, Lydon initiated legal proceedings against McLaren and the Pistols' management company Glitterbest, which McLaren controlled. Among the claims were non-payment of royalties, improper usage of the title Johnny Rotten, unfair contractual obligations, and damages for all the criminal activities that took place. He was furnishing them with drugs. Hearings for Lydon's lawsuit began on the 7th of February 1979, 5 days after Sid Vicious's overdose death. He wasn't in a good place because that was his friend. He also, and I feel really bad for John Lydon. If you watch The Filth and the Fury, he cries when he talks about Sid. And he also says that heroin is the worst drug because it kills creativity, which is actually a good point. that being said, like Ray Charles wrote a bunch of great music on heroin, but anyway, he talks about introducing Sid Vicious to Nancy. It was him that introduced them, and he was like, if I hadn't done that, I think my best friend might still be alive. And it's really heartbreaking.
Yeah.
To know that this kid died so young. So
yeah, that sucks. And heroin is like bad juju, man.
It really is. But also I feel like that's survivor's guilt. I feel like Johnny Rotten came out of this a much stronger person, and him looking at what happened to Sid and blaming himself. Like, you can introduce Sid to a bunch of different people. He probably did throughout his life. Like, hey, here's Paul and Steve. Like, they didn't kill him, and Nancy didn't kill him. She just furnished him with drugs because she was able to get hold of them. She'd been doing it for the New York Dolls for years. So, that's not your fault. That's not on you, dude. Other shit is, but not that, So anyway, hearings for Lydon's lawsuit began on the 7th of February 1979, 5 days after Vicious's death. Cook and Jones initially allied themselves with McLaren, but as evidence mounted that their manager and supposed best friend had basically spent virtually all of the band's revenue on his bullshit film project, they switched sides. So they were like, you stole from us, you motherfucker, we're going. So on the 14th of February, Valentine's Day, the court put the film and its soundtrack into receivership, no longer under Malcolm McLaren's control. They were now to be administered as exploitable assets for addressing the band members' financial claims. So basically, the court was found in their favor.
Okay.
At this point, McLaren was left with substantial personal debts, millions, and legal fees. McLaren went on to carry out a month of consultation for Adam and the Ants, and managed their offshoot Bow Wow Wow.
Really? Did he break them up too?
Probably. Lydon's feelings of being used by McLaren formed the creative impetus for his subsequent band, Public Image Limited, which their first album is really cool. It's a double album. Dr. J, love this so far. Are we going to get Johnny Rotten's support for Trump and Brexit? We are going to get to John Lydon's declining decision-making skills slightly later on. He's... Anyway, he's a little bit fascist, and he likes the powerful men. So he's like, oh yeah, we need this guy can take his places. Yeah, fuck Europe. Yeah, actually, we are now fucked because we're not in Europe. So the contractual rights to the Sex Pistols' name were disputed in the case brought by Lydon, Jones, and Cook, and the estate of Sid Vicious in 1979 against the company. In 1986, the High Court awarded the rights to the group's name, The Great Rock and Roll Swindle, that bullshit film that he stole the money to make, the artwork, the master tapes, and the group's income for all of that time to Lydon and the band. Nothing went to Malcolm McLaren. They got millions of pounds. Nice. Yes. And rightly so. They wrote the fucking music. They performed it. They toured. And this guy stole from them. That's it. That's all. But
it was his image, man. He came up with the whole, he put them together and manipulated it all.
I wanted sexy young assassins.
Yeah.
Well, who gives a shit? Like, it's like the argument Stanley and Steve Ditko, right? Stanley, for the longest time, had all of the rights to Spider-Man. And his contribution to the creation of Spider-Man is he's a young man, he's a little bit awkward, and he's going to wear a spider suit. Go away and design it, Steve. And Steve Ditko comes back with this beautiful blue and red, iconic character, and the look of Peter Parker being this, like, not muscular, like skinny kid. Like an every kid, like a 14-year-old, like no muscle on him whatsoever. And Stan Lee took all of, because he owned the IP, like he took all of the credit for it. And it took years for Steve Ditko to get any money for his part in the creation of Spider-Man. You can say, go away and create me this thing. But if you're the artist that visually creates this thing, you deserve equal credit, at least. And for the longest time, these people who did all of the work got nothing except like money where they could get interviews and talk about it and release a book about it and stuff. But they finally got the money. In the 2000 film The Filth and the Fury, which I've mentioned a few times, it's available on YouTube. Go and watch it. The surviving members of the Sex Pistols gave their version of events. McLaren is portrayed during his time as the Sex Pistols manager by David Heyman in the film Sid and Nancy by Thomas Brody Sangster in the miniseries Pistol. Sid and Nancy is a great film. It's a very early Gary Oldman film. Really highly recommend that. That's a really interesting but dark film. But The Filth and the Fury is a great documentary, not just because it's got everyone involved in it, but also it's got stock footage. And they talk about the state of Britain at the time and the state of the world and what was going on in culture. And it's actually a really interesting documentary. It's made by Julian Temple, who is a known documentary filmmaker, and whose daughter Juno Temple is an actress, and she was in Ted Lasso and the Dark Knight films and stuff. She's been in a bunch of films. McLaren would go on to have a successful music career of his own. I just want to say that Malcolm McLaren, after all this, pivots, and he does well. Little bit of redemption in a way, sort of, because he has massive debts now, and he has to start making his own music. One of the first things he does in the 1980s, in 1983, is releasing the album Duck Rock, which helped open the UK market up to hip hop. First, actually, he brought in a bunch of New York DJs that were kind of on the rise. Also, Kares and Rakim featured on this fucking record. Big names in the underground hip hop scene. And he released it to the UK market because he saw it as being this is the next stage in music. And he was there for that. So the man's smart. He's an arsehole, but he's really smart,
Got that visionary stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. He's this could be huge over here because he understood. He's in the right part of London to understand working class communities and different racial backgrounds of people that come into his shop and stuff. So he understands what would appeal to them, and he knows, unfortunately, how to exploit that. So
yeah.
In 1982, McLaren visited Johannesburg in South Africa. His hit song Double Dutch was taken from Puleng by, I'm going to get all of these wrong, Mabakwanga band, the Boyo Yo Boys. It was the flip side of Zeus on a Time Bomb from Tsutsi. So he's mixing with a bunch of South African musicians now.
Okay.
He also created a song called On the Road to Soweto, which was lifted from a General MD Shirinada and the Gaza Sisters song Hey Majaji. While he also stole 3 songs from the Mahatela Queens. None of the artists concerned with the songs that he stole and repurposed got any royalty payments at the time. McLaren was later sued, with a UK judge freezing all royalty payments to McLaren for the song, and the case was then settled out of court for an undisclosed sum of money, and all of these people now get royalties to this day. So he's stealing again.
Stop fucking people over, man.
Just pay people for their time. Highlight them. Be the guy that brings these people to the fore and pay them. It's not fucking hard. Don't be a dick.
Yeah.
So, in the summer of 1985, Malcolm McLaren was appointed to the position of production executive at CBS Theatrical Films, the TV and stage arm of CBS Films, working from an office on the CBS lot and living in a house in the hills above Hollywood Bowl. McLaren focused on Fans, the musical, and Fashion Beast, which he commissioned British comic book writer and living legend Alan Moore to write a script for, as in Watchmen, League of Extraordinary Gentlemen, V for Vendetta, From Hell, all of those fucking amazing comic book titles that he commissioned Alan Moore to in the 80s, who was a starving artist at the time. He also developed a raft of properties, including, here we go, heavy metal surfing Nazis.
What?
This is a film, Heavy Metal Surfing Nazis, about post-apocalyptic turf wars among gangs on California's environmentally damaged beaches. Wow.
Okay.
It's like one of those 80s VHS
Just throw some
exploitation.
Nazis on there, and that'll get them. And we'll talk about the
Nazis,
environment.
Mutants, California, like
Make 'em surf.
It's a perfect combination. The Rock and Roll Godfather, a biopic of Led Zeppelin's manager Peter Grant, and Wild with an E at the end, West, based on the notion of Oscar Wilde discovering the roots of rock and roll during his celebrated 1882 lecture tour of the United States. Apparently, he toured around and went to like these like bluegrass venues and these like very early blues and country places, and like heard the music, and he was like, this is the future of entertainment. According, apparently Oscar Wilde was like that, and he was right, of course. McLaren gained interest in the latter project and fans the musical from Steven fucking Spielberg.
Oh,
yeah. And when CBS Theatrical Films closed at the end of 1985, Steven Spielberg, for some fucking reason, employed Malcolm McLaren as an ideas guru at Spielberg's Amblin Entertainment Studio, while continuing to pitch his projects to other studios on a freelance basis. That is the sweetest fucking gig I've ever heard of in my life.
yeah. Well, wait a second. I didn't know that ideas guru was a job.
I mean, it's not, but
No. He had it. I want it. I'm going for it.
He got paid hundreds of thousands of dollars a year to live above the Hollywood Bowl and to just pitch ideas to Steven Spielberg and Amblin Films. He is a professional paid idiot to say whatever comes in his head and see if it sticks. You've got to have that one person. I was told this when I was training in television. You've got to have that one person who, in the creative pitch meetings, just says whatever the fuck comes in their head. And 9 times out of 10, it's garbage. But that one time might be a workable idea.
Well, like, okay, I need to figure out who I need to connect with, because that is my job.
I think so. I think we can do better than heavy metal surfing Nazis.
Oh, absolutely.
For sure.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
I've got a great idea about the self-driving trucks and retired truckers having to come back and drive the trucks.
Oh my God. Get Peter Berg in that? Or like
Bruce Willis?
Roland Emmerich or something. You got a successful film right there. Oh my God. So yeah, he's got the sweetest job of all time. And he stays there for ages. Like throughout the 80s, he's just pitching crazy ideas at Amblin and doing a bunch of art stuff in LA. In 1998, McLaren released an album, Buffalo Gals Back to School. It was he originally released a song called Buffalo Gals through Virgin Records, an album featuring hip-hop artists Kares, Rakim, and De La Soul. It's kind of like a revisiting of the I was going to say Duck Soup then, but that's a fucking that's a film by the What's It Brothers. Never mind. But yeah, the original Duck album thing that he did, it was a re-release of that. Also another huge success in the late 90s. He also an article in the New Statesman published on the 20th of December 1999 titled My Vision for London included the McLaren Manifesto, which is scary.
Yeah.
Prompting speculation that McLaren might stand to be elected as mayor of London. Just
really?
what London needs.
Huh.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it kind of works. He's famous in London. He's an established presence. Vivian Westwood is now a very famous designer at this point. Everyone knows who the Sex Pistols are. And he managed to get funds sourced from Sony Music by rock music entrepreneur Alan McGee, the man behind artists such as My Bloody Valentine. Amazing album by those guys. That album, just one of the best ever made. He also helped start Oasis.
Okay.
Yep, and the Libertines.
Okay.
So, so kind of a famous dude. McLaren subsequently launched a campaign to stand as an independent candidate in the inaugural elections for the position in May 2000, with a range of policy proposals from environmentally sensitive traffic calming, which I like. So you have traffic calming that kicks in when like rush hour and stuff. So it's more specific. I think that probably already exists, but anyway. providing public libraries with licenses to serve alcohol. Less of a, that's not such a great idea, Malcolm.
I mean,
I think libraries are where you go to get away from alcohol licenses, right?
Right. Yeah. Okay. Give the alcohol licenses to the theaters, not the library. What the hell?
Yeah. You go to the library to chill the fuck out when nobody says anything and just read in peace. You don't need a drunk weeing in like the classic section.
You know? It's really hard to do the mind movies when you're drunk anyway.
It really is. They become very staggered.
Like I end up reading the same page like 40 times.
It becomes very bombastic. Yeah. You also vomit during it. So McLaren took the to the hustings in protest at the great political swindle of the mainstream parties who are plotting to make London expensive, oppressive, and boring. I mean, he's not wrong. It's all of that now. According to McLaren's campaign manager, the late entry into the mayoral race by Ken Livingstone forced him out of the running. Ken Livingstone would go on to win. Ken Livingstone is famously socialist and also super kind of focused on enriching areas that were like basically ignored by the Tory government. So he was a very powerful London mayor at the time, and he had the position before Boris Johnson. So
you guys had a socialist mayor in London?
Oh, we currently have a socialist mayor in London, Sadiq Khan, who people hate because he's called Sadiq Khan, unfortunately, and he's Labour, so they're blaming him for the rise in crime, even though the Tory government have control over crime budgets in London and everywhere. Oh, My Bloody Valentine, fodder for another rock and roll swindle episode. You'll definitely want to check out the story behind the making of Loveless. That's a great album. We've covered a lot of great music in this. My Bloody Valentine's album is just like, you can barely hear the lyrics in that album, but man, it's a melodic album. Super intense, like grungy sounding thing. Amazing album. So McLaren, from failing as the mayor of London, contributed a track called About Her to the soundtrack to Quentin Tarantino's 2004 film Kill Bill Volume 2.
Okay. Who do you steal that from?
Aha. The song heavily samples She's Not There by the Zombies and uses Bessie Smith's St. Louis Blues by looping the phrase, "My man's got a heart like a rock cast in the sea." So he stole it, basically.
Okay, he just mushed somebody's songs together. Gotcha.
I made a song. No, you didn't. Accused of plagiarism by French audio engineer Benjamin Bedenu, who had taken McLaren's unfinished demos from the studio. And I mean, this guy is crazy. Like, this is one of the stupidest crimes I've ever heard of in life. This French audio engineer is accused Malcolm McLaren of plagiarism. And guess what he does to kind of stop the plagiarism from happening? He steals the unfinished demos from the studio who were paying him through McLaren and fraudulently registered them to his own name, the French Composer Society, SACEM. So he's stolen the plagiarist thing.
He stole the stolen songs?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm going to stop you from releasing the stolen material by stealing it.
Brilliant.
Yeah. McLaren was cleared of plagiarism in November 2005 when a court in Angers, France, or a French court, ruled in his favor, even though Malcolm McLaren is like really difficult. Like they found in his favor. So that's pretty serious. Bedenu was ordered to pay damages, which he never paid. So, well, yeah, just fucked off. He's like, nah, it's France, I'm not paying. He continued to create multiple visual art exhibitions for years until he was diagnosed with peritoneal mesothelioma. I almost got through that. Peritoneal mesothelioma. There we go. In October 2009. The thing I just mentioned, so that I don't have to say it again, is a cancer that affects the peritoneum, which is the membrane that lines your abdomen and abdominal organs.
That's the stuff that comes from asbestos, isn't it?
That's exactly it. Asbestos exposure is the most common risk factor. And I just wonder, because he's operating in these like grimy parts of London that were like kind of thrown up after the Second World War very quickly. And he's working in the fashion industry with like reclaimed materials, reclaimed clothing. He's patching them. Him and Vivienne Westwood are patching them. They're working, they're cutting them up and stuff. I just wonder if working in this industry and in this environment is where he was exposed to asbestos in the early 70s. I think it's highly likely.
Probably.
Really.
There's probably some sort of garments or fabric or something that he wove right in, like,
Yeah.
or in that building.
Exactly, like in the roof. If he's like transforming the roof to make it a different store, transforming the ceiling, knocking into the walls, he's doing a lot of it himself to save money. That's another thing. Also, these punk venues, like God knows how much shit is in those buildings, you know?
I think they use that asbestos as flame retardant and soundproofing stuff. So yeah,
Exactly.
yeah,
It's probably everywhere. I mean, anyone who went to CBGB's at that time is probably in really bad trouble. So unfortunately, he died of the disease on the 8th of April 2010 in a hospital in Switzerland. McLaren's last words were said by his son, Joseph Correa, to have been "Free Leonard Peltier." Or Leonard Peltier, I'm not sure how you pronounce that. Leonard Peltier, or Peltier, is a Native American activist and a member of the American Indian Movement, AIM, who, following a controversial trial, was convicted of 2 counts of aiding and abetting the murder in the deaths of 2 Federal Bureau of Investigation agents in a June 26, 1975 shooting on the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation in South Dakota.
okay.
So,
Isn't that the group that wants the Redskins to be the Redskins again?
yeah, I think it is. It's kind of weird. I don't see how that helps their cause, really. But yeah.
It all is too confusing for me. Well, so wait, he wants to free the person that shot the FBI guys. That was his last words, but his last words were said by his son.
Well, that's what his son says were his last words. I don't know who's coherent enough on chemo and radiotherapy drugs to say free this political dissident from Dakota. I think most people's last words are.
My last words are going to be like, well, fuck. All right, then.
Yeah, I guess so. The Leonard Peltier thing is for cranks. I get that sense. It doesn't make sense to me. It's like that whole thing about the king's last words were, "Oh, we'll go on holiday to Bognor after this," and his last words were apparently "Bugger Bognor," and then he died. So I don't believe that at all. Tributes to McLaren poured in from friends, associates, and fans, including John Lydon, who have been at odds with McLaren since the demise of the Sex Pistols. And these are a couple of quotes from him. "For me, Malc was always entertaining. I hope you remember that. Above all else, he was an entertainer, and I will miss him, and so should you." He also later went on in the same article to say, "Malcolm McLaren didn't inspire. He took credit for things he didn't do, so fuck him. I'm not great." And then ... "I'm not great at dealing with death." So
fair enough. He's all over the place there.
He
Whatever.
really is. Like, leave him alone. He was an entertainer. Also, fuck him because he stole everything. I mean, yeah, both are accurate.
Yeah, nailed it.
Yeah. McLaren was laid to rest in a coffin spray painted with the slogan "Too fast to live, too young to die." McLaren's funeral was attended by Vivienne Westwood, the Sex Pistols bandmates Paul Cook and Glenn Matlock, and celebrities such as Bob Geldof, artist Tracy Emin, and Adamant. Bob Geldof later told John Lydon that at the funeral there was a huge row between Vivienne Westwood and Bernie Rhodes, who was the manager of the Clash. And according to Lydon, who then said, "I mean, the man's dead. What are you people doing?" And hearing this and the way Bob told it, so Irish and brilliant and so full of humor, I felt really, really sorry for Malcolm at that point, that these sods couldn't even let him die in peace. They were out for their own little angles. And I personally think, and this is the end of the story now, to be honest, I think the spirit of Malcolm McLaren was probably watching all of this happen, thinking he played a part in the chaos, because that's what he was known for. He was an agent of chaos, and that's kind of what he did. And that's the story of Malcolm McLaren. Interesting, kind of fucked up.
went out with chaos, and he organized it all himself with a
he did.
dumb last quote.
Really dumb last quote, and probably not true.
Yeah.
So, what do you think of Malcolm McLaren? I want to point out that he did create things. He did borrow a lot, but he was also a musician. He did some also some jazz pieces. He did a bunch of digital art exhibitions at some point. He was the kind of person who was very clever, very good at managing and manipulating people, but not so great at creating original pieces himself.
Well, yeah, just the suck thing is that he just manipulated the hell out of people, and that's just not cool.
It really is. No real reason a lot of the time.
Inadvertently pushed people to death, I think.
I think so. I think if he'd been a more adult guiding hand to these people, I mean, look, you're not going to stop drug addicts from doing drugs, but you can certainly help them to get away from them. And I don't think he did that, unfortunately.
Well, if he wouldn't have like done Johnny Rotten and Sid and the band the way he did, we could have had like more good Sex Pistols music that came out. Like there could have been more albums.
Absolutely. Like I'm not for a moment suggesting that the Sex Pistols would have been like the Rolling Stones and just done fucking album after album for decades and like still performing in their 80s. But I think we probably could have got 3 albums out of the Sex Pistols for sure.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. That's unfortunate.
Yeah.
The manipulation thing I don't like, because that's like knowingly being a jackwagon for your own, like that's narcissistical or
I feel like he got his kicks from that,
kind of
manipulating people, to be honest.
And so that'll be the biggest reason why he's getting a higher score. That and the what is it, intellectual property, the IP kleptoness.
Stealing from people and then not paying them their dues is like his other main thing, like just keeping all the money for himself.
Right, which is why I will also give him a 75.
I'm happy for that. I think that's a fair, because obviously, like, he didn't kill anyone. That's always our go-to. Like, he didn't kill anyone, and he's certainly less violent than, Charlie Sheen. But Charlie Sheen feels like someone who was dealing with a significant addiction issue throughout his entire life, and that kind of clouds a lot of his issues and the problems. Like, a lot of that is because he has this thing, he can't control it, and at times he doesn't want to control it because he just loves being an addict. Malcolm McLaren was not an addict. He was a manipulator, and he enjoyed it.
Yeah,
and
that's calculating.
Yeah. And that's why I think everyone knows a Malcolm McLaren at some point in their life. And the problem is that they're very good at what they do. They are very good at manipulating you. They're very good at taking advantage of you financially or emotionally or whatever it might be. And unfortunately, they will create victims around them because that's sort of what they do. And it is very, very sad. But it's also important for you to recognize that of them. And I feel like Malcolm's manipulation is part of a wider thing of like artistic expression that he was totally a part of, but he could have been like, he's not the worst. I mean, certainly in the music industry, he's not the most manipulative person there's ever been. Not even close to like the top 20. But had he been a little bit more focused on making the Sex Pistols have more longevity, the world of music could be a very different place now. I mean, it is because of that first album anyway. It was a huge seminal point in music history, but had they stuck around, maybe experimented, maybe moved punk into different directions, which Public Image Limited did, it's still punk music, but it's like slightly different. It's interesting punk music. Not that isn't, but it's like it's experimental. Right. I feel like we could have had a slightly different twist on music now. The image we have of punk back then would have been very different if we'd seen that evolution, I think.
Yeah, it would have been. It could have been nice. We'll never know.
We will never know. So if you want to know more about Malcolm McLaren, and he's written books which are a fair fabrication going on in them, but I would definitely recommend watching Filth and the Fury because it is every member of the Sex Pistols.
Okay.
So it's not just John Lydon, it's literally everyone and like their families and friends and stuff. So it's a bunch of people talking about everything that went down, and the general consensus is Malcolm McLaren was fucking with everyone. And it's a great documentary. Again, you can watch it on YouTube. I will warn you that the YouTube quality is that of the early 2000s, i.e. potato vision, but you can still watch it and get the general gist. It's a great film, really kind of moves along at a nice pace. But yeah, so that was Malcolm McLaren, who scores a 75, and Charlie Sheen, who scores a 74. Two people where you look at, elements of redemption in both stories. Malcolm McLaren kind of made good on after he'd been sued multiple times by different people. He started to be a creative influence and also opening up the market to the UK, opening the UK market up to hip hop. Like that's a huge deal right there.
Yeah.
Well done for that. And also the cool art he made. The fact that without Malcolm McLaren, we kind of don't get Vivienne Westwood, and we don't get punk fashion. We don't get punk iconography. We don't get a change in the way the UK clothing industry works. And the influence of Vivienne Westwood, her first big start was this store Sex. That's where she made her first splash. So for that and for the Sex Pistols, brilliant. Thank you, Malcolm. Wish you'd been a little bit of a better person. Charlie Sheen had a problem and seems to have dealt with it. So I think the big lesson here is that ultimate redemption is possible with time. So let me introduce you to Morrissey, this charming man. Morrissey, Stephen Patrick Morrissey, was born on the 22nd of May 1959 to working class Irish immigrants in Davyhulme, Lancashire, England. Davyhulme is its claim to fame is having one of the largest wastewater treatment plants in Europe. The site serves population of 1.2 million people in and around the city of Manchester, and the facility includes a biogas combined heat and power facility producing renewable energy and gas produced by the anaerobic digestion of sewage. Yay! Fuck hell. Yeah, cool.
So yeah, you talked about this in the Patreon exclusive. So those people that want to hear neat stuff about that, you go over there and take care of that.
We talked about renewable energies, but
you can burn poo.
You can burn poo and make magic, or energy. Let's not make it. Yeah, please don't go burning poo to try and become a magician. You're not going to be Harry Potter by setting your shits on fire. Morrissey's family lived in Queen's Court near a Loretto convent in Hulme, which is like an order of Catholic nuns, I want to say. Okay. And his mother worked nearby at the Hulme Hippodrome bingo hall. If only Morrissey had become a bingo caller. I just feel like he missed his calling there. Oh, the 888. Like, it would have been so amazing. He could have sung that shit. They moved because of the 1960s demolition of almost all the Victorian era houses in Hulme, known as the slum clearance. This happened a lot in England after the post-war. There was this movement to the Nazis have leveled the country. This is the time to rebuild. We can give people better housing, and let's just knock down everything that they didn't bomb. So all of these Victorian era houses, which were 2 up, 2 down, didn't have internal plumbing. So you'd have like a kitchen sink, but you had to go outside to use the toilet. And like there were no showers, and bathtubs were like rare. So they knocked them all down and built these enormous high-rise brutalist monstrosities in their place, which are now themselves crumbling to pieces. And yeah,
they couldn't have just put in plumbing.
I know, or like just knock a couple of houses down and put one house there. They had the space. The Germans just bombed the shit out of Manchester, just rebuild, but make it a little bit bigger and cleaner. Like you don't have to build fucking enormous high rises that are now crumbling and led to intense poverty and terrible living conditions comparative to the slums that they were clearing. So, yeah.
Good job.
Also, they were ugly as sin. Like, at least the Victorian era cottages had character. These things are fucking ugly. So him and his family moved to Stretford. Following a primary education at St. Wilfrid's Primary School, Morrissey failed his 11 plus exams, which are like 11 plus, you take them at 11, or you did back then, to move on to the next level, and proceeded to St. Mary's Secondary Modern School, an experience he found really unpleasant. He excelled, interestingly, at athletics, which I mean, he was lanky, Morrissey, in the 70s and 80s, but I would never have put him down as like an athlete. So a point here from Tostoid: we don't know if there was any cholera or tuberculosis left over in the walls. It's probably a good point, actually. There were like really disgusting living conditions in the slums. That's one of the reasons why they demolished them, because
I guess
plague.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
Not
yeah.
a good environment for that. Yeah, just all sorts of shit. So yeah, he was good at athletics, though he was an unpopular loner at the school. We're seeing a theme start already with Morrissey. He has been critical of his formal education, stating, "The education I received was basically evil and brutal. All I learned was to have no self-esteem and to feel ashamed without knowing why." I feel like my experience in school in the 90s, that is a very common experience of the British education system from like the post-war years right up until the 2000s.
It sounds a lot like my dad's description of Catholic school.
Basically, yeah. And that description that you're getting, there is no, when I was in school, there was no reinforcement of your achievements or the things you did well. It was just only focusing on the shit you did wrong and punishing you for it and reminding you of it and reminding you of it again. And like, it was not a good environment to learn, especially when like every child needs positive reinforcement in education. The British education system was not good at that. For
Yeah,
like
that won't
60
fuck you up
years.
at all.
Yeah, exactly. And for someone who excels at athletics, but not like actual, you know, the core education components, you need that encouragement, you need that guidance. But he wasn't getting any, he was just getting destroyed. So he left school in 1975, having received no formal qualifications at all, nothing. He continued his education at Stretford Technical College, where he gained 3 O-levels in English literature, sociology, and the general paper, which is just like general studies type thing.
Okay.
You know, so
What's O level?
so O-levels were what preceded GCSEs, and you take GCSEs at the age of 16, and you take, I think it's like 11 or 12. Basically every subject has a GCSE, so you do that: maths, English, all 3 of the sciences, geography, history, all sorts, religious studies, business studies. There's a whole bunch in there. You take them and you have to get 8 or more, or at least you did in my year, to carry on to the A-level section. And then you do 3 subjects, and you just focus on those, and those are usually your primer for college. So you focus in on these really important subjects that make you ready for your next stage, which is going to college, which then helps you focus in on your career. So it's like a nice gentle progression.
Our education system is so different.
I know. It's crazy, isn't it? That
It's
you
so
finish with
dumb
that
over
at
here.
16. It's so crazy. Like I like that approach, but I don't think it always necessarily works, because my experience was I did really, really well in my GCSEs, not so well at A-level, because I didn't really have the support. And I feel like when you're specializing in like 3 subjects, you need like intensive support and follow-up, and we didn't get that. We were just like, do this, now go away and write that. Instead of like having follow-up sessions, it was just like, right, we've given you your stuff, like fuck off now. So that's why I didn't do so well in my A-levels compared to my GCSEs. But Morrissey managed to get 3 of them, which actually at the time, it wasn't uncommon for people to be, okay, like you've got 3 GCSEs, at least you've got that. Like that was enough back then. It's changed a lot now. You need like 8 or 9 to even get to the next level, and you have to retake them if you don't. So yeah, it's kind of intense. In 1975, he traveled to the United States to visit an aunt who lived in Staten Island. The relationship between his parents was strained, and they ultimately separated in December in 1976, just shortly after he got back from the States, and his father, moving out of the family house. Morrissey's, so you've got divorce. He's now 17 at this point. So
Okay.
childhood divorce, not had good time in school. Also, as we'll get to it, probably questioning his sexuality, but not being allowed to because it's 1970s, early Thatcher era England. Not a good environment for that. Morrissey's librarian mother encouraged her son's interest in reading. He took an interest in feminist literature and particularly liked the Irish author Oscar Wilde, whom he came to idolize. You can definitely see Oscar Wilde's influence in his lyrics, but also who Morrissey is. You know, he is an Irish guy, descended from Irish people, but in an English environment, very kind of flamboyant, but also like sexuality is quite fluid, clearly.
Right.
So very much a modern day Oscar Wilde, particularly in the way he writes. So
Yeah, that makes total sense. And I hadn't even thought about that really at all. But yeah, that
I know
jives perfect.
it aligns amazingly well. The young Morrissey was also a fan of the television soap opera, and calling it a soap opera is a little bit, because that has connotations in America with like cheap, like TV,
Silly.
but like it means a slightly different thing in the UK, where it's like a kind of a very serious, like actual real life drama. The television soap opera Coronation Street, which focuses on working class communities. It says communities, one community, but hence the street in Manchester. He sent proposed scripts and storylines to the show's production company, Granada Television, although they were all rejected. So a little bit about Coronation Street, just back up. Coronation Street has been running shows multiple times a week, so like 2-3 times a week, since 1962.
Ooh,
it's a long running TV show. And they're typically either intense or a little bit sad, sometimes downright depressing, but also sometimes just like everyday stuff, like guys having difficulty at his job. Someone's maybe got like a gambling problem. This person's maybe gotten into a fight, or maybe their relationship's breaking down. It's not always like high drama. Sometimes it's just normal life that they're focusing in on.
But they don't ever have any like evil twins and
none of that.
Like,
no like amnesia, no like evil twins showing up. It's mostly like, and they tackle social issues. Like they did a gay storyline in another soap opera called EastEnders in the 80s. They handled a storyline where one of the main characters got AIDS in the 1980s. Yeah, like they've done like intense sexual assault storylines. They've done really, really serious real life issues, and all of them are covered in things like Coronation Street and EastEnders are the big two. Coronation Street, Manchester. EastEnders is the BBC's version. It's in London. So you get some really good handling of real life issues, but it can be depressing. And I can see why Morrissey was drawn to it. The best way I can describe it is imagine the Starks in Game of Thrones with slightly different accents and no swords. Because that's basically it. Like, oh, it's fucking grim. Oh, God, winter's coming. Oh, and all of that. Like, that's basically it. Only in the modern world without fighting. It's these people that have to put up with constant knocks, but they keep on going. So Morrissey was drawn to that. I can see why, because he lived it. Really
makes sense,
you know, and he would have been perfect for it. But he found another avenue for his writing, and we'll get onto that in a bit. Of his youth, Morrissey has said, "Pop music was all I ever had. It was completely entwined with the image of the pop star. And I remember feeling the person singing was actually with me and understood me and my predicament." So he felt a really strong attachment to the music industry, particularly of that time. He later revealed that the first record he purchased was Marianne Faithfull's 1965 single, "Come and Stay With Me." He became a glam rock fan in the 1970s, enjoying the work of English artists like T-Rex, David Bowie, and Roxy Music. It was all, I
know one of those.
Yes, you know what? Yeah, you probably Roxy Music. You might recognize some of their songs. They were produced by Brian Eno, who has gone on to produce like some of the greatest records of all time with David Bowie and people. So, and also Brian Eno did the first ever. What's that kind of music where it's just like slow, calming noise? Ambient music. Brian Eno invented ambient music. So Yeah, the first album, it's Brian Eno, I think it's called like Ambient One or something. It's just nice, chill music. I'd highly recommend it.
Well, thank you, Brian, for helping me sleep.
Thank you, Brian Eno, for all of that wonderful music. He was also, Morrissey was also a fan of American glam rock artists such as the Sparks, who are fucking brilliant. Love the Sparks. Jabriath and the New York Dolls, who are like really influential. Yeah. Huge. And actually, I can see a bit of the New York Dolls in the way he performs a little bit as well, because they were like quite intense and flamboyant. He formed a British fan club for the latter, attracting members through small adverts in the back pages of music magazines. He created a fanzine for the New York Dolls in the UK, which is kind of a cool thing. You can see he's well into music. Yeah. So
I like that.
Yeah.
So far, so good.
Yeah, so far it's really good. It was through the New York Dolls' interest in female pop singers from the 1960s that Morrissey too developed a fascination with such artists, including Sandy Shaw, someone called Twinkle, who I've never heard of before, and Dusty Springfield, who, like, huge name from the 1960s.
Sounds familiar, and
you'll have. No, that's someone else. I can't think of her songs right now, but hugely influential artist. Basically, think Adele from 50, 60 years ago.
Okay.
And actually, I think Adele was like in line to play her in a biopic, but I don't think that ever happened. So
maybe it still will.
It might do. Dusty Springfield, known for being like small, tiny, massive voice, really powerful voice. I want to say son of a preacher man, but I don't think that's right. I think that's like maybe Nancy Sinatra. Anyway, you'll find you'll have known songs that she's sung before. Anyway, Morrissey at this point wants to become a professional writer, and he considered a career in music journalism. He frequently wrote letters to the music press and was eventually hired by the weekly music review publication Record Mirror. He wrote several short books for local publishing company Babylon Books. In 1981, he released a 24-page booklet he'd written on the New York Dolls, which sold 3,000 copies.
Oh, wow.
It's not bad.
No, not at all.
I wish I could sell 3,000 copies of a book nowadays. I'd be all right, on Amazon.
Wish I could finish a 24-page book.
That's not bad. Also, this is another thing as well. This was followed by another book he wrote called James Dean is Not Dead, about the late American film star James Dean. Morrissey had developed a love for Dean and covered his bedroom with pictures of the dead film star. I wonder why. Starting to see kind of possible hints at, sexuality and stuff like that, and obsession. So has every Monument Mythos fan. That's funny, Toastoid. I like that one. So in August 1978, Morrissey was briefly introduced to the 14-year-old Johnny Marr by a mutual acquaintance at a Patti Smith gig held at Manchester's Apollo Theatre. We have Apollo theaters over here too. They're not quite as aggressive as the one in New York. Several years later, in May 1982, Marr turned up on Morrissey's doorstep, there to ask Morrissey if he was interested in co-founding a band. Sorry. Would you like to be one? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, would you like to co-found one of the most influential bands of the 1980s? No, I'd rather write a series of angry music reviews for the NME, if that's okay with you. I want to quickly talk. Morrissey was a music journalist. He wrote a bunch of reviews, and I'm going to read them to you right now because they are special. Oh my God. So he mostly wrote for Melody Maker, but he wrote this about Cyndi Lauper. In home country America, Cyndi Lauper is probably filed under New Wave. This record is grossly unmusical. Squeezing the rag dry, lifted yet again from her LP. She's so incredibly ordinary. A less than impressed Morrissey quips. Not, wow. He doesn't hold back. He's kind of a dick. He goes on. Another single that Morrissey was full of disdain for was Lionel Richie's Penny Lover. the 17th single lifted from his Can't Slow Down LP. The people actually care. Sorry, that people actually care for such things suggest an unholy amount of human misery.
Wow.
Yeah.
Good grief. This
In
guy's like
Lionel Richie.
Dosa Buckley, but
He
back
is.
in the day.
He's the ultimate edgelord. And this is, I want to point out, he's writing this at 17 years old. Yeah, he's 17 when he's writing this. Of British dad rock band Status Quo, Morrissey wrote, "Unreviewable impertinence. If you can't beat them, shoot them."
Oh,
So
damn.
that's his review. Yeah. Fucking hell. And there's a couple more of British pop band Bucks Fizz. Morrissey wrote the Smiths. He wrote a note saying, "One would hear more vocal passion from an ape under anesthetic, inexcusably dim."
Ouch.
Yeah,
that's creative. It is some creative slams.
Yeah, and now we get to probably the most famous one. It's the easiest one to find online for sure. When he was 17, he wrote a particularly colorful review of the Ramones for a July 1976 issue of Melody Maker. In it, Morrissey goes on to call the New Yorkers a bumptious band of degenerate no-talents and said that the Ramones have absolutely nothing to add that is of any relevance or importance and should be rightly filed and forgotten. He said that about the Ramones. Damn.
I mean, he's half right.
I mean, yeah.
They're degenerates and lacking some talent, but I mean,
but they
it's
make
punk
good
rock.
music. Yeah. I like the Ramones. Like, I've got their greatest hits album, which is like 40 songs. You can get through it in 39 minutes, I feel like. It's like a really quick listen. You blast through that thing, but it's fun. And I don't think Morrissey kind of appreciates the kind of effort that the Ramones put into their like image. And like they were like, we only ever face the audience. We don't like perform to each other. We don't look back we face the crowd, and we only face the crowd, and we are intense. And like they put a lot of effort into it, and they drilled every night at CBGB's. They drilled that show. So I think he's probably wrong, but I get where he's coming from.
I think it's because he likes glam rock, and glam rock people and punk rock people don't really get along so well.
Yeah, and like Bowie is like high art performance and music and themes, and the Ramones are
hanging out with Gigi Allen.
Yeah, and like days are long, the nights are long, like having learned like 50 surfer songs and like songs about being stated and like hanging out with girls, and like it's very much like it's straightforward music, and I don't think he had any time for that. So that's probably it. Anyway, Johnny Marr had been impressed with Morrissey, and also that he had authored a book on the New York Dolls and was inspired to turn up on his doorstep following the example of Jerry Lieber, who had formed his working partnership with Mike Stoller after turning up on the latter's door. I don't know who those two are.
I've got nothing.
I don't know why I even wrote that in. So according to Morrissey, we got on absolutely famously. We were very similar in drive. The next day, Morrissey phoned Marr to confirm that he would be interested in forming a band with him. Steve Pomfret, who had served as the band's first bassist, soon abandoned the band to be replaced by Dale Hibbert. Couldn't stand Morrissey. So he was like, I'm getting the fuck out of here. This guy is a nightmare.
Was he reviewing his own music?
Yeah, you're shit. I don't like you have nothing to say. You're a bassist without any influence, or I don't know. I'm making.
You've got no rhythm.
You can't play. No, he couldn't get along with Morrissey. It's a lot of patience to get along with some people, and Morrissey's one of those people. Around the time of the band's formation, Morrissey decided that he would be publicly known only by his surname, with Marr referring to him as Mozza or Moz. Which is fucking hilarious. So he's like, nah, I'm going to call you Mozza. I don't care what you want. In 1983, he forbade those around him from using the name Stephen, which he despised. So I'm like, okay, like he wants to get away from his past. Clearly, I think. Yeah, but he also wants to own the name. So like, there's a bit of pride there in like who he is or where he's come from, but he doesn't want to be called Stephen. So yeah, I feel there's stuff going on there. Yeah, if you want to, then be who you want to be. But yeah, that's kind of sad a little bit. Morrissey was also responsible for choosing the band name of the Smiths. later informing an interviewer that it was the most ordinary name, and I thought it was time that the ordinary folk of the world showed their faces. It's a really cool reasoning, actually.
That is
100% behind that sentiment.
I had no idea. I dig it.
Yeah, I like it too. They were turned down by a bunch of recording companies, and after the recording company EMI turned them down, Morrissey and Marr visited London to hand a cassette of their recordings to Jeff Travis of the independent record label Rough Trade Records. Although not signing them to a contract straight away, he agreed to cut the song Hand in Glove as a single. Morrissey chose a homoerotic cover design in the form of a Jim French photograph. Of course he did. It was released in May 1983, and it was championed by legendary BBC DJ John Peel, who is like, without him we wouldn't have the Buzzcocks and a bunch of like punk bands, the Sex Pistols. Like, he played their records on the radio when you weren't allowed to. So nice. Good on John Peel. As were in the later singles, but it failed to chart. So even with this push, it didn't like chart. But that's like, you know, new band, they're like in their early 20s. It happens a lot, really.
Oh yeah, I mean, you're not gonna be a smash right off the bat, like always.
I know, and like I feel like we're in a time somewhat now where we're shifting, where people can actually build up a little bit of a following, whereas like 10 years ago, if you weren't a success right away, you get dropped. But now you can build up a following on, like, you know, Spotify or SoundCloud or whatever it might be, and you know, you can have a bit of a following by the time you hit a certain level. So it's good that that's coming back, and that's kind of what happened with the Smiths. Later in 1983, the band performed the first significant London gig, gained radio airplay with the John Peel session on his radio show, and obtained their first interviews in music magazines NME and Sounds. The follow-up singles, This Charming Man and What Difference Does It Make, fared better when they reached number 25 and 12, respectively, in the UK singles chart. This Charming Man is a fucking amazing song. It is... I can't really put it into words. It's 3 minutes. It's like a perfect 3-minute song. It's kind of the 80s in like a single. It's very homoerotic. It's beautiful. It's upbeat, but it's describing like a really odd situation. A punctured bicycle on a hillside, desolate. Will nature make a man of me yet? Then this charming man comes and picks him up. They maybe like touch hands in the front seat of the car. It's like, it's super interesting. But the whole time, Johnny Marr has put this upbeat, really cool riff, and it goes straight into it, and it's upbeat, it's fast tempo, and then you've got these beautiful lyrics. Like, that song has endured more than most singles from that era.
It's when you're getting into talking about the music like this, it makes me want to go back and be an air talent and be able to play the song. Like, I wish we wouldn't get like copyright strikes and we could just play some of the music right now.
I would love to play some Smiths music, but also not only would we get copyright strikes, but I'm actually afraid that Morrissey would sue us, because he is super litigious. He will sue fucking anyone. So
don't sue us.
Yeah, please don't sue us. Morrissey, we kind of like you for this stuff. So yeah, I was like you when I was on radio. I would always sneak in Panic by the Smiths, because it's like 2.5 minutes. So if you're like coming up to the hour and you need to buy a little time before you get to the news, like I would play. There was Delamitri had a song that was like 2 minutes, but then there was the Smiths' Panic, and it ends with hang the DJ, hang the DJ, hang the DJ, hang the DJ, and it just loops like that. And I'm like, who's Hank the DJ? Why do they want to talk to Hank? What is that? What they're singing? Oh, that's okay. So anyway. I love that song. So aided by praise from the music press and a series of studio sessions with John Peel and David Jensen at BBC Radio 1, the Smiths began to acquire a dedicated fan base. In February 1984, they released their debut album, The Smiths, which reached number 2 on the UK album charts, back when you had to sell like 1 million copies to reach number 2. So nice. That's not a bad debut right there. Yeah, they absolutely smashed it. As frontman of the Smiths, Morrissey, described as lanky, soft-spoken, bequiffed, and bespectacled. They're not talking about me, I swear to God. I'm not doing a Morrissey, I swear I'm not. Subverted many of the norms that were associated with pop and rock music. That's very true. He kind of established a new style, really. And we'll get to that now. The band's aesthetic was simplicity, was a reaction to the excesses personified by the New Romantics. So like Duran Duran and Adamant and Billy Idol, I guess, to a certain extent as well, who was quite like really intense. And while Morrissey adopted an androgynous appearance like the New Romantics or earlier glam rockers, he was far more subtle and understated. So he looked very bookish, and he wore like prescription glasses, as in like the NHS glasses. So you can spend like, we have NHS in the UK, so you can have your medical needs met. But if you want to spend like £150 on glasses, you can do that, and you can have like Ralph Lauren glasses or Ray-Bans or whatever you want. But if you just want like something that you will be able to see through for like a tenner, you can get NHS glasses. They look like shit, but they do the job. And he would wear them as a fashion statement, along with like knackered old like granny jumpers and like grandfather pants and shoes that were 30 years old and stuff. So he was just like thrift shop aesthetic in the early 80s.
Before Macklemore made it cool.
Before Macklemore made it cool. And also before that was really a thing. He was basically saying, we are ordinary people. We live in a country where nobody has any money, and we're here to represent that, because I grew up in that environment. And that's what he's saying. He had nothing. So why would he wear like Eddie Murphy's all leather onesie or like look like Prince or something? Like, why would he dress like that? He'd rather save that money, because he knows what it is to have absolutely nothing.
Which is super cool.
It is.
I mean, and it's awesome to create a style in that way because of that.
Absolutely. And actually, I think, we talk about how important representation is. That is really important representation for people who have no money, to see someone on their TV screen who looks like they're malnourished, and who is wearing the same like secondhand clothes that they will wear, the hand-me-downs. But also, not just that, this guy is androgynous, not in like a Boy George kind of way, in like is he gay? Is he straight? He's singing about like holding a man's hand, but like it's not a sexual thing, it's like a romantic thing. It's like that represented a whole other thing in the early 80s that nobody was talking about. The decriminalization of homosexuality in the UK had only been around for about 12, 13 years at this point. So not a long time. So that was an important representation. Yeah, it's really important that people like this came along at that time, and he was one of the first. So worst of all, he was sincere, which they talk about with his music being so intoxicatingly melancholic, so dangerously thoughtful, so seductively funny, that it lures its listeners into a relationship with him and his music instead of the world. So people forget about their shit and listen to the Smiths. I like that. I like that escapist element.
That's what music is supposed to do.
Exactly. And I remember seeing a thing by a comedian, a British comedian, who said that as a bisexual man, like growing up in the 80s, you had two outlets. You had the Smiths and Morrissey, or you had the books written by Stephen Fry, who wrote these like amazing books about his experiences as a young gay man in the UK. So those were your two options. You had nothing else, because you daren't mention that who you were in public, because you would get attacked or shunned. So that was the early 80s for you, unfortunately. In an academic paper on the band, Julian Stringer characterized the Smiths as one of Britain's most overtly political groups, while in his study of their work, Andrew Warnes termed them as the most anti-capitalist of bands, because they didn't wear labels. They didn't sing about spending money. They sung about love, and they wore basically shit clothes.
How does it... It sucks that they got to turn that to, they're anti-capitalist.
Yeah. They're just normal people. They're just normal. Yeah. They're not glamorous, is what he's saying. They're not glamorous. And in doing so, they are making a statement. because everyone, like, it's pop music. Everyone has to be big and famous and glamorous, and everyone has to have their hair perfect. But actually, Morrissey was just like this normal guy. Johnny Marr was this normal guy, you know?
Yeah.
So
Get in your box.
What the fuck? What are you doing making music and entertaining people? Morrissey has been had been particularly vocal in his criticism of the then Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher after the 1984 October Brighton hotel bombing by the IRA that targeted the Tory party conference that they tried to kill Margaret Thatcher. He commented that the only sorrow of it was that Thatcher escaped unscathed. Fuck. But
Ouch.
also, yeah. Yeah, well, I hate Thatcher, so you know.
Well, I'm not a fan, but I'm not
No.
from there.
I
just don't like bad people.
Yeah, like she put my entire country through hell, so fuck that woman. In 1988, he stated that Section 28 embodies Thatcher's very nature and her quite natural hatred. There we go, quite natural hatred. So just a thing about Section 28. You're going to find a lot of stuff here, Americans, if you're listening, that you'll be like, oh shit, this was 40 years ago. Okay. Section 28 was a legislative designation for a series of laws across Britain that prohibited the promotion of homosexuality by local authorities. Introduced by Margaret Thatcher's Conservative government, it was in effect from 1988 till the year 2000 in Scotland, and in Scotland from 1988 to 2003, and in England and Wales. It caused many organizations such as lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender student support groups to close, limit their activities, or self-censor. So basically, Russia today or the southern United States today.
Promotion.
That's the key
Acknowledge of
thing.
existence?
How do you define promotion? Is it acknowledge that people exist?
Apparently.
Could that be classed as promotion? That's the thing. When you use words like promoting a certain thing, like promoting terrorism, where does that start? Does that start with saying that ISIS exists, that Al-Qaeda are a thing, that Osama bin Laden was behind 9/11? Is that promotion of terrorism, or is that just you reporting facts? You know, if you talk about gay people, and if you say, and when they say local councils, what they're saying is you have control over schools. You're not allowed to talk about this. So instead of people going into sexual education classes and finding out that gay people exist and that that's okay, that they exist, and this is, you know, this is what it's like being a gay person at this time in history, at this point in history. These are the rights that gay people have been fighting for. This is what they can and can't do because of where we are in society. You're not even allowed to talk about it anymore. So when you remove that, the people that aren't gay, but maybe think that there might be something going on, they don't hear about it because you're not allowed to promote it. And that's awful.
Right. That might make some people that hide and then hate themselves.
And that's exactly what Morrissey was talking about.
Yeah.
That
kind of sucks, I think.
Yeah. You are making people censor themselves when actually they should be discovering who they are. And that's disgusting. And that was Margaret Thatcher all over. She can try and be as huggable as she wants, but that woman did evil. And I will not forgive her for Section 28. That's horrible. In 1984, the band released 2 non-album singles, Heaven Knows I'm Miserable Now, which is actually quite an upbeat song. Give that a listen. And also, William, It Was Really Nothing, which, you know, I think is a love letter to someone. The year ended with the compilation album Hatful of Hollow. It's collected of B-sides and the versions of the songs that hadn't been recorded through the previous year for the John Peel and Jensen shows. In early 1985, the band released their second album, Meat is Murder, which was their only studio album to top the UK charts. Their only number one album, but they sold millions, so it's fine. I don't think they mind that they only had one number one album when they've sold like 25 million albums or something. So they're fine.
I would have been happy hitting a number 2.
I know. I'd have been happy starting.
Yeah.
You know, the single-only release, Shakespeare's Sister, reached number 26 on the UK singles charts. Though the only single taken from the album, The joke isn't funny anymore was less successful, barely making the top 50. If meat is murder, then what do you call built Ted Bundy? That's a joke. Was it Ted Bundy who ate people, or was that?
Well, I think he's saying if meat is murder, then you can call him Ted Bundy because he just murders some meat.
I
He
see.
eats.
Okay. Well, yeah, actually, we'll get on to calling people who eat meat serial killers in a little bit, because Morrissey sure likes doing that. No, that was Jeff. Yeah, I was thinking that was Jeff. Yeah,
Dahmer, yeah.
Dahmer was a sacrificer. So how, and then there's a B-side on their single called How Soon Is Now. It was originally a B-side for William If It Was Really Nothing, and was subsequently featured on A Hatful of Hollow and the American, Canadian, Australian, and Warner UK editions of Meat is Murder. Belatedly released as a single in the UK in 1985, How Soon Is Now reached number 24 on the UK charts. That song is one of the greatest songs of all time. It is about 6.5, 7 minutes long, and it immediately kicks in no, like that, and then Morrissey comes in, I am the sun and the air. It's a brilliant song, and it's kind of, when you see compilations of 80s music, it's almost inevitably in there whenever you've got a sad scene or something. And also it became the theme music for the TV show Charmed, which ran for years and years. That is How Soon Is Now, just like an updated version of it, just a cover.
Okay,
so
I forgot about that show.
I know, it was a good show. Like, people have forgotten about that now. That was a really popular TV show. So How Soon Is Now took on a life of its own. It wasn't a single, and it's this like immensely epic, great song, which Morrissey's lyrics are great, but actually Johnny Marr deserves a lot of praise for the musical composition of that song, because it is sweepingly epic in its musical production. So listen to How Soon Is Now, listen to all the Smiths music, but this Charming Man, How Soon Is Now, which weren't successful singles, are iconic 1980s songs. Give them a listen.
For sure.
During 1985, the band undertook lengthy tours of the UK and the US while recording their next studio album, The Queen Is Dead. Morrissey doesn't like the royal family. He fucking hates them. He is Irish, so
I guess, yeah, that could be a reason, huh?
Yeah, he doesn't like Thatcher. He doesn't like the Queen. It kind of goes hand in hand. The album was released in June 1986, shortly after the single Big Mouth Strikes Again, which is like a perfect name for Morrissey. The record reached number 2 in the UK charts, because of course it did. It's a Smiths album. However, all was not well within the band. A legal dispute with Rough Trade had delayed the album by almost 7 months. It had been completed in November 1985, and Marr was beginning to feel the stress of the band's exhausting touring and recording schedule. Meanwhile, Rourke, who's a member of the band, was fired in early 1986 for his use of heroin. Rourke was temporarily replaced on bass guitar by Craig Cannon, but he was reinstated after only a fortnight, so it wasn't fired for very long, to be honest. Gannon stayed in the band, switched to rhythm guitar, and this 5-piece recorded the single Panic. Panic on the Streets of London. It's a really good song. Love that. Ask, which featured Kirsty MacColl on backing vocals, another great song. Those singles reached number 11 and 14, respectively, on the UK singles chart. They toured the UK as well. The tour ended in October 1986, and Craig Gannon left the band. The band had become frustrated with Rough Trade, the record label, and sought a record deal with a major label, ultimately signing with EMI, which drew huge criticism from their fan base because they saw it as selling out. But they need to earn money,
right?
So they can't get. It's good that you like the music they're producing, but they keep getting shafted. So let them have a bit of money for a while, you know.
You want them to give you music, you've got to let them eat.
Yeah, exactly. Let them have a bit of a break and enjoy their success for a while. In early 1987, the single Shoplifters of the World Unite, which is a fucking great name, was released and reached number 12 on the UK singles chart. It was followed by a second compilation album, The World Won't Listen, which reached number 2 in the album charts.
So close.
So close. They've only had one, but every other one gets to number 2. The single Sheila Take a Bow, the band's second and last during the band's lifetime UK top 10 hit. Despite their continued success, personal differences within the band, including the increasingly strained relationship between Johnny Marr and Morrissey, saw them on the verge of breaking up. In July 1987, Marr left the band, and auditions to find a replacement proved fruitless. By the time the band's 4th album, Strange Ways, which is a prison in the UK, Strange Ways, Here We Come, was released in September, the band had broken up. The breakdown in the relationship was partly attributed to Morrissey's annoyance with Marr's work, working with other artists. Like, you're my boyfriend. Stay with me. You know,
no side projects. I got you.
Yes, no. So how dare you work with other people? And Marr's growing frustration with Morrissey's musical inflexibility, because Morrissey has a very specific style and he will not change. So Morrissey attributed the band's breakup to the lack of a managerial figure in a 1989 interview, and then teenage fan Tim Samuels, who went on to be a really big music journalist in this country. And Strange Ways peaked at number 2 in the UK album charts. It's the 4th album to reach number 2, but was only a minor US hit. I think at this point, like, the magic was gone for the international audience, so that's understandable. I'm
just going to start calling the Smiths the Deuces.
The Deuces. Yeah, that kind of works, given how they were at the end. Though it was more successful there than the band's previous albums. Morrissey decided to enlist the help of songwriter Stephen Street, who was quite young at the time, but would go on to write songs for the Cranberries, Blur, and the Gorillaz.
Oh, wow.
So yeah, he's got some pedigree there. And he went solo. Morrissey's first solo performance took place at Wolverhampton's Civic Hall in December 1988. Hooray! Yay,
that's right
my
there.
town. That's me where I'm living right now. And actually, the Civic Hall, yes, Gorillaz. Yeah, that band. The Civic Hall has just completed a years-long £1 billion renovation because they found asbestos in there. So the whole place was gutted. So the event attracted huge crowds. The venue isn't big. It can maybe hold like 2,500 people in the pit, and then like maybe like about 400 in the seats. So it's not a big venue, but it's like an intense atmosphere and a really good one. And it attracted a huge crowd with enemy journalist James Brown, not that James Brown, sadly, that would have been amazing. Observing the excitement and atmosphere inside the hall was like nothing I'd ever experienced at any event. So I used to be a wrestling journalist. I've mentioned that before. I was also a music journalist for a magazine called The Fly. This is like the first gig I had out of college. Like when I was just trying to get into radio, I was reviewing music for The Fly. I went to 2 gigs in the Civic Hall back to back, and I kind of didn't go back after that. One of them was a ska night that was headlined by Buster Bloodvessel and his band. And that was full of terrifying skinheads that were covered in swastika tattoos, and there were like 16 police vans waiting for these people to come out because they were like, shit's going to kick off because these people had come from all over the UK. But Wolverhampton it's part of the West Midlands. It's a multicultural city, a huge like Asian, Caribbean communities in Wolverhampton. So they were worried about trouble after this because they'd been hyped up on booze and ska music, and they were ready to kick shit off.
Yeah, it sounds like trouble.
Yeah. So I went to that gig and I saw Buster Bloodvessel, and he was known for being big and fat, but he lost a load of weight and I couldn't work out why. And then I saw the substances on his table backstage and I understood how he'd lost so much weight. Yeah. The next night I went to a gig, the same venue, by 36 Crazy Fists, who are a thrash metal band who skew a lot younger. They were attracting like the kind of the emo metal kind of crossover, so like part emo, part metal, like moving away from emo into that. And that was a very different atmosphere. It was much more chilled, but also I think a lot of the kids had been underage and they'd been drinking, so there were a lot of them like just sat on the floor, barely able to keep their heads up and stuff. And it was different, and I don't know how it happened. I looked over and there was this bar in the Civic Hall, because the bars were either side. They were behind like kind of screens that would shut and close, slide open. But there was also like a small bar. It was like kind of maybe this wide, just enough for you to put your pint or your bottle on, and then like lean on, and that's it. Like no table or anything, just a small thing. And I looked over, and it was always at shoulder height as well, which I thought was weird. So you put your drink like up here so that you could see it in your eye line, I guess, so that you could see if no one was
Make sure nobody's
fucking with
dropping
your drink.
anything in there.
Yeah, exactly. You know. Anyway, I looked over at that bar, and there was a turd on the bar. Just like, and I'm not talking a fake turd from a shop or something, a perfectly coiled brown lizard on the bar. And I was, how the fuck has that got there? Because it was perfectly preserved. It was like mummified. So like, has somebody like on, you know, like on the bar, or has somebody like captured it somehow, like a fucking Pokemon, and placed it there? Like, how has that happened? So
was it a leftover Gigi Allen?
Maybe it was like, it was ready, it was presented, it was like a work of art, really. Like, you could have framed that so perfectly placed, no mess or anything. Incredible. And I never went back after that. I was like, I've had enough, this is too late.
Seems fair.
Yeah, exactly. I'll go back to the Civic after that. But it's a great venue, great atmosphere. So back to Morrissey. Following the album Viva Hate, Morrissey put out 2 new singles. He's got great names for albums and songs and stuff. 2 new singles. The Last of the Famous International Playboys, great name. That is a single about the Cray twins, gangsters who operated in London's East End and reached number 6 in the UK singles charts. There was a film made about it with Tom Hardy, Infamous, or I can't remember what it was called, but he played both Cray twins. So it was really cool. Yeah, he played both parts. This was followed by Interesting Drug, which reached number 9. After his songwriting partnership with Street ended, he was replaced by Alan Winstanley and Clive Langer. He recorded Ouija Board, released as a single in November 1989. It reached number 18. Christian spokespeople and tabloid newspapers condemned the song, claiming it promoted occultism, to which Morrissey responded that the only contact I've ever made with the dead was when I spoke to a journalist from The Sun. Which is 100% correct, and fuck the Sun newspaper. In July 1992, Morrissey released the album Your Arsenal, which peaked at number 2 in the album charts. It was the final release from producer Mick Ronson. Morrissey related that working with Ronson had been the greatest privilege of his life. Your Arsenal reflected Morrissey's lament for what he regarded as a decline in British culture in the face of increasing Americanization. He told one interviewer that everything is informed by American culture. Everyone under 50 speaks American, and that's sad. We once had a strong identity in this country, and now it's completely gone, said the man who put pictures of James Dean all over his bedroom. Yeah, and idolized like
but not
Dusty
that American.
Springfield and stuff. Yeah, but no, not that kind of Americanism. No. Also, the focus on we once had a strong identity in this country, and now that's gone completely. I want you to keep that at the back of your mind. In September 1995, Morrissey served as the support act for the British leg of David Bowie's Outside tour. Backstage at the Aberdeen gig, Morrissey was taken ill. That's something that happens quite a lot in his career from this point on. And taken to hospital, he did not return for the rest of the tour. A lot of people think he faked it, especially after he gave an interview where he later referred to the tour critically, where he stated that he had become involved with Bowie. You have to worship at the Temple of David. Can you imagine Morrissey being critical of anyone that enjoyed adulation, given the kind of adulation he gets everywhere? So far, it's pretty incredible, right? This story. It's positive, huge influence, really interesting guy, bit difficult, but you know, bit of an arsehole. But not so bad. Really great music, really interesting, like sticking up for the right thing, and we'll get to more of that in a bit, you know, but he's mostly a positive force, but there is some salt and pepper on the way now, so I'm just going to warn you about that. In December 1996, a legal case against Morrissey and Johnny Marr, brought by Smith's drummer Mike Royce, arrived at the High Court. Mike Joyce. Joyce alleged that he had not received his fair share of recording and performance royalties from his time with the band, calling for at least £1 million in damages and 25% of all future Smith's album sales, which will invariably get to number 2. Joyce alleged that not only had he not... Oh, I've already done that. After a 7-day hearing, that's a long trial for this sort of thing, the judge ruled in favor of Joyce. In summing up the case, Judge Justice Weeks, awesome name, referred to Morrissey as devious, truculent, and unreliable when his own interests were at stake. And with the words devious and truculent being widely used in press coverage of the ruling. Marr paid the money legally owed to Joyce, his portion of it anyway. But Morrissey launched an appeal against the ruling. He claimed that the judge had been biased against him from the start of the proceedings because of his public criticisms of Thatcher and her government. Just FYI, Thatcher was a political non-entity in 1996 at this point, so it's unlikely this is lingering Tory hate. Sorry?
He's just reaching.
I feel like he is. That's a massive leap there with that. Morrissey lost his appeal in July 1998, so 2 years of legal fees later, although he launched another one soon after. This too was unsuccessful. In a November 2005 statement, Morrissey said that Joyce had cost him £600,000 in legal fees alone. Actually, I think most of that's you, Morrissey, and approximately £1.5 million in total. Good. Pay the man. Yeah. You fucking owe him. He was part of your band. Pay him some fucking money. You know, if he's living in diminished means because you've been hoarding the money that he's owed, I'm not surprised he sued you. He did.
Yeah, that always trips me out when there's bands out there that aren't just splitting things somewhat equally.
I know. And I get that songwriters are supposed to get more money, but come on, like, pay your people. You know?
Yeah, I mean,
don't be a dick. It's weird what money does to people, but give people their fair share. And I understand Morrissey would probably not be the person to kind of talk to about that, but anyway, he had to pay, and I'm glad that he did. Anyway, moving a bit further forwards, for his 2004 comeback tour, Morrissey released the single Irish Blood, English Heart, which featured the following lyrics: "I've been dreaming of a time when to be English is not to be baneful, to be standing by the flag, not feeling shameful, racist, or partial." I want you to remember that standing by the flag, not feeling shameful, racist, or partial. Remember that part for later. In the second verse, he goes on to say, "I've been dreaming of a time when the English are sick to death of Labour and Tories and spit upon the name Oliver Cromwell and denounce this royal line that salute him and will salute him forever." It's not a good song because Johnny Marr didn't write the music, but the lyrics are fucking great, actually. And when I heard it at the time, I was like, wow. It's rare that you hear that, you know, actually it's Oliver Cromwell's fault. But it's a really interesting comeback, and he's coming the Irish Blood, English Heart thing. Like, he is, you know, descended from Irish people. He feels English, but that's like kind of pulling him in different directions. So it's a really interesting single. Journalist Mark Simpson said that Morrissey's lyrical style is characterized by the usage of black humor, self-deprecation, and dramatic, bleak, funny vignettes about doomed relationships, lonely nightclubs, the burden of the past, and the prison of the home. Whew.
Okay.
That's intense. Many of his lyrics avoid mentioning the gender of the narrator and thus provide both male and female listeners with multiple points of identification. That's so clever.
Yes.
I feel like.
Yeah, that broadens your audience to connect with you, like, no matter what.
And no matter who they are. Mm-hmm. The universal themes that aren't specific to any gender or sexual identity, you can talk about that. And the fact that that plays into his androgynous aesthetic as well, like, it kind of makes him even more appealing to people who are disenfranchised. Simpson felt that his lyrics often highlighted the essential absurdity of gender, which Morrissey's already talked about as well. Discussing the Smiths' lyrics in 1992, Stringer highlighted that they placed great emphasis on the concept of Englishness, but added that unlike the contemporary two-tone and acid house music movements, they focused on white England rather than exploring multicultural counterparts. Although noting that during the 1980s, emphasizing white identity was a trait closely linked with right-wing politics, Stringer expressed the view that the Smiths represented the only sustained response that white English pop rock music was able to make against Thatcher's government. Appropriation of white English national identity shouldn't have happened, and they were rallying against it, essentially, by, I kind of get it, but my eyebrows are raising more and more.
It's confusing a little.
It is a little confusing. What they're saying is that Morrissey's music didn't focus on a multicultural experience of the UK, which he would have had growing up in Manchester at that time. It was a multicultural city. The working class in Manchester were not all white, especially after the 1950s. There was a very multicultural environment at that time. So the fact that that isn't included in his work is kind of interesting, but you could say that he's trying to be universal and he's a white guy, so that's kind of why it's happening. Anyway, Morrissey's vocals have been cited as having particularly distinctive qualities. Simpson believed that Morrissey's work embodied and personified the Northern woman, speaking in styles of vernacular and language that would have been commonly used by women living in Northern England, which is actually really true. There's some things, like my grandmother is from the same part of Manchester as Morrissey. She's in her 90s, and her sister, who are both in their 90s, still talk today. They use specific words and phrases and terms that I hear in the Smiths' music. It's
really?
Yeah. And it's only women that would say this, because they would be like in these specific jobs, or they'd be at home and they'd have specific turns of phrase. Given that Morrissey kind of grew up in a fatherless house for a bit of time, and his parents were working class and Irish, and he was in the poor parts of Manchester, he would have heard these phrases and he infused them into his music, which is really cool. But also, again, the fact that he read feminist literature, it makes him open to more perspectives than just working class male thing, basically.
Which is cool.
Really cool. And in this, he was strongly influenced by Northern singers like Cilla Black, who was a Liverpudlian singer. She went around with the Beatles as well. She was a TV star in the 80s, who had a successful career in the 60s, as well as Viv Nicholson, who similarly earned fame. While performing on stage, this is Morrissey's stage performances, he often whips his microphone cord about, particularly during his up-tempo tracks. He's just like, he has the microphone here and he whips it, and the fucking mic just like the cable springs around. It's like a lasso. And Simpson believed that Morrissey often gained a slightly aggressive gestures while on stage. He cited 2 instances from Top of the Pops, one in which Morrissey used hand gestures in order to pretend shooting at the audience, which is pretty soft, in Shoplifters of the World Unite, and another in which he turned his microphone into a cord, into a hangman's noose, while repeating the lyrics, hang the DJ, in the song Panic. So he pretended to hang himself on national television. Johnny Rogan claimed that Morrissey exhibited a power on stage which I've seldom seen from other artists of his generation. And while performing, he oozes charisma, offering the peculiar combination of vulnerability and athleticism, which is true. Like, he moves, but also he's like kind of open and honest. It's a weird performance to see. I also want to point out that Morrissey's performances are notorious for men running on stage and hugging him and then running off, disappearing into the night. Like, it literally happens. He'll be singing and he's fine with it. Like, he carries on performing, carrying on singing, and they're not like pulling at him or something. They just run up to him and give him a hug, and then they run off. And it's like multiple guys will do this. It's amazing.
Like, kind of like wholesome.
It is. It's like, it's not sexual. It's like a kind of a thank you, basically. It's like a thank you for being you. Thank you for this stuff that you're giving to us. And then they run off, and he like doesn't blink. Morrissey doesn't really hug them back. He just sort of carries on performing while this person's oddly hugging him. It's a weird thing to see, but if you Google like Morrissey performance, and people like invariably someone will run on stage and hug him. It's weird, although he definitely acts like a petulant child at times, because on November the 12th, 2022, while playing a live show in Los Angeles at the Greek Theatre, he finished his set after just 9 songs, which is like, that's like 20 minutes or something with Smith songs, because they're super quick, and left without notice, upsetting lots of fans. His bandmates hadn't any idea what was going on, so they hung around for 10 minutes just like, well, carry on playing a little bit, maybe he'll come back. He didn't come back, and then they just went off stage. The show was cancelled due to unforeseen circumstances. It was speculated by fans that the weather was too cold for Morrissey, so he fucked off stage.
Oh, wow.
I want to be warm, I'm going. And then just fucking disappears. So yeah, he has a great stage presence, but he can be a bit of a child at times. Morrissey is a vocal advocate of animal welfare and animal rights. Morrissey has been a vegetarian since the age of 11. He has explained his vegetarianism by saying, if you love animals, obviously it doesn't make sense to hurt them. It's such, like, I eat meat, and a lot of me enjoys eating meat, and I have to eat meat because of my condition a lot of the time, but I feel that, you know.
Yeah.
I remember Morrissey did a rare public speech. He appeared on the Jonathan Ross show. Jonathan Ross is famous for antagonizing his guests and like sometimes like poking them a little bit to see what they'll do. And he said to Morrissey, he's like, "You're not really vegan." "Oh yeah, you're not really vegan." He's like, "Yeah, I'm vegan." "What about Jonathan? You live on a farm, right?" He's like, "Yeah, I live on a farm. Would you eat your farm animals?" And he was like, "Well, that's what they're there for. It's a farm." And he was like, "Yeah, but you also have pet dogs, right? Would you eat your dogs?" And Jonathan Ross just leans in and goes, "Only if I was really fucking hungry." And the audience burst into laughter, but Morrissey just went like that and stared at him. Didn't find it funny at all. He was appalled by that. He didn't think it was a joke.
Oh, I was going to say that's dark humor.
It's dark humor. It's kind of light-hearted, but Morrissey takes it super seriously. Like, you do not fuck with Morrissey and his vegetarianism. He will go to the mattresses over the rights of animals, which is good, but it's gotten him into trouble. So in a 2018 interview, Morrissey stated that he refuses to eat anything that had a mother, which is a bit like, where was that? "I refuse to eat anything with a face." I feel like that's a line from something.
It is, and I know that quote, but I don't know where it's from either.
I know, yeah, I love that line. But he's always had difficulty with food, stating that he only eats bread, potatoes, pasta, and nuts, despite the increasing availability of more varied vegan food. Man, that's like a Russian diet from the 19th century.
I feel like there's missing vitamins and minerals in that diet.
Yeah, you're getting starch and wheat, and that's about it, really, and pulse. Very little else, unless he's eating a shitload of nuts. But yeah, you need protein from somewhere, mate, and vitamins. In 2006, Morrissey refused to include Canada in his world tour that year and supported a boycott of Canadian goods in protest against the country's annual seal hunt, which he described as a barbaric and cruel slaughter. Yeah, but he eventually said, "Look, it didn't make any difference, so I will go back to Canada." Also, probably because, money.
I guess I've never understood when an artist is going to punish the citizens over something that they don't really have. Like, his fans aren't the ones out there doing the national seal hunt.
And actually, if he performs in front of them and talks about veganism, there's a good chance he might convert some of them. So you're missing out on that. That's crazy. It gets weirder and awful now, actually. During an interview with Simon Armitage in 2010, Morrissey said that you can't help but feel that the Chinese are a subspecies due to their horrific treatment of animals. He fucking said that shit.
Whoa.
Yeah. You can't say that, Stephen.
I love animals so much, I'm going to hate humans.
Yeah, exactly. Like, that's not a good replacement, Armitage said that he must have known it would make waves. He's not daft, and that's true, actually. Like, Morrissey knows exactly what he's doing. But clearly, when it comes to animal rights and animal welfare, he's absolutely unshakable in his beliefs. In his view, if you treat an animal badly, you are less than human. It's this combined with the, England isn't English anymore. And there's some stuff where you're like, Morrissey, are you racist? So
Inadvertently, maybe.
Yeah, we'll get to the more overt stuff in a minute.
Oh.
At a concert in Warsaw on the 24th of July 2017, Morrissey stated, "We all live in a murderous world, as the events of Norway have shown, with 97 dead, though that is nothing compared to what happens in McDonald's and Kentucky Fried shit every day." His comments are referencing the 2011 Norway attacks that resulted in the killing of 77 people by far-right extremist Anders Breivik, who is currently serving 21 years in a Norwegian prison. So he compared that to what KFC does every day. I don't think that's a smart comparison, Morrissey.
Nah, I don't think that's... I mean, no.
Yeah, Tosazoid's emoji kind of sums it up perfectly. The face, yeah, like fuck me. Enemy described his comments as crude and insensitive. I think that's an understatement. It gets worse. In February 2013, after much speculation, it reported that the Staples Center had agreed for the first time to make every vendor in the arena completely vegetarian for Morrissey's performance on the 1st of March. Contractually, all of the McDonald's vendors in the building were closed down.
Oh.
That's power.
Yeah.
In a press release, Morrissey stated, "I don't look upon it as a victory for me, but as a victory for the animals. The request was previously denied to Paul McCartney. McCartney demanded it, and they said no. Morrissey had more sway than Paul McCartney."
No way.
Yes.
Mr. Number 2?
Yeah. Mr. Number 2 has got more sway than the only decent living Beatle. That's...
Now, I've got to say this. Cool. Good job. You got
actually, I'm all right with that.
Your performance day, but neat thing about it, they're still going to be murdering all of the animals to make meat, regardless if they're open that day or not.
Yeah, they're just going to be less fresh, mate. Honestly, that's all it is. And I'm sorry to say, but you stop them from being killed in the Staples Center. It just means that the Barclays Center gets a cheaper deal, like.
Or you might have just made them throw shit away that went bad. You might have made them waste meat, dude.
I know, which is even worse. Like, holy shit. Despite these reports, the Staples Center retained some meat vendors while closing down McDonald's. So there was still like a fucking shawarma stand or something somewhere, like in the basement. Like, do you want your meat? Come down here. Oh, you're sick of pulses? Come and have this. We've got more than bread and potatoes. Later in February, this is a weird one. Morrissey cancelled an appearance on the Jimmy Kimmel Live show after learning that the guests for the night also included the cast of Duck Dynasty. What the fuck?
I don't blame him.
No, they've done their research, right? They know who Morrissey is. They know who he stands for. They know that the most successful album they ever produced is called Meat is Murder, and you're putting him on the same show as the Duck Dynasty guys. Morrissey released a statement about this and referred to the members of Duck Dynasty as animal serial killers, which, yes, in a certain sense, he's right. But then again, so am I. So are you.
Yeah, but they're also wildly hateful of homosexuality.
Oh yeah, they're awful people. We're going to touch on Morrissey's potential racism here. The founder of the Duck Dynasty, definitely a racist.
Well, and he came out talking horrible things about the LGBTQ stuff. So.
Yeah, they're just awful people. So I'm glad that he didn't go on that show. Let's get to the kind of the racist, maybe racist, don't sue us, possibly, maybe not racist stuff. Allegedly. In 2013, Morrissey said that he nearly voted for the UK Independence Party, expressing his admiration for party leader Nigel Farage and endorsing Farage's Euroscepticism regarding UK membership in the European Union. In 2019, he claimed that it's obvious that he, Nigel Farage, would make a good prime minister if any of us can actually remember what a good prime minister is. Just for reference, Nigel Farage is Donald Trump's biggest UK fanboy, and he's a massive racist scumbag.
Oh, so there's something in your guys' water too.
Yeah. Unfortunately, and we've had it around for a lot longer. It's just been quieter than yours. Like your like kind of horrible scumbag racist politicians are just like big, and ours are like a little bit quieter about it, but we can fucking see it. In 2019, he claimed that Oh, sorry, no, I've gone back there. Various sources accused Morrissey of racism for making reference to the National Front, a far-right political party, shocked by that name, obviously, in the 1992 song The National Front Disco. It's been argued that this criticism ignored the ironic context of the song, which pitied rather than glorified the party's members. According to NME, these and other allegations of racism typically entailed decontextualizing lyrics from Morrissey, such as Bengali in platforms and Asian rut. So, yeah. NME also accused Morrissey of racism on the basis of imagery he employed during the 1992 performance at the Madstock Festival at Finsbury Park in North London, not somewhere you want to be racist. Morrissey included images of skinhead girls as a backdrop and wrapped himself in a Union Jack flag, which is, I mean, I don't think that's overtly racist, but there's like images tied to the skinhead girls. Anyway, conversely, these actions resulted in Morrissey being booed off stage by a group of neo-Nazi skinheads in the audience who believed he was appropriating skinhead culture, which is hilarious. So it's
fight amongst yourselves.
I know. Am I a racist? Am I not a racist? They don't like me. They don't like me. I think Morrissey just likes not being liked, to be honest. So many good point from Toastoid here. So many far-right groups have such dorky names that it sounds like something you'd see in Dungeons and Dragons. Yeah, or like something that Sacha Baron Cohen would cook up. Like,
God, I hope it's all just one big prank.
I really fucking hope so, although it's not, because they're just really stupid. Anyway, Morrissey sued the NME for libel in 2007 in a 2007 article that criticized him after he allegedly told a reporter that British identity had disappeared because of immigration. He was quoted as saying, "It's very difficult to return to England." He lives in LA. "Although I don't have anything against people from other countries," which is a great way to start a sentence, "the higher the influx into England, the more the British identity disappears. The gates of England are flooded. The country's been thrown away." The case was settled out of court.
That's rough language.
There's some dog whistling going on there, right? You know?
Well, I mean, it's some like, I don't even know if that's dog whistling. That's just some outright whistling of racism there.
I mean, whistling. Yeah. The gates are flooded. The country's been thrown away. Like, it's getting hard to justify him not being a racist now. Anyway, it was settled out of court, and he's won a bunch of cases against people who've called him a racist. So maybe you're not a racist, Morrissey.
Probably
Please
not.
stop saying stuff like that. In October 2017, it gets worse. He expressed the view that the 2017 UKIP leadership election had been rigged against anti-Islam activist Anne-Marie Waters. In 2018, he endorsed Waters' new far-right party, For Britain, subsequently wearing a party badge during several performances in New York City in 2019. Morrissey's apparent support for Britain, for the For Britain party, saw adverts of his album California Sun withdrawn from Mersey rail stations in Liverpool because Scousers do not put up with that shit, and several record stores refusing to stock the album. Yeah, that's not good. In 2018, Morrissey reaffirmed his support for Waters and for Britain, and for Britain, stating she believes in British heritage, freedom of speech, and she wants everyone in the UK to live under the same law. I find this compelling. Everyone in the UK does live under the same law, Stephen.
Yeah.
It's called the law. He's again, that's like a dog whistle to that bullshit Sharia law thing that people use across the world. That's not a thing. Doesn't happen.
I'm so like, I'm really interested in like how this happens and why this happens. Like, because so many people. But like, what the fuck happened in your life that made you all of a sudden start just hating people at random because you're scared? Like, how, why, how did, where and how and why did you get so scared and angry?
Thing is, he's always been like pro LGBT rights. He's fought for that, and that's great. Animal rights, fought for that. Representing the working class, androgyny groups like that, that's all really good. But there's something missing from this, and he's been really, really quiet on it. He was very, very careful early in his career when he was a huge profile person working his way up to not talk about immigration, race relations in the UK, racism, which is rampant in the UK, by the way, racial discrimination to this day. But I feel like there was a point in the early 2010s when Trump was starting to blow the whistle on everything, when it suddenly became okay for people who had just been like hiding that shit in the background to just start saying slightly dodgy stuff. And then the volume and intensity with which they were saying that slightly horrible, dodgy, racist, maybe stuff just started getting a little bit louder and a little bit louder and a little bit louder. And he's avoided talking about it most of the time. And I'm not saying Morrissey is a racist, but a lot of this stuff is very similar to what outright racists will say. So,
yeah, that seems fair.
Yeah. This is stuff that we've heard from all sorts of politicians that are horrible before.
And him not being racist and saying stuff that's very, very similar to stuff that outright racists say makes it okay for other people to be not racist and say shitty things.
I know. And the funny thing is, when he started saying this stuff, he got a whole new audience. And that whole new audience went back and listened to his lyrics and like, hang on a minute, this is really gay.
Oops.
We don't like them either. So now I can't. Whoa. Anyway, it gets even worse if that's possible. At the same time, Morrissey also expressed comments criticizing the treatment of anti-Islam activist Tommy Robinson, and said, whose real name is Stephen Yatsley Lennon. It's very obvious that Labour or Tories do not believe in free speech. I mean, look at the shocking treatment of Tommy Robinson. For reference, Tommy Robinson is a racist, fascist thug who harasses immigrants and riles up disenfranchised young people across the country and has regularly doxed Asian people to the point where they have been murdered.
Is that the guy that used to be like a fighter or something?
No, that's a different guy. Tommy Robinson's lost every fight he's been in. It's hilarious. He's tiny. And like, I don't Google Tommy Robinson because he's a piece of shit. But basically, how can I do this? David Duke.
Oh, okay.
There you go. There's your reference point. That's Stephen. Sorry, Tommy Robinson. In June 2019, Morrissey rejected further accusations of racism against him, saying the word is meaningless now. No, it's not, because racism's a thing. Everyone ultimately, this is a great statement from Morrissey. David Duke, but with worse teeth. Yes, exactly. That's perfect, Toaster Zoid. So Morrissey reacted further accusations of racism by saying the word is meaningless now. Everyone ultimately prefers their own race. Does that make everyone racist? He's completely detached from reality at this point. What the fuck?
You know, I prefer my own human race. All of us.
I do too. But I also quite like animals. But yeah, like, everyone prefers their own race, don't they? Does that make everyone racist? You've just let the fucking mask slip there, mate. Like,
a little bit.
What do you mean prefer? What context are you talking about? Also, that's clearly not the case for everyone, because look around you. Fuck the aliens. Don't fuck the aliens. Yeah, that's basically what he's saying. So in response to his recent political comments, fellow singer-songwriter...
I hope he means like space aliens, though.
Yeah. Please don't fuck space aliens. You don't know where they've been. In response to his recent political comments, fellow singer-songwriter Billy Bragg accused Morrissey of dragging the legacy of Johnny Marr and the Smiths through the dirt. Yeah. Yes, space aliens. Although, at the same time as this is going on, Morrissey endorsed Hillary Clinton in the 2016 United States presidential election, although later criticizing her as having the face and voice of a pulled monkey. The face and voice of pooled money is what he said, not monkey. I read that wrong.
That's fair.
He also praised Bernie Sanders as sane and intelligent, accusing the US media of paying insufficient attention to his campaign. True.
Okay, I'm so fucking confused.
I know. He wants to support Tommy Robinson, but likes Bernie Sanders. Like, those two are completely incompatible. Fuck me. He also likes Nigel Farage, but get this. Morrissey called Donald Trump Donald Thump and accused him of not having any sympathy for the victims of the Orlando nightclub shooting, which is true, but Donald Trump doesn't have sympathy for anyone. He's a piece of shit. And when asked in a 2017 interview, he said that he would push a button that would kill Donald Trump if given the opportunity. He followed it up by saying he would for the safety of the human race. He later said that the United States Secret Service questioned him over his comments on Trump.
Oh, boy.
I'd have loved to have been a fly on the wall for that one. Could you imagine how unbelievably hateful he'd have been in that conversation towards like government officials? It's so weird. He likes Nigel Farage but hates Donald Trump. They're the same fucking person.
I'm so very confused as to like what the hell happened to him that he hates specifically unless the whole thing is just he's misunderstood with what he's trying to do, and it's like we're not catching the irony in the shit that he's trying to say.
Maybe. But I also need to point out here, in January 2023, in response to rumors that Miley Cyrus had decided to pull her vocals for the song I Am Veronica from his album Bonfire of Teenagers over his political views, Morrissey published a statement on his website rejecting claims that he was a far right and further clarified his political stance. My politics are straightforward. That's not clarification. I recognize realities, also not a clarification. Some realities horrify me and some do not, but I accept that I was not created so that others might gratify me and delight me with all that they think and do. What a turgid life that would be. I've been offended all of my life. Nobody is surprised by that part of the statement. And it has strengthened me, and I am glad. I wouldn't have the journey any other way. Only by hearing the opinions of others can we form truly rational views. Therefore, we must never accept a beehive society that refuses to reflect a variety of views. I think I can quite happily reject racist views from my society, Morrissey. And Tommy Robinson does not represent reality. He is like every other far-right person. He cloaks himself in like supposed logic and rationality, but you look under the surface and it's all fear and hatred. That's
right.
it.
So that whole statement right there was absolutely correct, except like that's not like a view or a like.
He doesn't
bullshit.
say anything there. He doesn't actually say anything. He doesn't say, I'm not far right. I hate racist views. I actually am in favor of multicultural Britain. I am in favor of immigration. I feel that people who have been through hell should have a safe place to live. They shouldn't be harassed in their homes where they choose to make homes, and everyone should be allowed to live a private life alone. He doesn't say that. He just gives all these fluffy buzzwords that mean fucking nothing.
Right, but then at the same time where he says that all of the views need to be able to be out there and stuff, and that's true, but racism isn't a view, it's bullshit and lies.
Exactly. And like the whole point of a tolerant society, tolerating literally everything everyone says, that doesn't mean that you are free from consequences legally or socially. You know, if you say something awful again and again and again, don't be surprised if you get rejected from that society for that. So that's where I'm going to leave Morrissey. I'm not leaving it on a particularly happy note, but it's very difficult to say with any level of certainty that Morrissey is racist, because, to be honest, a friend of mine called in to a radio show once because there had been an incident of racism on a British TV show, and I got him on the radio, and the question was asked of him, do you think this person is a racist? And he said, I don't think this person is a racist. I think they're just stupid. And I think in terms of those views that he expressed there, I think those are stupid views. Simply, I don't think Morrissey is a racist. I think he's just detached from the real world at this point. He is a millionaire who lives an incredibly reclusive life and doesn't seem to understand what is being manipulated and what is happening to society as it slides a little bit further to the right, which is not good.
I think he's missing something.
Yeah. But there we go. I'm sorry we've gone on so long. We're nearly 2.5 hours in now. That's Morrissey. One of the probably it's fair to say that of the 5 most influential musicians of the 1980s, wrote some of the greatest lyrics of all time, and some of the best music ever produced has come from this man. But it's a bit of a cloud in his later stuff. So
I would
what
go
do you
so
think
far as to say he was number 2 of the top 5 most influential of the 80s.
a theme? Yeah.
Gosh, I don't even want to rate him because I don't want to get sued.
Mm.
Um,
We don't think you're a racist, Morrissey. Definitive
No.
statement now for you and your army of very well-paid lawyers. We don't think you're a racist. We think
just very
maybe
confused.
your statements probably lack nuance, let's say.
Yes, definitely do that.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna have to go with a really low score because everything that he did up until
He got old and crazy.
his absolute delusion from having money and being just off to the side there was great. So I think a 25
Yeah, I'm happy with that.
is good.
Yeah. Morrissey is an interesting character. I think we talk a lot in this situation with people who scored a lot higher than Morrissey, where we're like, there's still hope for them, and we want them to turn it around, and we hope that they improve their situation and maybe change. But the thing is, Morrissey is a distinctly unlikable person, and I think he knows that. He's probably embraced it a little bit in his career. He is not someone that's easy to like to. You can look at his achievements and go, he is a genius, and I am not afraid to use that. I know it's an overused term in this world because we have a weird understanding of the word genius, but Morrissey is a legitimate 100% genius in the field of writing music. He is brilliant, but he's a deeply flawed man who is sometimes unable to adjust his worldview and look at himself in the mirror, I think.
Yeah, that seems absolutely accurate.
So, and that's a shame because, as we pointed out at the start of the show, this is what the show is about. It's about analyzing mistakes and where people have gone wrong and taking those lessons and applying them to your own life. And I just wish that Morrissey could look at his statements from the context of the people that actually loved his music and the art that he's created, and also the people who are still working class, who are part of a multicultural Britain, who are deeply hurt by hearing that from someone they probably thought, oh, not him. You know, like they get it from Tommy Robinson and all these fucking racist scumbags. But to hear shit like that from Morrissey, like someone you probably looked up to, like that's destroying.
Yeah, somebody that you think is on your side, somebody that you think is that, like, okay, he's one of us out there making a difference.
Yeah.
Oh, never mind.
I know. It's kind of like Leslie Nielsen coming out and saying something like that. You're like, really, Leslie Nielsen? Like that guy? He was such a lovable grandpa, funny guy. But no, Leslie Nielsen was a sweetheart. He would never have said that. So yeah. It's kind of like, it was not that I was ever a huge fan of it, but it was like seeing like Rob Schneider. It's like, whoa, where the fuck are you going,
dude? He lives here. He lives here.
He's in Arizona. Oh wow.
His racist, alleged racist tirade was in Scottsdale here.
Holy shit. Yeah, that's a weird one. Like if you had a bingo card for 2023, like the guy who was in Juice Bigelow 2 European Gigolo coming out as like an out and out alt-right racist scumbag for money, I would never have seen that one on there at all. Yeah. It's crazy. Yeah. He wouldn't have a career if Adam Sandler wasn't still around anyway. So that's the show. Thank you for sticking with us. It was a little bit intense at moments, but I had a lot of fun looking back at Morrissey, and actually I listened to a lot of the Smiths music, which I would encourage you to do. Separate the art from the shit the artist has recently said, and actually it's brilliant music. It really is. And Andy Kaufman, holy shit, what an amazing guy, you know?
Yeah, I loved that one. It was fun. And then the book is super interesting. It got here late. This is the only reason I'm not done reading it.
Right. Yeah, and that's I had a lot of fun doing this. I know you had a lot of fun with Andy Kaufman, and actually that kind of part of the joy of the show is like learning or relearning stuff and finding out new stuff. And I do enjoy sharing it with you all, and thank you for all sticking around for this lengthy episode, 2.5 hours at least. If you would like to join our Patreon, please go to patreon.com/ youtube.com/history's greatest idiots, where you can get behind the scenes extras and scripts and a bunch of like free goodies for joining and exclusive like footage from our holidays occasionally. So
yeah, maybe I'll throw in some hospital pictures or something.
yeah, maybe you'll see Derek's gallbladder. Maybe you can bid for it. Maybe we can do a fundraiser. So yeah, thank you all so much. So we had a 0 for Andy Kaufman and a 25 for Morrissey. That's probably our lowest scoring episode ever, I would imagine, with 2 of our most iconic people as well. So
I like it though. I'm happy to keep doing low scoring episodes.
Me too. It feels good. Instead of like the New Jacks of this world, like less people are getting stabbed. We prefer that. Yes. So thank you all so much for joining us. If you want to follow us on social media, please go to at History's Greatest Idiots on Instagram, at Greatest Idiots on Twitter/X, and you can find us on YouTube if you aren't watching us there already. Just look for History's Greatest Idiots and you will find our channel there. We will be back in a couple of weeks if you're listening live, and probably sooner than that if you're watching live. And until then, Derek, would you like to say goodbye, please?
Goodbye, everybody.
And we will see you very soon. Take care and enjoy yourselves. Bye now.